The story begins with the protagonist, Sang-hyun, at 55 with a weary face, sitting slumped on the ground. What am I doing at this age? Others are already thinking about retirement. My life is a failure. Sang-hyun's voice dripped with sarcasm. At that moment, outside the cave, 3 wyverns stumbled in. They glared fiercely at the protagonist and began baring fangs and slashing with their claws. Seeing them charge, Sang-hyun helplessly rose to his feet, gripping his sword tight and forcing a smile. Damn it, can't they give me a moment to breathe? No sooner had he spoken than the 3 wyverns gave Sang-hyun no chance and dove straight into the cave. Their massive jaws easily tore the small cavern to pieces. But Sang-hyun wasn't afraid of anyone. He drove power into his legs and shot forward like an arrow. Even as he prepared to face these dangerous monsters, he found time to reflect on his life. Why am I a failure? In my generation there were sword gods, sword saints, and the like. As for me, I'm seen as an old man with a sword, a swordsman who forgets. That's all the recognition I ever got. Isn't that reason enough? I had no family. I grew up in an orphanage. But even the orphanage matron and the other children, those who were like my family, all died when the skyfall happened. The sky in our world poured down from the cracks where monsters had burst through like rain and took everything from me. Yet Sang-hyun did not despair. Standing at the edge of life and death, a miracle occurred. A masked, awakened one in silver armor lunged forward, using the sword in his hand to slash the monster holding Sang-hyun into countless pieces. After finishing, he even turned his head slightly, his voice warm. "Hey kid, you okay?" That image from childhood remained etched in the protagonist's mind to this day. Sang-hyun had been saved by that symbol, so he wanted to become like them. I really gave it my all, so why? No matter how many monsters I slashed, I never grew any stronger, and I couldn't avenge anything. The helplessness of watching comrades slowly fall still lingered deeply in the old man's mind. Back in the present, Sang-hyun had just finished taking down the 3 wyverns that intended to make a meal out of him. But as he had said, his body had entered retirement age. After dispatching those feeble monsters, he was out of breath like an ox, having to plant his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing. "I'm done for. My body is really giving out. This is getting intense," Sang-hyun said as his body trembled uncontrollably from exhaustion. However, that was not all. The 3 wyverns were only the appetizer. Suddenly, the ground trembled once under the footstep of some monster. Hearing that, Sang-hyun slightly shifted his gaze forward. Right before him stood a massive dragon, its body covered in gleaming, crimson-armored scales. On seeing Sang-hyun, the dragon wasted no time. It let out a thunderous roar, opened its jaws, and gathered firepower within. Heat began to emanate. Facing the scene, Sang-hyun could only force a strained smile. "I have no family. My life has failed so badly that I can't stop regretting. Screw it. Damn it, I want to reset," Sang-hyun lamented inwardly. Time passed quickly. The land here lay wrecked beyond recognition from the battle. Scattered around were the corpses of countless dragons, and miraculously, our protagonist, Sang-hyun, was still alive. His sword was lodged in the head of some unfamiliar dragon. A notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have conquered the ancient Dragon Clan dungeon." Ignoring the notifications, the protagonist threw his head back and shouted to the sky. "Gods, I'm almost 60 and still doing this hard work." Brief intro to the protagonist. His name is Shin Sang-hyun, 55 years old. The old man had been a swordsman for 30 years, but his best achievement was only ranking in the top 100 in his homeland. That meant he was basically a nobody, given how many players existed worldwide. Back to Sang-hyun's perspective. After leaping off the giant dragon's body, he happened to notice a glowing skill book nearby. He was surprised. "Oh, the reward this time is a skill book. I've eaten artifacts before. Can I eat this too?" he wondered. But before he could do anything, a flash of light suddenly sparked beside Sang-hyun, catching his attention. To Sang-hyun's eyes, a spatial gate had opened, and from it jumped a young blonde man wearing glasses, holding some book in his hand. Then a notification came to Sang-hyun. "The Constellation Model Student Late Bloomer has entered. The kind Model Student Late Bloomer blesses you for your diligence and praises your perfect finishing move." Seeing the newcomer, Sang-hyun wasn't too surprised because this newcomer was his contracted constellation, Model Student Late Bloomer. "Haha, thank you," Sang-hyun replied, grateful that the constellation had made a pact with him when he was only a third-rate swordsman. Regarding the benefits of linking with Model Student Late Bloomer, when a player reaches level 850, all artifacts and title stats are doubled. When a player reaches level 900, stats are tripled. Because of those requirements, Sang-hyun had not yet received any benefits from this constellation. Unaware of Sang-hyun's thoughts, the blonde man suddenly transformed into a chibi form, flew over, and urged him to quickly consume the skill book. Hearing that, the protagonist forced a laugh. "Haha, I was going to eat it. I'm about to." He reached his palm toward the book and used his skill, Devour Artifact. "That's the only skill I've gained since awakening. To understand it, I tried cooking and eating artifacts. I even tried frying them, but saw no difference. By the time I finished those useless experiments, 30 years had passed. When I tried synchronizing mana with an artifact of the appropriate grade, I realized it activated Devour Artifact. However, I realized it far too late. Others became powerful right after they awakened. In front of them, after the protagonist's skill affected it, the book flared with a burst of light, but only seconds later it went dark as if doused with water. That's it. Nothing else happened. Sang-hyun fell silent. Then the old man grew irritated and angrily tossed the book forward. "Shouldn't this have a manual or something? This can't be a skill book." Beside him, the Constellation pal looked flustered, scratched his head, and said there was very little information available on the skill and apologized for not being able to help. He said there was still plenty of time, and that Sang-hyun should try again and resynchronize his mana. To Sang-hyun, the Constellation's advice seemed to spark his anger. He gritted his teeth, his eyes watering, and turned to demand, "Plenty of time? Who says I have plenty of time? I'm nearly 60 years old. If I had a child at 30, they'd be almost 30 now. And if I had kids even earlier, I'd probably already have grandchildren. You might not know this since you're a constellation, but humans die young." The Constellation friend's face began to sweat. He apologized if he'd said something wrong. Seeing himself angrily lash out at his friend for no reason, Sang-hyun softened and shook his head. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's back. I tried to become someone like him, but now I'm exhausted. I'm too old. If only I were a bit younger." At that, Sang-hyun's voice trailed off. The Constellation friend pondered those complaints in silence. Then the young Constellation broke into a smile, as if he'd made up his mind. Unaware, Sang-hyun scratched his head. "Anyway, I'm planning to retire. Note it down because I'm going to cancel my pact with you. You should find someone else to pair with." No sooner had he finished speaking than the space around them began to change. The blonde Constellation was using a kind of magic that warped and slowly dissolved the space. At that moment, Sang-hyun received a system notification. "Model student late bloomer is maximizing the essence you've been exposed to. Begin regression." Scene change, an outdoor interview. A handsome brown-haired reporter asked, "Dungeons and gates. Those are the basic environments where awakeners, or in other words, players, work right." Opposite him sat the beautiful red-haired woman with her hair in a bun, Han Hyunjeong, CEO of Hyunjeong Corporation. "Correct. You can think of dungeons as springboards for players. As for gates, they're other dimensions. In other words, they connect to unnamed regions that players must pioneer and explore." The reporter exclaimed, "Oh, so what do you think about this year's dungeons?" "My hypothesis is BL blah," Hyunjeong answered. Back with Sang-hyun. After seeing the interview on TV, he fully confirmed his current situation. He was polishing the short sword in his hand and smiling. "I've really regressed. It's been a long time since I've watched this show. I've gotten the lay of the land, but 4 days have passed, to be precise. I've returned 30 years into the past. Right after the Constellation used the skill, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in the apartment from 30 years ago, no longer in his 55-year-old body. He was now in his 25-year-old body, retaining all memories from before the regression. No matter how you look at it, the reason I regressed has to be the Constellation's magic. There's no other explanation. Still, I'm a little confused. Oh well. Fine, I should go out and work right." Saying that, Sang-hyun gripped the short sword. Weapon info appeared, Venomoth Dirk Bronze Artifact, one-handed dagger. Attack, plus 17 speed effect, plus 10. This is a self-defense dagger. It doesn't dull easily. Looking at the dagger, a flash of memory crossed Sang-hyun's eyes. "This is the bronze dagger I was lucky to get at this time. Its grade may be low, but I know its hidden skill." Without hesitation, Sang-hyun used Devour Artifact. The dagger burst into dazzling light. Absorption rate determined. Absorption rate for bronze artifact, 10%. Previous artifact usage from past evaluations applied, increasing absorption rate to 20%. Mana synchronization with Venomoth Dirk initiated, entering the unconscious void. Sang-hyun's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. The unconscious space is what I must overcome to consume an artifact. I'm always anxious when I come here. I don't know what kind of meal will appear. Sang-hyun said that with a hopeful smile. Then before him appeared a roasted chicken, emitting a soft glow. "This is barbecue roast chicken with olive oil. Good thing it's a normal dish. I was worried something like a swamp centipede would show up." If it's something like this, I can eat it easily. He tore off a drumstick and brought it to his mouth. With each bite he swallowed, the system kept notifying him. Venomoth Dirk is beginning to be absorbed. You gain +2 speed. You acquired the skill Demon Walk. The Venomoth Dirk, once fully absorbed, will be permanently destroyed. After finishing, Sanghyun's consciousness was pushed out of the unconscious space. He rubbed his stomach and exhaled heavily. What a pity it was destroyed. Well, I wasn't going to use it anyway. I absorbed a useful skill just as expected. Well then, I should get going. Time passed quickly. Scene change. A huge blue gate appeared in the middle of a city street. Countless awakeners gathered around. This was dungeon number 85, where Yoon Dekyung's entire team assembled. A man dressed like a worker rushed over. Captain Yoon Dekyung? Yoon Dekyung paused mid-pen and turned. What brings the gate guard captain here? One of my members was pulled out. He just joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sanghyun. Don't worry. Shin Sanghyun has been transferred to the players' team. The man blurted in shock. What? He joined the players' team instead of the gate guard. I'm the approver. Any problem? The man in the green jacket shouted. Of course there's a problem. He just awakened and hasn't graduated from the players' academy. You can't put him on your team. The whole team's balance will be ruined. Yoon Dekyung sighed, stepped closer, shoved his face forward with pressure, and glared. Isn't the gate guard supposed to handle things to the maximum? The man panicked and scratched his head. Haha, of course, sorry. After the man left, Yoon Dekyung scoffed. Really? If you let the gate guard talk, you'd get this result. Balance, nonsense. The blonde subordinate asked in surprise. But sir, why did you accept him? Yoon Dekyung sneered. If someone has to die, it'll be him, not us. If he dies, the gate guard shuts up. What can a level 1 idiot do anyway? As the two laughed, Sanghyun stepped forward. Hello. From today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Shin Sanghyun. Everyone around immediately looked at Sanghyun with unfriendly eyes, while the awakeners wore sly, cunning looks. Being stared at so many ways made the protagonist's scalp tingle. I expected this, but they can't even hide their feelings, Sanghyun thought. From Yoon Dekyung's angle, he quickly masked his expression and smiled. At last, our rookie has arrived. Sanghyun, is that correct? Nice to meet you. I thought you'd be late on your first day as a player. Then he noticed the weapon Sanghyun carried and squinted slightly. Oh, your weapon. Is that a longsword? Opposite him, the protagonist gave a polite smile and explained. Yes, that's right. I learned from a lot of YouTube videos. But the longsword is one of the hardest swords to use, Yoon Dekyung warned. Sanghyun clenched his hand and replied with determination. I'll do my best to protect myself. Believe me. The protagonist's answer amused the captain. He slung an arm over Sanghyun's shoulder and said excitedly, "Ha, good spirit, that's the ticket. Men need spirit just like me." After saying that, he turned to the others and warned, "All right, time to conquer the dungeon. Let's fight." Hearing this, the rest pumped their fists and shouted with excitement. And so, with Sanghyun present, the group quickly checked their gear and slowly stepped through the gate. As for Yoon Dekyung, he stood to the side to make sure everyone entered. Watching Sanghyun's retreating back, he still felt a bit of contempt. He learned from YouTube. Ridiculous. Does he think dungeons are a joke? He gets arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. Looks like he wants to die. Well, based on my conquest tactics, the orc dungeon is known as the Wailing Wall for rookies. He'll soon learn his place. That idiot. That was what Yoon Dekyung was thinking. However, not long after entering the dungeon, his face went pale and sweat poured down. Because right before him were the corpses of countless orcs strewn everywhere. And the cause of this was only one thing, our protagonist, Sanghyun. This made the captain want to scream inside. This is insane. What the hell is this guy? Orcs are monsters you mostly see in games, novels, and fictional movies. We're so used to them that we tend to be biased into thinking orcs are weak. Of course, compared to monsters like dragons, they're weak, dumb, and just violent. So new players get cocky and often jump into fights with orcs without thinking. The orcs' attributes are even simpler. On average, they're about 250 cm tall and weigh around 180 kg. Their size gives them an overwhelming strength advantage over humans, which is why orcs are nicknamed the Wailing Wall. Cut to inside the dungeon. The scene looks like a corridor in some ancient fortress. While moving, a black-haired guy glanced back and warned the protagonist. Hey, Shin Sanghyun, you don't get special treatment just because you're new, so handle yourself from now on. His reminder made the protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. At the same time, the captain of the carry team spat on the ground and sneered from behind. Just awakened and already acting like a player. Arrogant brat. But for taunts like that, Sanghyun had lived to 55. He'd lived through enough hardships, social beatings, and whatnot, so he ignored it, scratched his head, and said, Haha, I'll do my best. Seems no one's nice to rookies, Sang-hyun thought to himself. Whether the black-armored guy was constipated or what, even though Sang-hyun joked, he snapped. Not do your best. Do it properly, do your best, my ass. Back to Sang-hyun, the insults dulled his mood a bit. After about 2 seconds of silence, Sang-hyun asked, So can I fight at the front if we encounter monsters, huh? Are you out of your mind? The armored guy replied, perplexed. But immediately his expression turned panicked as he warned the group. Wait, there's an orc. Hearing this, Sang-hyun and the carry team captain both spun around and indeed saw a green-skinned, bulging-muscled orc with an axe looming up behind them, closing in. Seeing it, Sang-hyun felt excitement rather than fear. So this is my first fight after regression? Leave it to me. Before he finished, the armored guy grabbed his shield and charged, ramming straight into the orc and momentarily pinning it down. Seeing that, the black-haired man warned the protagonist with a panicked face. You bastard, are you crazy? You move that slow, how do you expect to use a greatsword? You didn't need to help me, Sang-hyun said. Then stop talking and prove your skills, he yelled back. Not noticing that the orc had raised its axe to strike, Sang-hyun had to shout. Okay, watch in front of you. You should be grateful, kid. The black-haired man cleared his throat and turned around, but it was a bit too late. The orc's axe blade was already inches from his face. The black-haired man could even smell the rust and dried blood on the axe. Just when it seemed he was done for, Captain Yoon Dekyung barreled in like a tank, using his shield to smash the big monster in the face, sending its massive body flying backward and leaving a small crater where it hit the ground. Seeing the orc temporarily unable to attack, the captain relaxed a bit and shouted at the two of them. Are you two here to play? Focus. Sorry, the black-haired man stammered, while the others admired Yoon Dekyung's quick reflexes. Up front, Yoon drew his sword and took an offensive stance. Stand back, I'll handle it. At that moment, the orc recovered, letting out a terrifying roar and charging forward in a frenzy. Its axe slammed into the shield with a deafening clang, but Yoon Dekyung lived up to his title as captain. The man's strength was no joke. After blocking the attack, he drove his sword straight into the orc's left chest, green blood pouring out uncontrollably. Behind them, the teammates clenched their fists and beamed with excitement. Amazing, Captain, he pierced its heart. Is it dead? The chatter began to rise, but to everyone's surprise, despite being stabbed in the chest, the orc grinned wildly as if nothing had happened. It let out a shout, gripped its axe tighter, and swung hard forward. The blow was so strong it instantly dug a small hole in the floor. Luckily, Yoon sensed the danger and instead of blocking, jumped back to keep his distance. From Sang-hyun's perspective, watching the two big guys trading blows, his experience quickly told him what was wrong. Yoon Dekyung might be the highest level here, but he's only level 50. He can't land a killing blow on that monster. Cut to the front. Yoon Dekyung shouted, gripped his sword, and lunged forward. While the orc couldn't react in time, he plunged his blade deep into the orc's body again. And with that fatal thrust, no matter how tough the orc was, it had to fall dead to the ground. Seeing this, the nearby amateurs excitedly told each other. He killed it. He single-handedly took down an orc. Hearing that, Captain Yoon Dekyung exhaled and turned back to ask, All good. You guys all right? Of course, you're so reliable, the awakened group replied cheerfully. All right, let's go then. No sooner had the words left than, before the group could even take a step, terrifying screams echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. When they turned around, they saw a band of red-skinned orcs swaggering toward them, clearly looking for a fight. At the sight of their sharp weapons, sweat instantly formed on the faces of the awakened veterans. Those are armored orcs. Captain, what do we do? Sizing up the enemy, Captain Yoon Dekyung inwardly began to consider retreating. We should fall back to keep the team safe. He couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. Took so long to clear one, and now a whole pack shows up. Contrary to their fearful thoughts, Sang-hyun, seeing the big brutes approaching, volunteered. Can I try? His words drew angry stares from the weaker members. What is he saying? Hey, Shin Sang-hyun, are you short-circuiting? Sorry, Captain, I should have trained him better. Yoon Dekyung cautioned the protagonist. Sang-hyun, I know you're eager from just awakening, but... Before he could finish, Sang-hyun snatched up his sword and darted forward like the wind, leaving the group stunned. Hey, you'll die, Yoon called after him. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the moment Sang-hyun charged at the monsters, with a single strike he easily cleaved a young red orc in two. The battlefield fell silent in shock, only Sang-hyun's voice rang out. Great sword, truly magnificent. After a few stunned seconds, the weaker ones were sweating profusely, staring at Sang-hyun as if they'd seen a living dinosaur. Shin Sang-hyun, what the hell just happened? An elite orc sliced in half. Even with a greatsword, that's unbelievable. Ignoring their chatter, Sang-hyun rested the greatsword on his shoulder and smiled. Maybe it's because I'm still level 1? That swing wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped. Across from them, the orcs clenched their jaws, veins bulging as they watched a comrade get chopped up. Without further cue, they all roared and lunged at Sang-hyun like rabid dogs ready to bite. Seeing this, Sang-hyun tightened his grip on the sword and said coldly, "My level may be low, but I have plenty of experience." With that, the two sides swept past each other, and with a single, effortless swing, Sang-hyun easily cleaved several orcs in two. At the same time, an orc wearing a bone mask raised a razor-sharp axe and aimed straight at the protagonist. Sang-hyun gently turned, sidestepped, and avoided the attack. He then swung his sword from low to high, slicing through the orc's arm and entire face, killing it mid-breath. "Do you know how many monsters like you I killed when I was young?" Sang-hyun said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the awakened ones in the back could hardly believe their eyes. "Is that really Shin Sang-hyun? He might wipe them all out, not joking," someone said. Back to Sang-hyun, he now faced the leader of the orc group. "Now it's just you left, armored orc." As he spoke, Sang-hyun stared at the opponent. This orc was huge and unlike the others. Besides its massive frame, it was heavily and fully equipped. Over here, the orc leader, seeing all his underlings down, opened his maw and roared, then swung his mace straight at Sang-hyun. Seeing that, the protagonist quickly leapt to the side to dodge. Poor nearby wall, a huge chunk of it was smashed to pieces. Paying no mind, Sang-hyun launched into a mid-air spin, slashing his sword clean across the orc leader's throat. However, the wound he dealt was too shallow, not enough to finish off the monster. Seeing this, squad member 5 warned anxiously, "Its hide's too thick, that attack won't work, we're doomed." No sooner had he spoken than the orc leader took advantage of Sang-hyun's landing and swung its arm back, bringing its massive mace down toward Sang-hyun's small frame. But Sang-hyun showed not a shred of worry. "Don't freak out," he said calmly, activating his skill Demon Bash. System notice, hidden skill activated. Abnormal status blocked, cooldown, 15's skill level, 1 effect. When attacking a human or monster, the target is stunned for 2 seconds. Success rate and stun duration depend on the target's skill resistance level. Under the skill's effect, the orc leader froze solid. Its weapon could not move an inch, and its whole body trembled as it struggled against the bind. Seeing that, Sang-hyun grinned until his eyes squinted. "Right there, stay put." Across from him, the orc leader let out a panicked cry. Then Sang-hyun's keen blade slid across its throat, officially separating head from body. Its gigantic body collapsed to the ground, and the skull flew straight at Yoon Dekyung's feet, the captain who had been watching nearby. Facing the gory scene, everyone felt it was surreal. What the hell am I witnessing? Wasn't he just awakened 3 days ago? And that block skill he used, isn't that an advanced skill? I thought even well-known players could only block an attack for at most 1.5 seconds. And he uses a greatsword so smoothly, too. Should we ask him what YouTube tutorial he watched? Praise began to ripple through the crowd. Meanwhile, Captain Yoon Dekyung's mind was in chaos. Seeing Sang-hyun display such astonishing power, he muttered, "He actually used a high-level skill, and against an armored orc too. How many days since he awakened? Where did he get that skill?" The more Yoon thought, the more curious he became. System notice, congratulations, you have leveled up. You are now eligible to receive a title. You received the title, Brave Pup, title rank F effect +5 evasion. Surprised and delighted by the unexpected system reward, Sang-hyun felt pleased. He didn't care much about the level up, but a title and bonus effect. Awesome. The system continued. You have unused stat points. Please choose attributes to enhance. Available points, 1. The attribute screen opened, and Sang-hyun reached forward to allocate the point. I've already decided which stat to raise. In my previous life, I learned this lesson too late. Luck directly affects skill accuracy and drop rates. I need it now. With that, he didn't hesitate and spent the free stat point he just earned on luck. Then, before he could study it further, Captain Yoon Dekyung stepped forward from the back and asked, "Are you really Shin Sang-hyun? The skill you just used was block, right? Where did you get that skill from?" The question made Sang-hyun a little flustered. "I just regressed and used the skill for good already." Still, he couldn't say the truth, thinking that he lied aloud. I had it as soon as I awakened." Across from him, Yoon Dekyung, of course, refused to accept Sang-hyun's answer. He pointed at Sang-hyun and demanded, "Does that even sound plausible to you? Don't try to dodge the question. Are you sure? Did you randomly get lucky and loot a diamond-tier artifact? Or something even higher?" He glanced at the greatsword in the protagonist's hands, assuming all that power had come from the weapon. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Sang-hyun casually offered the sword for inspection. "Want to check it yourself?" Captain Yoon Dekyung, slightly embarrassed at the offer, still took the sword to examine it. Ah, okay, fine, if that's the case. He studied it closely, and quickly all the related information appeared before Yoon Dekyung. Ironcleaver Greatsword, two-handed weapon type. Greatsword attack power, 50 effect. None description, a standard greatsword with a simple design, no special abilities. Seeing the system info, Yoon Dekyung immediately shouted like his house was on fire. What the hell? This is just a normal greatsword? So that skill really is yours. He pressed his lips shut. Veins began to bulge across his face as he cursed silently. Damn it. I've been raiding dungeons for 2 years and my skills still don't match his at level 50. At this rate, today's loot split. Before Yoon Dekyung could brood further, a member of the party shouted, "Captain, the sub-boss has appeared." At that, the others all looked to Yoon Dekyung. His face darkened slightly, then he instructed everyone, "All right, let's move." He then turned to Sanghyun and said, "Thanks to you, we cleared those minor monsters easily. But don't get cocky and die on us. Your flashy skills won't help much against the demon orc we're about to face." Sanghyun found Yoon Dekyung's tone a bit puzzling. Then, as if remembering something, he smiled. "I almost forgot why I rejoined this party after regressing. They split rewards by contribution." Then Sanghyun called out to him, "Hey, Captain, if I personally kill the demon orc, can I claim the artifact as my reward?" Sanghyun asked with a bright smile. "The red gemstone. It's an artifact that can only be obtained by defeating a demon orc. Even so, even when the demon orc is defeated, it's known to be extremely difficult to obtain. In other words, its drop rate is outrageously low. However, in my previous life, after our team failed to defeat the demon orc, we were lucky enough to see another team obtain a red gemstone." Sanghyun still remembered vividly the moment that team felled the demon orc and claimed the gemstone. "Wow, Captain, congrats. How did you get it? You could make a tidy profit selling that at the market. Isn't it the only artifact with a delay skill?" The party members gawked greedily at the red gemstone. The captain, a bit embarrassed, warned, "Hey, enough talk. You're spitting all over me." "Delay, that's a skill I desperately need right now," Sanghyun thought to himself. Back to reality. Sanghyun's remark left the whole party stunned for a few seconds. Seeing that, Sanghyun quickly added an explanation. "If I remember correctly, this party splits loot based on contribution, right? If I personally defeat the monster, there shouldn't be any problem, yeah." Hearing this, Captain Yoon Dekyung in front fell silent and said nothing. This made sweat bead on Sanghyun's face from worry. Getting the delay skill now is crucial for future events. Still, most people would judge a new player acting cocky like this. No one would take him seriously. At that moment, 2 weak members of the party, clueless about their own strength, glared at him like bill collectors. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? You think killing a few orcs makes you hot stuff, and you dare talk about splitting loot." Before they could shout more, Captain Yoon Dekyung kept his composure and stopped them. Hey, calm down, it's up to you. However, that only applies if we fail to defeat the boss. Only then can you enter the dungeon alone and kill it yourself." "Clear," Captain Yoon Dekyung said with a warning look. Still, the mere agreement to split loot by contribution made Sanghyun happy. "That's easier than I thought, huh?" he then asked again to confirm. "So that means I'll stand out of the fight, right? Suit yourself." With that, the captain spun and strode forward. Inside, he hated Sanghyun's attitude intensely. "Who the hell is that? Acting like a genius just because he found one op skill. I'll clear this dungeon and shut him up. I'll show him how important experience is on the battlefield." With that thought, Captain Yoon Dekyung reached up and pushed open the giant door ahead. Inside the dark chamber, a huge orc wielding a massive axe had been waiting for the group. The system announced to Yoon Dekyung's party, "You have entered the mid-boss room." The mid-boss looked nothing like the others. It had a gigantic, muscle-bound body, purple skin, goat-like horns on its head, and a red gemstone embedded in its chest. Its body was wrapped in chains. This was the mid-boss, the bloodthirsty demon orc. Seeing its ferocious form, Yoon Dekyung's face turned as serious as ever. He gripped his sword tightly and barked, "Everyone ready for combat. Surround it and attack from behind." Saying this, although the boss looked beefy, Yoon Dekyung wasn't overly worried. He'd heard some intel about this monster. "It looks fierce, but I heard it's actually easy to beat. Based on what I heard, fighting it solo. Sorry you won't get that chance, Shin Sanghyun." Thinking of Sanghyun's stunned face witnessing the boss's defeat, Yoon Dekyung felt pleased and smiled. But illusions are just illusions. Quickly, Yoon Dekyung snapped back to reality and shouted, "I'll lead the way." With that, the group treated him as the vanguard and charged at the bloodthirsty demon orc. Time passed quickly. All thoughts of Yoon Dekyung's victory collapsed. He had just regained consciousness and, dazed, asked, "What just happened?" Nearby, Sanghyun was leaning against the wall. Seeing him come to, Sanghyun clicked his tongue and shook his head. I panicked for a moment when I saw them run, but who would have expected they'd charge straight at it like that? This is why we failed back then. On this side, the party members hurried over to help their captain up and asked, commandingly, "What do we do now? If this keeps up, we're all dead." Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung didn't answer immediately. His gaze stayed fixed on the orc ahead, puzzled. Not to mention the mid-boss orc, even the previous orcs were insanely strong. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted that market tip. Thinking of the boss's terrifying strength, grudgingly Yoon Dekyung issued orders. "All right, we don't have to kill this boss today. For now, retreat." Saying that, he also noticed Sanghyun still standing there, arms folded, smiling calmly. This stunned Yoon Dekyung. Sanghyun clearly seemed to want to challenge the boss. Unlike Sanghyun's calm, the blonde jabberer grit his teeth like Sanghyun owed him money. "Seriously, what's wrong with you?" Not letting him speak further, the captain waved him down. "All right, everyone retreat. Its peripheral vision is terrible. We'll slip around its flank." On hearing that, the others breathed huge sighs of relief. "Thank God," someone exhaled. Turning back to Captain Yoon Dekyung, he looked at Sanghyun with a face full of blood. "And you, Shin Sanghyun, I've warned you. If you die, don't hate me." In response, Sanghyun only gave a faint chuckle, then drew the sword from his back and affirmed, "Don't worry, I'm not dying today." Opposite him, as if sensing Sanghyun's killing intent, the orc boss tightened its grip on the massive axe and charged at the protagonist like a raging tank. Seeing that, Sanghyun took a deep breath to steady himself, his hand involuntarily clenching the sword as he thought, "If you compare stats, I can never beat this demon orc. But with all my experience, that's not the issue." With that, Sanghyun swung his sword to his right, and the axe was instantly knocked aside. A sharp clang of metal on metal rang out. The demon orc snarled in surprised anger. Meanwhile, the fake-awakened ones who were about to retreat heard the sound and turned back, asking each other, "Did you hear a clank? Did he just knock the axe away?" Back to Sanghyun, he rubbed his aching wrist and complained, "Man, my arm's numb. Looks like I can only knock away people's swings, huh?" Then he stared intently at the red gemstone in the boss's chest and smiled as if he'd found motivation. "It's been a while." The red gemstone. The reason Sanghyun was obsessed with the red gemstone was its special effect combining the delay skill with the Demon Smash title skill. It's hard to extend Demon Smash's 2-second stun, even though it's pretty good. However, with his core skill, Artifact Devour, he could fuse effects of different skills. An idea struck him. What if there's a skill that lets me stack Demon Smash's stun effects? That would be the ideal combo for me. An infinite stun. If I can get the delay skill, it's totally doable. Just imagining mindlessly hitting monsters while they can't respond filled him with extreme excitement. "What are you waiting for? Come at me," Sanghyun taunted. As if understanding his taunt, thick veins bulged on the demon orc's forehead. It roared and lunged at Sanghyun with ferocious momentum. But that's exactly what the protagonist wanted. "Perfect, just the way I like it. That way I can find your weak spot." With that, Sanghyun charged forward. His sword sliced along the giant monster's flank, leaving a nasty wound. Dark purple blood began spurting endlessly from its body. At the same time, Sanghyun activated Demon Smash, stunning the demon orc for 2 seconds. Its trembling hand couldn't even hold the axe anymore, and the huge weapon clanged to the ground, digging a small crater. Behind him, the other's eyes went wide like they were watching a fairy tale card trick. "Ridiculous. That skill on a mid-boss? Op as hell," Yoon Dekyung muttered. Back to the protagonist's view. He grinned and said, "I know regular orcs are simple, but you're a demon orc." Before he finished, Sanghyun's voice cut off as, somehow, the demon orc shook off the stun and kicked straight at him. Luckily, he reacted in time, using his greatsword like a shield to block the blow. Still, the force of the kick sent Sanghyun flying, the tip of his sword gouging a deep groove in the floor. "I forgot about that. Self-recovery," Sanghyun frowned. He watched as the deep wound he'd made on the demon orc's flank emitted a green glow and healed at an unbelievable rate. That self-recovery had cleared the stun earlier than usual. That regeneration effect makes this fight trickier. I need 15 seconds to stun it again. That's why I need delay. If I can't stun it, I'll just have to beat it down. Opposite him, the demon orc gripped its axe tighter, furious at being wounded and intent on crushing him immediately. Once again, its powerful overhead swing was easily redirected by Sanghyun's sword to the floor. "Pretty simple, huh?" Sanghyun said with a smile. Thus they kept clashing, shockwaves rippling outward with each strike. Meanwhile, the fake-awakened blonde didn't care much about the fight and warned the captain, "Commander, we really have to go. Even that bastard's skill is useless." Yoon Dekyung responded in a panic, "What? His stun skill is nullified." Yoon Dekyung responded in a panic, "What? His stun skill is nullified. The distance difference is so small. So how does he have that look on his face? Is he really a new player?" Yoon Dekyung wondered aloud. As for Sang-hyun, after several exchanges with the boss, he began to feel a bit bored. We should end this here. I've been through this before. If I'm too weak, I just have to focus everything on one point. Forget slashing the enemy, use their own force as leverage to pierce through. Saying that, Sang-hyun tightened his grip on his sword and waited for the demon orc to charge. His eyes widened as he watched every movement of the giant beast. In a flash, Sang-hyun lunged forward and drove his sword hard ahead. The force of the thrust, combined with the orc's terrifying momentum, allowed the blade to pierce straight through its heart. In the end, the demon orc coughed up a mouthful of blood and kicked the bucket. At the same time, the system issued a confirmation. Congratulations on defeating the demon orc mid-boss. You've leveled up. You have received the title Fierce Demon Hunter Grade E. Fierce Demon Hunter, Grade E title description. When facing mid-bosses or above, your health regeneration is multiplied by 5. Reading the title's effect, Sang-hyun couldn't stop grinning. Already 2 titles? Is this the solo player's perk or what? With that, his gaze was drawn as Captain Yoon Dekyung slowly approached. His eyes were wide, as if he still couldn't believe the boss that had trashed his whole team was felled so easily by Sang-hyun. Seeing their stunned faces, Sang-hyun crooked a smile. There's only one way to avoid this kind of hassle. Thinking that, he switched on his amateur actor mode and shouted, "Oh, almost died. What would I do without a damage-dealing commander?" From behind, the blonde, who clearly knew nothing, looked at the captain with admiration. "I knew it. When did you start dealing damage to that thing?" As for Yoon Dekyung, he of course knew whether he'd dealt any damage to the boss. He turned to Sang-hyun with a puzzled look. On his side, Sang-hyun muttered to himself, "You're not that stupid, are you? I'll give you a chance to save face." Turning back to Yoon Dekyung, he glanced at the red gemstone on the ground and quickly understood Sang-hyun's intent. "Keep your promise." That's what he meant. Thinking that, he muttered under his breath so only he could hear, "I've completely lost this one." After that, Yoon Dekyung regained his composure and commanded everyone, "Attention, we've cleared the mid-boss, now prepare for the final boss." "Yes, sir," everyone shouted in unison. Next, the group climbed the stairs to the upper floor. As they walked, a few couldn't resist mocking Sang-hyun. "Wow, I knew it. There's no way that kid could have soloed that thing, right? I wish I had that stun skill." "Forget it. It didn't even work on the mid-boss anyway." Ignoring the snide remarks, Sang-hyun turned to look at the red gemstone, the thing he'd been waiting for. "Well, now that the audience is gone, maybe I should try eating it." Red gemstone, rarity, silver type, special equipment, accessory, special effect. Delay attributes, HP plus 10, strength plus 10 description. A rare item obtained only by defeating demon orcs. A condensed artifact of resilience and endurance. Then Sang-hyun's consciousness drifted into the void of the subconscious. Before him appeared a dish, a spicy cold noodle with jellied meat from the super chef. Just seeing it, Sang-hyun's appetite became irresistible. He immediately sat at the table, lifted the bowl, and prepared to enjoy it. With each noodle swallowed, the system displayed messages. "You are ready to absorb the red gemstone." Absorbing the red gemstone. At silver rarity's base absorption rate of 20%, your strength and HP will +2. You have obtained the special effect Delay. You can add this effect into your skills. Reading the message, sweat inexplicably formed on Sang-hyun's face. He fidgeted and said, "Why do I feel nervous? Which skill do you want to combine Delay with?" "Add to Demon Smash." Immediately, the system grafted the Delay effect onto Demon Smash. Delay has been added to Demon Smash. If you use Demon Smash before the first stun ends, the effect can extend. Second and third times, 90% chance. Fourth time, 60% chance. Fifth time, 30% chance. As the notification ended, Sang-hyun was kicked out of the mental space. At this point, he still couldn't quite believe his idea had actually worked. "Guarantee a 4-second stun? I only thought it was theoretically possible. And it actually worked," he said, eyes wide as he stared at the system screen to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Just then, Captain Yoon Dekyung appeared behind him and said, "Can we have a word?" Hearing that, Sang-hyun turned and asked, "Yes, what's up?" Yoon Dekyung's voice had a hint of awkwardness, but he explained, "Right in front of us is the final boss's room." "You want me to go in after you?" Sang-hyun asked. The captain's next words genuinely surprised him. "No, I'd be a failed captain if I didn't know how to make use of someone like you. Let's cooperate, Shin Sang-hyun." Saying that, he extended his hand. It seemed that after Sang-hyun saved his face, he sobered up and resumed his duties as captain. Of course, Sang-hyun had no reason to refuse. "Haha, but my conditions still stand," he said as he took Yoon Dekyung's hand. "All right, fine, I know." Yoon Dekyung nodded. At the same time, the blonde guy popped up from behind and reminded them, "Are we ready to enter the boss room?" Yoon Dekyung nodded. Is that so? Then let's go. From now on, everyone be extra careful. Over here, for some reason, the blonde suddenly looked annoyed, staring at Sang-hyun and clicking his tongue. This left the protagonist puzzled about what was wrong with him. Did he eat expired food by accident? Sang-hyun thought. Beside him, Yoon Dekyung seemed oblivious to the blonde's sour look. He smiled, just stretching once more. After this, we'll go grab drinks, okay? Time flew, and now the entire group of Sang-hyun had arrived at the final boss room of Dungeon 85. This time, their opponent was an orc with ashen skin. Strange spiral sigils marked its body, and its weapon was a spiked mace that still looked stained with someone's blood. The monster radiated a frenzied aura. It was the final boss, the Raging Orc. From Captain Yoon Dekyung's perspective, having seen the mid-boss, the demon orc, he no longer looked down on this dungeon. He stepped forward sweating and said to the protagonist, Sang-hyun, I'll go first. To prevent him from rushing in and getting one-shotted, Sang-hyun removed the sword from his back and shook his head. Stick close to me. Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung, still a bit doubtful, warned, You shouldn't. Ignoring this, Sang-hyun exhaled and thought, Actually, the Raging Orc's skill resistance is lower than the Demon Orc's, so it's easier to stun. If I attack calmly, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, stick close to me. Have I ever said that so confidently before? When I was young, I was always terrified. Then in old age, I barely scraped by surviving. I can't live like that again. I have to change my weak past and my future too. To do that, I must show and prove to everyone here my overwhelming power. Thinking that, Sang-hyun swung his sword, slashing straight into the Raging Orc and inflicting an extremely deep wound. The cut ran from its belly up to its shoulder, pain making the boss gape and roar. At the same time, Sang-hyun immediately activated his demon smash and turned back, shouting, It will be stunned for 4 seconds. Hearing that, Captain Yoon Dekyung didn't hesitate and charged ahead first. Go, smash it. As such, with it stunned for a continuous 4 seconds, the Raging Orc could only helplessly endure countless blows from Yoon Dekyung's party. In the end, it went to the salt cellar without even getting to show off its strength. The moment it fell, everyone simultaneously received system messages. Congratulations on defeating the final boss, Raging Orc. Congratulations on clearing the Red Orc Altar dungeon. Nearby, a few other team members looked at the Raging Orc's body lying in a pool of blood and casually said, Isn't this dungeon too easy? I didn't even get to use a single potion. See, I told you the stun move was useful. Elsewhere, some porters glanced toward Sang-hyun and whispered to each other, Do you think he has his own private portal? Should I ask him? I was about to ask first. Someone next to him replied, So what? I need to make a living too, the porter captain retorted. From Sang-hyun's perspective, seeing them flip their attitudes so quickly made his head spin. Turning so fast, I'm not planning to do anything for these guys anymore. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system sent several messages. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You have received the Grade D title Wielder of Overwhelming Power. Effect. Status effects last 10% longer. Sang-hyun was fairly pleased with the title. Got a cool title, 4.4 seconds of stun, that's brutal. In my past life, I never had any titles. Then suddenly Sang-hyun's face grew a bit melancholic. Still, this is nothing compared to that person. Du Junsu, the demon sword, the title collector, the perfect longsword. He was the best swordsman player in Korea with countless titles. Just 2 years after the player era began, he had become a monster beyond level 500. Before I reset, he is someone I deeply respect, but maybe now I can catch up. If I start grinding from now, I might have a chance. Thinking about possibly catching up to the demon sword, Sang-hyun's nostrils began to puff out white steam, startling the porters behind him. Not just them, even Captain Yoon Dekyung curiously asked, What are you doing? Nothing, just stretching, Sang-hyun answered awkwardly. Paying no mind, Yoon Dekyung took out a ring and handed it to Sang-hyun. Hey, you did great. Take this. Seeing the gift, our protagonist was startled and joked, Are you possessed or something? Yoon Dekyung replied with an awkward smile. Well, you really carried the team this time. I have principles, you know. Anyway, it's only bronze grade, so I can afford to be generous. Aren't you being a bit too honest? Sang-hyun teased. If it were expensive, I wouldn't give it to you. Yoon Dekyung waved his hand, then thought to himself. I'm giving it to him because from now on we probably won't meet again. Whether I like it or not, I must admit, he's been living in a completely different world than we have. The two of them smiled and chatted, unaware that the blonde behind them had begun to bite his lip, staring at them with murderous hatred. He cares more about that jerk just because he bragged about his skill a few times. I've waited on him for so long. Isn't this unfair? Damn it, let's die together. Saying that, he pulled out his phone and called someone. Time quickly passed. scene changing to Shin Sang-hyun's home in Songpa, Jamseldong. At that moment, the protagonist grinned like he'd hit the jackpot as he looked at his bank account. Crazy, so I'm that player after all. The main trade portal gives 200 coins a day. It seems he gave me about double what others got, and even got extra rewards. Thinking that, Sang-hyun put his phone away and eyed the ring on the table. Rage ring, rank, bronze type, support equipment special effect, lightweight attributes, strength +10 description, a ring obtainable only from the raging orc. This ring drives its wearer into a rage. Special effect, lightweight, uses 1 mana per second to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifacts by 1g. Seeing the ring's stats, Sang-hyun couldn't help but admire it. Even if it's just bronze rank, I can't believe I got an artifact with lightweight for free. Now I get why it's silver tier. Most players burn through their mana after swinging their swords, using 1 mana per second, and most players can't even spare that. Ridiculous. Saying that, Sang-hyun's face unconsciously broke into a smile. Then he thought, I only discovered my ability after I was 50, but that's exactly why I trained so hard to learn it. In my previous life, I even swallowed a mana-dependent artifact, but the result was surprising. Mana-using artifacts always have drawbacks, but those penalties disappeared when I absorbed them. Who cares about penalties? The more skills, the better. With that in mind, Sang-hyun began the process of absorbing the ring. Meanwhile, at Club H Seoul in Gangnam, the blonde from Yoon Dekyung's team was cuddling some pretty girl and telling someone about Sang-hyun. I'm telling you, that bastard has a stun for a full 4 seconds. He shouted, making the person across from him frown irritably and challenge, Hey, who are you trying to act tough to? No, sorry, sir, the blonde bowed quickly. Next, the thug across from him raised an eyebrow and asked, So, you want me to get revenge for you? The betraying pup hurriedly explained, No, he definitely cheated. He used stun items too. Before he could continue, the thug angrily yelled, So what do you want me to do, you retard? I'm talking business here. And Yoon Dekyung really likes him. So you actually want revenge? The thug smirked. Nearby, a blonde girl whispered into the one-eyed guy's ear. You're not close to that guy, are you? He looks like a loser, haha tilde, to show off in front of the beauty, the one-eyed man called out. Hey. The blonde turned, but at that moment his left ear was suddenly sliced off. He screamed in agony and clutched his hand as blood gushed everywhere. Not caring about his pain, the one-eyed man smiled with pleasure. Who do you think we are? You think we're your personal servants or something? After saying that, he threw the drink in his hand straight into the blonde's bleeding wound, then coldly said, Then you'll pay. I'll listen at the value of that ear. Tell me, where is that bastard? Time quickly passed. Back where Sang-hyun was, he still didn't know the blonde and his gang were targeting him, so he was leisurely strolling around. Sitting down beside the stairs, Sang-hyun let out a tired sigh. Remembering the taste of that earlier dish made his stomach churn, like he might throw up at any moment. Who would have thought cold cucumber soup would pop out of the rage ring? Eastern cold cucumber soup kills anyone who eats it. My stomach's revolting. Still, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Thinking that, he began spinning the greatsword in his hands like a fan. Deceptively simple despite its enormous weight. All of this was thanks to the weight reduction effect he gained from the rage ring. The special effect is always active with no cooldown. Because of the artifact Devour skills effect, the old mana consumption effect was removed. As a penalty, the weight reduction effect is weakened, and the weight of all artifacts is set to 100g. So I'll just use the greatsword for now. What if I accidentally drop it? Lovely, next up will be. As he said that, Sang-hyun quickly opened his status panel. This is his current info. Player info. Name. Shin Sang-hyun level. 7 titles, wielder of overwhelming power and 2 others constellation. None exclusive skill, artifact Devour artifacts consumed. 3 HP. 324 energy, 32 EXP. 307. Strength, 13 stamina, 12 agility, 12 mana, 10 luck, 16 evasion, 15 defense, 10 unallocated points, 0. Looking at his current stats, the protagonist reminded himself, Now I have to start attracting the attention of constellations. Since a player can only have 1 constellation, I need to think carefully. If possible, I want someone who pairs best with my strongest stat, which is luck. Anyway, right now I'm lacking the stats to interest constellations. So I guess I can only train. Saying that, Sang-hyun slowly stood up and looked toward the many training dummies that had been set up. 3 days later, at this point Sang-hyun had driven to an unfamiliar place. The moment he got out of the car, his face went pale, as if he might drop dead at any second. Thought I was gonna die for real. Apparently 3 days of training plus a long drive wore him out. Well, at least he got a new skill. Saying that, Sang-hyun started turning left and right, stretching a bit to shake off the fatigue. The skill he just got was two-handed sword training, a basic passive for swordsmen. Skill level, 1 description, increases adaptability to all sword types except daggers and one-handed greatswords. The place he arrived at was Dungeon 101, a solo player exclusive dungeon. Staring at the blue glowing gate ahead, Sang-hyun smiled lightly. Today I'll go in alone and go all out. No more worrying about strange looks from others. Also, it takes months to queue for the solo dungeon, so I should feel lucky to sneak in. Then, as if noticing something, Sang-hyun glanced back and grew pensive. In the distance, a black car was silently parked there. The car made Sang-hyun suspicious, because he'd noticed it tailing him quietly for some time. Who would have thought they'd follow me all the way into the woods? I don't know what they want. Still, whatever it is, we can handle it inside the dungeon, Sang-hyun said coldly, eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. Cut to the dungeon entrance, designed like a massive cavern. From inside the gate, the gang of thugs the blonde had hired earlier calmly stepped out. It seemed the blonde had somehow convinced them. As soon as he saw them appear, Sang-hyun's voice rang out to greet them. Isn't this dungeon for solo players? You guys can't have come here by mistake. This is my spot. Hearing this, the gang leader showed a bit of surprise. He scanned the protagonist. It looked like Sang-hyun had been waiting for them, but then the whole group sneered at his apparent foolishness. Are you stupid or what? Facing them, Sang-hyun immediately realized this wasn't a normal party. Thinking to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, he warned, I won't report you, so get lost. After saying that, Sang-hyun narrowed his eyes slightly. He silently observed the whole group closely and quickly formed his judgment. They've got no healer or mage. They gave up stability, the thing you need for any dungeon run, and formed a party of only swordsmen and archers. They're a team that specializes in hunting false awakenings. A pack of hyenas, Sang-hyun thought to himself, and just as he suspected, they were definitely the kind who stab people in the back. At this point, they didn't even bother to hide their intent. Ha, this dog thinks he's hot stuff, the big guy laughed. The smaller blonde beside him taunted. That's your fate, idiot. If you die here, no one will even pick up your corpse. To Sang-hyun, the group felt vaguely familiar. From his memory, they'd been wiped out before under the Player Association's constant surveillance. It's been a while. With teams like that, the archer is the hardest to deal with. Yeah, I know that, the protagonist replied calmly. He then stared hard at the archer, whose face was cold as money, showing not a shred of emotion about killing others. Not wanting to waste time, the archer began drawing his bow and reminded his comrades, all right, finish this quick. In response to that remark, Sang-hyun replied with something that stunned the whole bunch. That's exactly why we've been waiting for you. If I had to dispose of 4 corpses, we're better to do it than here. The mocking words immediately enraged the bulky thug. You bastard! He yelled and tried to charge, but the one-eyed man blocked him by drawing his sword. Do it the easy way, the one-eyed man said coldly. Hearing that, the big guy rolled his eyes and barked, easy. I'll tear his throat out. Up ahead, Sang-hyun continued to taunt. Good dog, obey your master, haha, don't waste time, take them all at once. Faced with such extreme provocation from the protagonist, how could a bully like the big guy stand it? You better shut that dog mouth of yours. With that, he put power into his legs and charged forward like a raging bull, swinging his greatsword straight at Sang-hyun's torso without a shred of hesitation. Survival of the fittest. Is there a better way to describe a dungeon? Monsters always go for your life inside a dungeon. And in those very dungeons, the artifacts you and others seek teeter on the edge between life and death. If you're weak, you die. In a dungeon, there are no rules, so you kill to live. That was my karma from a past life, and it still applies now. The result, everything happening here is just self-defense. At that moment, the whole gang went blank. In their eyes, the bulky man had charged in with ferocious force, but Sang-hyun had just split him in two with a single stroke before he could utter another scream. Sang-hyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at the remaining crowd and said, What are you standing around for? Move it, all of you. Without hesitation, the 3 others started to back off. After witnessing Sang-hyun's strength, they knew that if he closed in, all 3 of them would be done for. So, using their experience ambushing other teams, they quickly came up with a plan. While running, the green-haired one directed the others. Cover me while we get into position. Got it, I know, the archer replied, though inside he was still in a panic. Did he really kill Sanho? Even a dumbass like Sanho was level 100. And that other guy only awakened recently. What the hell happened? The archer thought, increasingly baffled. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun began spinning his heavy sword in his hand like a helicopter blade. The whistling wind it made was enough to make your hair stand on end. Hey, where do you think you're running off to? He taunted. God damn it, this monster! The archer retorted, quickly knocking his bow and losing 2 wind-tearing arrows at Sanghyun. But such a simple attack was child's play to Sanghyun. With a single sword swing, he easily split the 2 arrows in half. Then, while the archer was still reeling and couldn't react, Sanghyun spun and hurled the heavy sword forward. Immediately, the archer met his maker. He only managed 1 scream before he was sent to the afterlife. His desperate scream made the 2 fleeing men startle, turn around, and then go completely pale. "What kind of freak is he?" the small orange-haired guy blurted. Unlike him, the green-haired one's mind worked differently. He noticed Sanghyun no longer had a weapon in hand. He threw the heavy sword away, which means he has no weapon now. This is the perfect moment to strike, go. And so both of them lunged at the protagonist at once, while he was sprinting all out toward the heavy sword still stuck in the archer's body. But just as Sanghyun's hand reached the sword, the 2 thugs' attacks were already aimed straight at him. The sickening sound of steel-cutting flesh rang out. A spray of bright blood burst out somewhere. But it wasn't Sanghyun's, it was the archer's. At the last possible second, the protagonist used the sword as a pivot and launched himself into the air to dodge. "You're insane!" The orange-haired guy ground his teeth as he watched Sanghyun somehow pull off the dodge in that tiny window. Sanghyun didn't waste words with these guys either, so he quickly yanked the sword free. At the same time, the green-haired guy suddenly reached out, grabbed the orange-haired guy's head from behind, leaving him flustered. "Jun-T, what are you doing?" No sooner had the words left than Jun-T shoved the orange-haired man forward, using him as a meat shield to absorb Sanghyun's attack, sending him to the next world in an instant. Back to Sanghyun, he paused his assault for a moment and said, "Come to think of it, you lot traffic organs, right? No matter how I look at it, you can't be cooperating out of trust, can you? I guess your goal is to awaken a mana stone by replacing organs, right? I may not look it, but I've seen a lot in the past." On the other side, Jun-T gave a harsh chuckle. "So what's the difference? You know now, so what, huh, dog?" With that, he lunged forward, thrusting the sword at Sanghyun with a triumphant grin. But just as the blade came within about 5 centimeters of Sanghyun's face, it froze, unable to move another inch. That's because Sanghyun had activated his Demon Smash skill, leaving Jun-T stunned for 4.4 seconds. Seeing Jun-T frozen like a statue, Sanghyun nonchalantly continued, "So let me ask, I was worried you'd bore me to death." From Jun-T's perspective, sweat poured down his face from the tension. "What? I'm stunned? But how? Could it be from those earlier cuts? Just from those small slashes? There's no way a skill could be that overpowered." "Finished? What is he saying? Am I going to die like this? No way, I'm always the killer. It's always been like this. I'm always." Now, sensing his mission was ending, memories began to flood back into Jun-T's mind when he scammed a rookie awoken one time. "Give it your all this time," he said, slapping the shoulder of a freckled young man. "With you here we can do anything. I trust you," the young man replied. Cut to another scene. The young man, his face drenched in blood, now frantically questioned Jun-T. "Why, please don't. I'll do whatever you tell me." Back in the present, Sanghyun looked at the villain's trembling body and smirked. "So, you've experienced this yourself before. Aren't you scared now that it's your turn?" Time passed quickly. Sanghyun sat by a small stream wiping his sword wounds. He'd probably already sent Jun-T off to meet his buddies. And even though he'd seen this many times, Sanghyun still felt a bit strange inside. "Phew. I shouldn't get used to scenes like this. I haven't been back long enough. Looks like I won't stand a chance to pact with a star constellation. But wait, that was self-defense? Whatever. Guess it's probably mine then, right?" As he spoke, Sanghyun glanced at the pile of weapons tossed messily to one side. "System notice. You have obtained 8 artifacts from this dungeon." Time went by. Sanghyun put his coat back on. He'd taken it off during the fight to avoid staining it with blood. At the same time, he checked his status. He was now level 10 and had 11 consumable artifacts. Health 400, Energy 50, Experience 12. Staring at his status, Sanghyun's expression was mixed. "I wish I could have avoided that, but judging by the outcome, it was worth it. Glad I didn't get fat from eating artifacts. Still, by the numbers, aren't I basically as strong as level 50 players? How long have I been back again? My growth has been insane. Plus." As he said that, Sanghyun reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a ring. It was a recovery ring, a silver artifact, a support item. Equipment type, ring. Special effect, recovery. Use effect, consume 10 mana to immediately remove any abnormal status. If used within the next minute, mana cost doubles. Looking at the ring, Sanghyun was a bit surprised. The guy who charged me at the start, who would have thought he had a status-clearing artifact. Wait, so if I'd blindly trusted the stun, I'd be screwed. I'll have to be more careful next time. Now I'll begin synchronizing mana with the recovery ring. With that, Sang-hyun began using the ring. Cut to deep inside Dungeon 101, the internal access tunnel. Deep in the cell, it looked like a mineral mine being worked by a group of goblins. Some goblins even carried small sacks on their backs to hold ore. But after only a few steps, one monster in the group noticed something and turned to look back. From their viewpoint, Sang-hyun was there now as well. He gripped his sword tightly, and surprisingly, Sang-hyun had blindfolded himself with a piece of black cloth. Not to mention them, even Sang-hyun felt his act was kind of crazy, but he couldn't do otherwise. Requirement to achieve the Lucky Day title is as follows. Crazy. It requires the player to kill 500 monsters while blindfolded. Across from him, the goblins paused at the odd sight. They didn't take the initiative to attack. "Hey, when will the monsters attack?" the protagonist complained. After confirming Sang-hyun couldn't see, the goblins chuckled with delight. Drool dripped constantly from their mouths. From Sang-hyun's perspective, he began to sense something and slightly lifted his head. "I can sense them. I have to feel the airflow and listen closely to everything. Focus, I must maintain this state of concentration." Inside the protagonist's mental world, he stood as if on a flat, calm sheet of water. Then, from behind, countless sounds and ripples began rapidly advancing toward him. "I can do it," Sang-hyun reminded himself. At the same time, a goblin let out a roar. It gripped its axe and swung it straight at Sang-hyun, but it didn't know its move had already been detected by the hero's sensing ability. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword forward in a wind-tearing semicircle and instantly cleaved 4 goblins in half at once. A rain of blood poured down, the air filled with the metallic stench of fresh blood, yet Sang-hyun seemed oddly thrilled by it. "Feels pretty good," he chuckled. Then from afar, a streak of light shot toward Sang-hyun's head at blinding speed. As it entered his sensing range, Sang-hyun flicked his hand and casually caught the arrow, then crushed it in half immediately. This made the distant goblin archer break into a cold sweat and emit a strangled cry. Back in Sang-hyun's perspective, his sensing ability now expanded in all 4 directions, letting him detect countless pairs of eyes staring at him from the darkness. Yet he felt no fear at all. "Not long ago I was in a terrible spot, but thanks to that I recalled my past. Maybe that's how I sharpened my senses, huh? Anyway, come on then, you bastards," he taunted. And at that provocation, how could the green-skinned horde resist? In overwhelming numbers they charged forward like moths to a flame, only to find death waiting for them. Sang-hyun's blade slashes began to whir like a machine, cutting the goblins to pieces before they could close in. He even grinned with excitement and surged forward. Everything in his path was mercilessly slaughtered by the blade. Only one goblin at the back failed to rush forward in time and witnessed the whole scene, but seeing its comrades die in a blink left it panicked, and it soon followed them to another life. After temporarily clearing the front group of monsters, Sang-hyun paused. His blade still steamed from the blood of the creatures. The scene around him was worse than a slaughterhouse. All the sacrifices of those monsters became nutrients that made Sang-hyun stronger. The system flashed a congratulatory notice. "You leveled up. You received the Lucky Day title, rank D." Hearing this, Sang-hyun immediately tore off his blindfold since he no longer needed it. "Didn't feel like I did much." Sang-hyun shrugged and checked the title he'd just earned. Lucky Day, rank D main effect, luck plus 20. Secondary effect, whenever you defeat a monster of the same type, your luck increases by 0.1. Luck can increase up to 10. Reading the description, our protagonist couldn't help but giggle. "Haha, I'm slowly collecting the titles I need." Elsewhere, a group of goblins drawn by the noise had crawled over. What met their eyes was the gore of goblins strewn everywhere, making the hairs on their bodies stand on end. But before they could retreat, Sang-hyun stood right in front of them with a twisted grin. "Haha, time to farm more stats? They crawled here themselves." Seeing Sang-hyun drenched in blood with a killer's face, even the goblins couldn't contain their terror and screamed as if the house was on fire. Time flew by. The unlucky goblins had sadly joined their comrades. Sang-hyun, meanwhile, was trembling with excitement like he had a seizure. "Ha, my luck stat just increased by 30 from a single title. This is better than most platinum titles. It must be worth 500 million. No, maybe a billion one. This life I can finally buy a house," Sang-hyun exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, a red rift in space suddenly appeared behind him, crackling with lightning. Along with it came a notification to the protagonist. "The space around you is beginning to fade." Sang-hyun, feeling the spatial disturbance behind him, hurriedly turned to look without needing the prompt. His face broke out in sweat, and the smile on his lips froze. A series of notifications began to arrive. "3 constellations have found you," the constellation Space Collapse Cleaner asked. Are you interested in causing misfortune for others? The constellation, Great Space Pilgrim, was intrigued by your mystery and requested to speak. The constellation, Goddess of Luck, smiled at you and extended her hand. Now before Sanghyun stood the entities of all three constellations. From Sanghyun's viewpoint, seeing all three elders notice him at once made him feel oddly favored. That was fast, and it's actually three of them. He thought to himself and began to boast. Haha, did you guys see my performance? At his words, the goddess of luck suddenly flew right in front of Sanghyun. Instead of being stunned by the goddess's beauty, he felt a bit anxious, wondering if he'd offended them. What, was I too arrogant? In my past life I never experienced this. No, the more this goes on, the more I have to act confident. The protagonist reminded himself. Luckily for him, the goddess of luck showed no hint of reproach. Instead, she beamed warmly and expressed fondness for Sanghyun. The goddess of luck said, "This is the first time she's seen a swordsman this lucky. It's quite strange." In response, Sanghyun scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, luck. Yeah, I'm ridiculously lucky, haha." He was amazed at his damn good luck. "Great. As predicted, this constellation seems interested in a pact. Now I can comfortably check it out." Elsewhere, the Space Collapse Cleaner gushed praise for Sanghyun's latent ruthlessness. The Space Collapse Cleaner is the type of constellation with a massacrer's personality. Did I attract his attention because I slaughtered goblins so quickly? Sanghyun wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, the great space pilgrim was curious about the hidden depths of Sanghyun's inner self. This made the protagonist a bit puzzled as to why the pilgrim had appeared here. I heard that constellation only appears to players with a saintly aura. So should I think they showed up because of her? Sanghyun said this while giving a skeptical look ahead as the goddess of luck chatted happily with the others. She even patted the pilgrim's head, making his face flush. At that sight, a rumor Sanghyun heard in his past life popped into his head. The goddess of luck, even among constellations, there are rumors she has extremely broad connections. Across from him, the beautiful goddess caught Sanghyun's dubious stare. She turned to him and said, "She isn't possessive. Even if you choose her, you can still form contracts with other constellations." Reading that notification, Sanghyun could hardly believe how good it sounded. "Wow, is that for real?" he asked, then thought to himself. Yeah, this is a huge advantage. An archer can hit its mark perfectly, even firing arrows into midair. Under the world's blessing, he never ran out of arrows. The miraculous archer. Among archers, Hashimoto Yuki defeated countless top swordsmen. He not only had absurdly high luck, but also terrifying destructive power. Some suspected cheating or scams, but it turned out he simply had two contracted constellations. And it was the goddess of luck who made the impossible possible. Thinking that, Sanghyun didn't want to offend the three constellations, so he forced a smile. Haha, suddenly three constellations showed up at once, making it really hard to choose. Across from him, the three constellations' moods shifted instantly. They urged him to drop petty mortal hesitation and decide his fate. One even wondered if they'd chosen the wrong person. From Sanghyun's view, it wasn't that he was scheming to drive up the contract value. He genuinely found it hard to pick correctly. The goddess of luck is certainly a great constellation, but if choosing her means no other constellations will appear later, this choice could determine the player's entire destiny. In 10 years as a player, only one constellation ever approached me, and that was the late-blooming model student constellation. His arrival was like a beacon of salvation. I was ecstatic. No matter how hard things got, I believed the future would be bright. But then nothing changed at all until I turned 55. Indeed, I never reaped any benefits from that constellation. The activation condition was absurd. It required players to reach level 850 before all stat effects from artifacts and titles would be doubled. I couldn't use the constellation's core power my whole life. No, more like I didn't even dare to hope to use it. Still, perhaps thanks to that constellation, I could reverse time, so I'm grateful. Therefore, this time I must be more cautious than ever. From now on, I must accept that there won't be another time reversal. With that thought, he eyed the three constellations carefully and wondered, should I pick divine power, destructive power, or choose luck? After a short moment of thought, our protagonist made his decision. He immediately pressed the confirm button on the system screen, and the system returned a notification. You have formed a contract with the Goddess of Luck constellation. Once the contract is signed, even if the player dies, it remains in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another realm, an entity watched closely the pact between the reborn player and the Goddess of Luck. 15 friendly constellations sincerely congratulate the contract and wish you victory. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their players to hinder your growth. A slew of messages popped up, making Sanghyun nervously watch the glaring red screens. Haha, what the hell is this? Why's there suddenly so much attention? Well, anyway, from now on, please help me, Goddess of Luck. He said that as he reached his hand forward. Seeing this, the Goddess of Luck gently placed her hand on his. The Goddess of Luck blesses your wise choice. Just as Sang-hyun was about to say something, the system suddenly issued a few more notifications. Goddess of Luck contract and wish effects. Trait 1, all offensive actions are guaranteed to deal critical damage to enemies. Trait 2, when you obtain a unique tier artifact or higher, you will guaranteedly unlock and inherit its hidden effect. Trait 3, when you defeat a mid-boss or final boss, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you will receive an artifact with a 100% drop rate. At the same time, the Goddess of Luck suddenly switched to Chibi mode. Her face puffed up with arrogant smugness, while Sang-hyun shouted like he'd just heard the neighbor kid buy a house via a scam. What is this? Why are all the effects broken up? Wait, there's more. Sang-hyun widened his eyes as the fourth trait notification appeared. Trait 4. When you invest level-up points into luck, each point counts double. This effect retroactively applies to all previously invested points. Seeing the 4 traits upon signing the pact with the Goddess of Luck, Sang-hyun was so overjoyed he could have cried buckets. Guaranteed crits plus guaranteed artifact drops. You're doing great, Sang-hyun, the protagonist said, feeling like his life was truly starting now. Then the goddess suddenly asked Sang-hyun. Goddess of Luck asks, what will you do about offers from the other constellations? For Sang-hyun, after seeing what he got from the Goddess of Luck, he had no mood to care about the other 2 constellations. He turned and waved his hand. Ah, it's fine. You 2 can leave now. I need to focus on the goddess. In front, the other 2 constellations immediately bristled at the protagonist's words. Great Space Pilgrim. Take a number, see you next time. Space Collapse Cleaner. Warning, brace yourself, for one day he will take from you. The Goddess of Luck applauded, finding your resolve charming. She thought, with this effect you need not be greedy for now. To that remark Sang-hyun agreed. No rush, better chances will come. Time quickly passed, cutting to the boss chamber of Dungeon 101. At that moment, Sang-hyun was clashing head-on with the boss, a green-skinned monster. Their weapons rang against each other, producing jarring clashes and shockwaves that radiated outward. Standing aside watching, the Goddess of Luck looked dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the more Sang-hyun fought, the more pumped he got. Is the final boss only this strong? Come on, give me more, you weakling. Saying that, he swung his sword hard forward, forcing the green monster to raise its twin battle axes to block. It was the dungeon's final boss, the greedy Goblin King. Next, the goblin put all his strength into both arms and pushed Sang-hyun backward. Seeing this, Sang-hyun quickly planted his sword into the ground to stop himself from sliding too far, carving a deep groove into the floor. Then the Goblin King suddenly opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing scream, its eyes flaring blood red. At the same time, Sang-hyun received a notification. Goblin King inflicted weakening and dominance on you. You have fallen into a paralyzed state. Back in Sang-hyun's perspective, thanks to his past life battle experience, he had already guessed the Goblin King's move. It's trying to strip me of my will to fight, he thought to himself and muttered, recover. At that moment, the Goblin King gave Sang-hyun no chance and lunged, swinging its axe straight down. The blow shattered the floor into fragments, sharp stones spraying everywhere. However, the boss's gaze turned puzzled, as if it hadn't felt like it struck anything at all. And sure enough, Sang-hyun's voice rang out without a shred of fear. This really is a skill with clear limits. It can't completely seal movement. Looks like it's only good for handling mobs, huh? At that moment, Sang-hyun was propping his sword against the goblin's axe, preventing it from pulling the weapon back. The reason Sang-hyun could still move was that he'd used the dispel effect from the healing ring he got from those thugs earlier. All right, time to try my luck, Sang-hyun muttered. Meanwhile, across from him, the Goblin King's face went pale. It hurriedly reactivated the weakening status on Sang-hyun, but this time Sang-hyun only gave a cold laugh. You think that's gonna work on me again? Then with a quick dash forward, Sang-hyun swung his sword and carved a deep slash into its left chest, making the goblin scream in agony. Next, Sang-hyun activated his skill, Demon Bash, putting the Goblin King into a paralyzed state for 2 seconds. Seeing that, Sang-hyun rushed in. His sword became like a milling machine, unleashing countless wind-cutting strikes as he said, "Only 2 seconds. Then here's 2 more. In that way, a delayed effect was applied, extending the paralysis by another 2 seconds. The boss's face went blank. It couldn't move an inch. But that wasn't all. Right after, Sang-hyun started running circles around the green beast, delivering a flurry of varied attacks. Second delayed effect activated, with a 90% chance to continue the paralysis effect. Got it again, Sang-hyun said with a smile. Time flew by, And finally, the Goblin King couldn't withstand Sanghyun's assault and ruefully moved on to its next life. The moment its body collapsed to the floor, Sanghyun received a congratulatory system message. Congratulations! You have cleared the Dark Goblin Swamp dungeon. You have leveled up. You received the D rank title, Don't Touch Me. Title description, Luck plus 30, Evasion plus 10. Accompanying effect, you may enhance one designated skill once, the increase based on the player system's scaling. Back to Sanghyun. He was exhausted like a beaten dog after dealing with those mobs and clearing the dungeon. They say youth pays off if you work hard, but I'm definitely pushing my body too hard, he complained. Meanwhile, the goddess beside him cheered. The goddess of luck says you'll have good fortune if you keep at it. Hearing that, Sanghyun rolled his eyes and muttered, At this point you can call it a skill already. Proud of his remark, the goddess beamed. The goddess of luck says luck is a skill too and is pleased to follow you. She even claimed that, in fact, it might all be thanks to her. She said self-flatteringly, while Sanghyun took the chance to check his stat points. First, dump points into luck. Wow, my luck stat is over 100 already. When a stat exceeds 100, an adjustment occurs, increasing related effects by 10%. For example, evasion affects dodge rate, while luck influences drop rates. Then, as if to prove Sanghyun right, the giant shield of the Goblin King, the one it hadn't even had time to use in the fight, suddenly glowed a little. Glancing at it, the full details of the item appeared before Sanghyun. Kudni's shield, silver artifact, secondary equipment. Type, shield, special effect, sacrifice. Defense plus 20. Description, a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Kudni's. It channels mana to empower itself and converts incoming damage into healing, but the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. It seemed like a piece of gear meant for tanks. Still, Sanghyun had no problem receiving it. Well, it's a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess. That means luck stat affects artifact drops, right? One thing, for sure. This is even more annoying than being bound to the late-blooming model student constellation. Thinking that, Sanghyun used his Devour skill to absorb the shield's trait. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck darted over to hug and rub her cheek against his. Time quickly passed, cutting to the interior of the Q-area building. At that moment, our protagonist was there trying to make his case. However, the tired-looking female clerk immediately refused. No way, she shook her head. Across from her, Sanghyun tried to plead. I understand what you're saying, but there are reasons. Before he could finish, the clerk cut him off. I'm sorry, but could you reconsider? I'm about to lose my mind. I don't even know how many corpses I've seen this week. Hearing that, Sanghyun broke out in a cold sweat. He told himself, things must not go wrong from here on. To explain this, we have to go back 2 hours earlier, on the Hanam Highway. Sitting in the car, Sanghyun was still enjoying the thought of swallowing that shield. I was worried because it's a goblin shield, but a simple meal of kimchi and plain rice, Peninsula Classic. Thank goodness, at least there's kimchi with the rice. Thinking that, Sanghyun's car suddenly stopped and began shaking violently. Then countless bright red warning icons flooded the dashboard, making our protagonist shout. What's going on? Why are there so many alarm lights? Time to switch cars, he whispered, then quickly shook his head. No, moving to a new location is more important than changing cars. The lower your player level, the more criminals will eye you. I can't live on high alert forever. Moving to well-guarded places like player districts is more convenient. And if I'm thinking about artifacts, I should buy used ones to consume and absorb more easily. Money, I need a lot of money, and I need a heap of it right now. There's only one place where I can earn that kind of cash. The system popped up as the player era began. Tasks appeared alongside it, and the organizations that oversee all those tasks were the Player Association. If it's a system supervised by the association, I can do it. Let's go there, the quest area. With that thought, Sanghyun floored the gas and sped straight to the Player Association. Back in the present, being turned away outside crushed his money-making dreams. Across from him, the dark-circled clerk was trying to enlighten Sanghyun. So please enter a dungeon appropriate to your level. Why did you go into a level 100 area? Besides, you're not even ranked. In response, the protagonist pleaded, I won't cause trouble. Please believe me. I may only be level 17, but with my current skills, going into those low-level areas is a waste of time. From the clerk's point of view, she was on the verge of tears. Her whole body trembled as she pointed to the side, stammering. Yesterday, someone said exactly the same thing. Guess what happened to them? So please go to the area that suits your level. Looking at her like that, Sanghyun actually understood why she felt that way. I get why this clerk is like this. Too many players overestimate themselves and then die stupidly. But at times like this, you have to grow a thick skin. With that thought, Sang-hyun put on an extremely trustworthy face, like a scammy multi-level marketer, and declared firmly, "No, I absolutely won't." At the same time, a purple-haired girl who'd overheard the commotion came over and asked, "What's going on?" Hearing that, the black-haired girl hurriedly turned and shook her head. "Hello, it's nothing, really." The purple-haired girl was named Miso. She's a member of Eden Guild, level 100, an A+ rank player. Back to Sang-hyun, when he looked at her face, his expression froze for a few seconds as he realized who she was. She's called the God Slayer Archer, Kim Miso, the first level 100 player to reach A+ rank and earn the God Archer title, a rising star. But beyond her skills, what made her stand out was that she's the daughter of Kim Yoon-cheol, chairman of the Holy Biotech Corporation. That also meant she was known by the alias Shadow Assassin, alongside Shin Tae-rai, the country's top assassin player, and Do Jin-ho, one of South Korea's top swordsman players. She was the daughter of the company holding the largest share in Eden. You could call her the most privileged player in history. Ahead, Miso's sharp eyes noticed Sang-hyun staring, so she turned and asked, "This is our first time meeting, right? I've been watching for a while. Why did you try to take a level 100 quest?" In response, Sang-hyun said, "Because it pays well." At that, he heard murmurs from some nearby players. "Wow, Kim Miso started the conversation, but what's with that guy's attitude? Is he crazy?" "Hey, chill, she's about to say something to that level 17 trash," the guy with the cap whispered, holding back his two buddies. Sang-hyun closed his eyes and stayed silent but cursed them inwardly. "I can hear you, you bastards." Unaware of Sang-hyun's petty thoughts, Miso warned aloud, "It'll be a tough area for you." To that, Sang-hyun sighed and shrugged. "Of course I know, but bigger risks mean bigger rewards." Then he paused to think. "I'm certainly not doing this out of personal feelings, even though in my previous life I asked to join Kim Miso's party and got rejected. I'm absolutely not doing this for revenge." Unaware of Sang-hyun's petty motives, Miso cheerfully continued, "But you know solo runs aren't allowed under association rules, right?" Her remark immediately snapped Sang-hyun back to reality. He quickly realized the issue. Come to think of it, solo restrictions won't be lifted for another 4 years. Knowing he couldn't solo here, Sang-hyun could only sheepishly scratch his head and say, "Haha, I guess I didn't read the info carefully. I'll be going then." With that, his steps quickened. However, he didn't know his odd behavior had apparently caught Miso's attention. She suddenly offered, "So, do you want to team up with me?" Around them, the group of players widened their eyes as if doubting what they just heard. "Wow, is she crazy? Why pick that bastard? I'd go instead. Damn, I'm so jealous." From Sang-hyun's POV, he wasn't the gullible type who believed delicious pies fall from the sky. He wondered if the girl had an ulterior motive, so he asked, "What's the condition?" Hearing that, Miso gave Sang-hyun an admiring look and praised, "Oh ho, so you don't think this is just charity, huh?" "Haha, I tend to trust circumstances more than people," Sang-hyun replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Miso spoke her mind. "Hee, impressive, but there are no conditions. It's more like a promise. If your skill doesn't match your confidence, you'll pay the corresponding price. Of course, if the opposite is true, I'll offer my sincere apologies," she said in a cold tone. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun smirked. He'd already guessed Miso's intent. "So you're testing me." Kim Miso's influence went far beyond a famous player. The brand value of whatever she wore skyrocketed. She only had to say a word and news would flood everywhere. The moment she labeled someone arrogant, their player career was basically over. This should be interesting, he thought to himself. And with his fight-if-I-feel-like-it personality, Sang-hyun agreed without hesitation. "Shall we go right now?" From Miso's viewpoint, a few minutes before she got out of the car, the driver had instructed, "I'll wait here, miss." Ahead, Miso waved him off. "Do what you want, I might be a while." After saying that, she felt a bit annoyed about going alone. All guild members are tied up. What a bother. Looks like I'll have to find teammates myself. As soon as she thought that, the conversation between Sang-hyun and the association clerk caught her attention. Coincidentally, Kim Miso had a reason to team up with Shin Sang-hyun. The minimum party rule for the quest was an annoying hurdle even for Kim Miso. Amid all that, she noticed a confident player, someone no one knew the true ability of. It was an intriguing situation to her. The result was that the two of them got matched up. While the clerk caught between them was sweating non-stop, Miso casually asked, "By the way, Shin Sang-hyun, what quest were you planning to accept?" Hearing the celebrity ask, the clerk flustered and hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes, please wait a moment." She quickly checked the system screen in front of her and slid it over for Miso to see. On the quest screen it read, "Defense quest, eliminate all living monsters approaching the Guardian Tower. If the Guardian Tower core is destroyed, the quest fails. Monster type, wolf-type monsters. Monster quantity, 300. Recommended quest level 100. Quest reward 500 million won. After reading the requirements and description, Miso's expression shifted. Even a level 100 player like her couldn't take this quest lightly. What the? It's not a collection or hunt quest, it's a defense quest. This type of quest requires you to defeat every monster to complete it. A crucial rule is that a 4-person team needs at least one long-range damage dealer. And he planned to do that alone? If I weren't here, he'd basically be dead. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Sang-hyun must be insane to accept such a quest solo. Then, noticing the hint of concern in her eyes, Sang-hyun taunted. "So, are you scared?" His confident words made Miso wonder if she'd misheard. She exclaimed, "What? Did I hear that wrong?" Sang-hyun responded with a smile. "Oh no, you just suddenly went quiet, so I wondered if you were afraid. If it's too much, we can recruit more people before going in. Add one tank, or another ranged DPS, or..." Sang-hyun began listing options, making the sweating clerk look even worse. She noticed that Miso's whole body was trembling with anger. Sensing her pride was being bruised, she grabbed Sang-hyun's wrist and spat out each word through gritted teeth. "No, Shin Sang-hyun, this quest is absolutely fine." Then she slammed the accept button. At the same time, the two of them received a system notification. "Quest accepted. You will now be transported to the quest zone." As soon as the message appeared, a blinding beam of light and chaotic lightning surged around both of them, teleporting them away. Meanwhile, the clerk had gone pale and muttered, "With Kim Miso going along, nothing bad should happen, right? Better be nothing bad. Nobody knows what could happen." Elsewhere, the player in the black jacket saw the two vanish off to the quest and asked blankly, "Do you guys think he'll actually pull it off?" The hulking guy in the iron cap replied firmly, "No way. He's only level 17. How could he stand against level 100 monsters?" Unlike their contempt, the blue-jacketed player had a different thought. "Hey, do you think Kim Miso would randomly bring him along for no reason? She's being hailed as the youngest A+ player. Do you really think her judgment is that bad? You know about the ranking system the Players Association recently revised, right? It was made because judging power solely by player level was inaccurate, wasn't it? There are two conditions for ranking. First, the number of dungeons cleared, and second, an overall assessment of the player's combat sense. But that means Kim Miso reached A+ purely on her combat sense. The other two teammates already knew this, yet they still asked, "I get that, but why A+ instead of just A?" The blue-jacketed man immediately answered with a sly smile. "Ah, that's obviously because there are monsters even scarier ranked above her, right? Never mind, it's not important now. The important thing is he went in with Kim Miso. I'm so jealous." Cut to Sang-hyun's group. When they reappeared, they realized the quest setting was a modern city. The thing they had to protect was a towering tower, constantly radiating bolts of lightning. At this time, Archer Kim Miso was standing atop the tower. She looked at Sang-hyun quietly walking on the bridge and thought, "Words come with responsibility. If things get dangerous, of course I'll help. But I hope this experience will sober him up a bit." Flashback to about 30 minutes earlier, just after they appeared. Sang-hyun made a proposal that startled Miso into asking, "What did you just say?" In front of her, Sang-hyun checked his weapon and said, "That's exactly it. Don't intervene until I ask. If you focus on support, I'll give you 5%. At that, Miso blinked and asked, "So I didn't mishear?" "Right, you hang back supporting and pick up 5%, that's a steal," Sang-hyun replied nonchalantly. Miso glanced Sang-hyun up and down once and shook her head. "You think I'd hesitate because of that condition? There's no way you can handle it alone. At least 300 of them. That's 300, not one or two. Even at level 100 like me, I'd struggle to deal with them solo." After saying that, she suddenly fell silent up ahead, as Sang-hyun wore an utterly confident look and said enigmatically, "Just watch." Then for some reason, looking into Sang-hyun's eyes partially convinced Miso. Finally, she sighed and said, "Fine, but for every monster you miss, you lose 1% of the share. If you miss 95, you get nothing. Clear." Back to the present, standing before Sang-hyun were wolves with deep blue fur. Their eyes glowed purple and radiated a deadly aura. They snarled, looking at Sang-hyun with bloodthirsty intent. Sang-hyun gripped his sword, slammed it into the ground, and laughed. "Sorry, but that's not happening, because I won't leave a single one behind." Then, with no warning, both sides charged and exchanged some rather affectionate blows. And not to disappoint Miso, with a single sideways slash, Sang-hyun's blade flashed at super speed, striking the wolf monsters so precisely that they only managed one yelp before all of them went to buy salt, i.e., kicked the bucket. After finishing, Sang-hyun turned back, looked at his handiwork and smiled faintly. "Funny how those shrieks are kind of cute, huh?" As for Miso, after watching Sang-hyun's display, even she couldn't help but admit, So he's not a conceited player. That last strike was flawless. That's the stance maximizing reach for a greatsword. It's a perfect posture, like the swordsmen in my guild. He always talks about offense and defense as one. And above all, he minimizes unnecessary movements, cutting multiple enemies at once with each swing. But compared to that confidence, there are simply too many monsters. After all, a level 17 player facing such overwhelming numbers can't possibly manage. Miso wondered to herself, before her eyes went blank as she realized something. Wait a minute, something's been off this whole time. Why weren't the monsters moving at all just now? No way. Could they be stunned? She shouted, so loudly that she lost her balance and toppled forward. Luckily, in that dangerous moment, Miso grabbed the railing in time and scrambled back up. Oh my God, that was close. Almost fell. But what was that just now? No matter how you look at it, that was a stun. I counted about 4 seconds. If it's a 4-second stun, that's even better than Jin Ho. It means he can casually apply effects to monsters and wipe them out. What kind of monster is this? Miso muttered inwardly. Back in Sanghyun's view, with his stun skill, he could slice through the monsters like cutting chickens. Haha, why is this so easy? Sanghyun said cheerfully. But as if in answer to his expectation, Heaven decided to crank up the difficulty a bit. At that moment, suddenly one wolf was hurled forward, interrupting Sanghyun's motion. He looked out. In the distance, something enormous was charging toward him at terrifying speed, sending the whole pack flying like torn gloves. Seeing the cause, a bead of sweat rolled down Sanghyun's face as he muttered. So it finally showed up, the black wolf. Before Sanghyun stood a huge black wolf, its size comparable to a truck. With mighty presence, it began to howl madly upon spotting Sanghyun. He thought to himself, Black Wolf, I didn't encounter it much in my previous life, but is this why it feels familiar? At the same moment, Sanghyun suddenly felt his body freeze. The system announced, Black Wolf has applied a negative effect, stun. And not only him. The Black Wolf's stun was so strong it affected Miso, observing from afar as well. However, as it approached, a protective aura automatically emanated from Miso. Due to your artifact effect, the negative effect, stun, cannot be applied. Seeing that notification, Miso snapped to attention. Right. Black wolves can stun. I was so focused on watching I forgot about that. And I was thinking of lecturing him. How dangerous. If generous, I could accept that he might trigger a stun, but the ability to dispel it at such a low level is extremely rare. Thinking that, she hurriedly knocked an arrow to support the protagonist from afar. But before she could do that, Sanghyun used a recovery ring to remove his stunned state. Immediately after, his body shot forward like an arrow. This made Miso, who was drawing her bow, freeze. She said with an incredulous look, How can this be? A nearly perfect greatsword stance, an unusually long stun, and on top of that, he can dispel effects. Is this really a level 17 player? Unaware of her thoughts, the black wolf that had been charging to get a bite of Sanghyun saw him suddenly shake off the stun and panicked, skidding to a halt. Its forepaws left long skid marks on the ground. Sanghyun, looking at its dumbfounded face, couldn't help but laugh. Surprised. You thought your prey couldn't move because it was stunned, but I'm moving freely. That moment of panic already decided the outcome of this fight. With that, he leaned back and executed a long slide, passing under the black wolf's belly. At the same time, he drove his sword up into its belly, creating a long wound across the giant wolf's abdomen. In the end, it could only ruefully meet its doom, never even getting a chance to put on a show. Beneath its body, Sanghyun pulled out its tail and complained, blood all over my clothes. I thought I could just slide through clean. Ah well, since it's come to this, should I stir things up for fun? Saying that, he looked at the remaining monsters with a dangerous gleam. Meanwhile, Miso watched from a distance, her face beaming as if she'd found a raw gem in the trash. Haha, what is this guy? Before long, throwing herself into slashing through monsters like a madman, Sanghyun had cleared almost all the monsters in this quest. Around him lay countless corpses of the blue wolves. A notification popped up informing the protagonist. Monster Defense Quest Progress, eliminated 299 300 target monsters. You have leveled up. You have received the D-rank title, Fearless. D-rank title, Fearless title effect. Grants full resistance to status effects caused by the roar of wolf-type monsters. For Sanghyun, although the title only worked against one monster species, gaining a new title still made him happy with no complaints. Then he glanced back toward the direction where Archer Miso was standing. He thought to himself, those suspicious looks from before are gone. Now they're entirely focused on what I'll do next. There are spectators now, so a performer like me can't rest. I should finish this quickly, right? Are you ready, Grey Wolf? Saying that, Sanghyun glanced slightly upward, at which point the quest's final boss finally appeared. It was the boss, the Wolf Lord, a hulking lycanthrope with muscles all over its body. Upon seeing the protagonist, it let out a thunderous roar to intimidate, and swung its sharp claws straight at the protagonist. The strike was so powerful the ground cracked and scattered into countless fragments. However, with his combat experience, Sang-hyun nimbly jumped aside to dodge, even taunting the monster back. Your attacks are known to be unpredictable, aren't they? But 30 years later, all your moves have been analyzed. Wouldn't it be more accurate to call them predictable now? Sorry, but I've already memorized all your motions and skills. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sang-hyun slammed power into his legs and launched himself at the wolf like a wind-cutting arrow. At the same time, he swung his sword, slicing straight into the werewolf, so that it only managed a pitiful scream before a large wound opened on its chest. However, looking at his handiwork, Sang-hyun still didn't seem entirely satisfied. Just as predicted, even a boss over level 100 is pretty tough, even if I knew its moves. Meanwhile, Miso, seeing Sang-hyun easily handle the quest boss, couldn't help but sweat a little and foolishly say, "Isn't this completely insane? There are more than one weird things going on here. Not only is he in berserk mode, he also has a way to counter the wolf's fear effect. And he carries that huge sword and fights so simply. Is this a joke? What's more, he even predicted the Wolf Lord's movements and faced it without looking weak at all. The more she thought it over, the less she could believe it, and she stared intently at their battle. The werewolf had truly gone mad now. It opened its jaws wide and lunged at Sang-hyun as if trying to crush him in a single bite. Seeing this, Sang-hyun tilted his body to the side to dodge the attack. However, the werewolf reacted extremely quickly. It let out an angry roar, then thrust its arm with razor claws toward the small frame of the protagonist, forcing him to use his greatsword like a shield to block the blow. At this, a look of astonishment flashed across the werewolf's face, because it hadn't expected Sang-hyun to be able to block its attack. All it saw was the protagonist's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth once more. "I told you I know everything about you. I spent my whole past life figuring this out." Having said that, he cast a quick glance toward Miso in the distance, which seemed to make her understand his intention. What amused her most was that attitude and fighting style. It was like Sang-hyun was trying to prove something to her personally, thinking that Miso could only force out an awkward sigh. "Ha, what kind of guy is he?" Back in the fight, the clangs of weapons rang out constantly. After a while of trading blows, Sang-hyun himself began to feel his stamina steadily plunging. "This fight is lasting longer than I expected. I was showing off in front of Kim Miso, and it's costing me time against the boss. If things had gone according to plan, it should have been exhausted long ago. So why is it still full of energy?" Behind Sang-hyun, the werewolf kept chasing him, as if refusing to let him go without landing a few hits. Feeling the constant whooshes of air behind him made the hair on Sang-hyun's arms stand up. He thought to himself, "At this rate I could collapse from the wolf if I get careless. My stamina's dropping." At the same time, the boss behind him seemed to be losing patience with Sang-hyun, and without wasting more time, it began to gather power and sprint at lightning speed, startling Sang-hyun into turning back. But for some reason, Sang-hyun suddenly felt the motion was vaguely familiar. This movement, it's a heavy boss attack meant to open the way for follow-up strikes. It tricks the opponent, then delivers a deadly straight stab. This is the werewolf's special attack. It's taken the lives of countless players. I've never used that in real combat before, but sometimes you have to make bold decisions. And so the two charged at each other. Sang-hyun quickly swung his sword, slicing across the monster's right arm, severing it in an instant. However, this did nothing to frighten the werewolf. Seizing the moment while Sang-hyun wasn't fully in defensive stance, it thrust its left arm forward and raked Sang-hyun's chest. A spray of hot blood shot into the air, the metallic tang drifting everywhere. Far away, Miso, witnessing the scene, went pale and collapsed to her knees, her eyes brimming with tears. For someone she barely knew, Shin Sang-hyun, this is ridiculous, she choked out. I should have intervened to help him right away." Even though Shin Sang-hyun was showing superior skills, standing still and doing nothing is no different from murdering him myself. "I'm sorry, Shin Sang-hyun," the archer berated herself. "But there's no way our protagonist would be done in that easily." At that moment, a soft green light began to rise from the battlefield, causing Miso to stop crying and watch. This all goes back to a while ago, when Sang-hyun cleared the goblin dungeon and received a shield, the Kudni's shield. When the shield was fully absorbed and turned to dust and vanished, a special effect called Sacrifice was activated. Sacrifice? A conditionally triggered special effect. All wounds inflicted on designated body parts convert into healing power. If the damage exceeds the player's max health, they are restored by that damage value to full life. After reading the description, Sang-hyun immediately understood how the skill worked. A conditional healing skill. It's very useful after absorbing lethal damage. Do I have to pick a body part to trigger it? Then the system displayed the locations he could choose to use, sacrifice, on, and asked him to select a body part for the effect. Seeing that, Sang-hyun swallowed involuntarily, not knowing what to choose. What is this? It splits the parts way too specifically, 16 parts in total. That's way too many. The safe choice is usually the back, but even the back is divided into 4 parts. That's inefficient and dangerous, since you can't predict where the damage will hit. In that case, I need a strategy for using this effect. Back in the present, by using the sacrifice property, all the damage he took from the boss's blow was converted into life force, instantly filling his health bar. Still, Sang-hyun broke out in a cold sweat over that decision. Phew, it worked. If I'd miscalculated even a bit, I'd be dead instantly. That was dangerous, and somehow I managed to hit 2 targets with 1 stone. Now before Sang-hyun, the werewolf was stunned, its whole body frozen stiff. Sang-hyun shook his head at the creature's bad luck. Not sure if it was my luck or your misfortune. The right arm you used as bait to lure me in was cut off. Who would think you'd sacrifice defense to cause lethal damage to me? Now then, let's move on to a different test of combat prowess. And so, shortly after, with 1 arm gone and stunned, how could this big brute possibly stand against Sang-hyun? It was now kneeling before the protagonist, barely a trace of vitality left in its body. Seeing that, Sang-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the stun only lasted a little, but it was enough to finish you off. At the same time, Archer Miso ran up to his side. Hearing footsteps, Sang-hyun turned and said, "You made it, Kim Miso." An admonishing retort came from the archer. "If you have a healing skill, you should have told me. I nearly had a heart attack thinking you were dead. Hey, did you die and come back once or what? How do you know the Wolf Lord's moves and skills so clearly? I've met a lot of sword-wielding players before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you, Shin Sang-hyun. It's like..." Before she could finish, Sang-hyun gave a cold chuckle and asked, "Like what?" Noticing Miso staring at him oddly, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Miso answered, "Nothing, it's just, you just look like a high-ranked player." For Sang-hyun, Miso's comment threw him for a loop. I thought she was going to say, "How did you beat the boss so easily?" But she's not wrong. A normal player wouldn't be able to act like this. Putting that aside, Miso surveyed the giant wolf's corpse and asked, "So, are you going to deal with it?" Hearing their conversation, the werewolf groaned a few times, as if signaling it wasn't quite dead yet. Sang-hyun didn't want to drag it out. "I'll make this quick for you. I almost forgot about you anyway." With the next stroke of his sword, Sang-hyun sent the beast to join its minions in rebirth. The loot from this giant wolf was no joke. A system message appeared. "You have received the C-rank title, Fight to the Death." Fight to the Death, title rank. See description. When isolated with no allies within a 5m radius, the Fight to the Death state is activated, temporarily increasing all stats by 20%. Effect ends once isolation ends. Seeing that reward, the delight on the protagonist's face was obvious. A special title for one-on-one fights? And it's my first C-rank title, how nostalgic. Beside him, the archer, guessing at the prize from his excitement, asked, "You got a new title, right?" Sang-hyun didn't hide it and asked, "You knew about this already? Miso, you fought this boss before." Miso replied proudly, "Yeah, that's right. Of course I fought it alone before." At that, her voice faltered. She looked embarrassed and sighed, admitting, "There's nothing to be proud of. To be honest, I only beat it because of an artifact. I can't say I defeated it with skill like you." Hearing that, Sang-hyun waved his hand. "Using artifacts is still a player's skill." "Thanks for the compliment," Miso replied with an awkward smile. Glancing at Sang-hyun's equipment, she didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, "But my artifacts are worth over 20 billion won. Comparing that to some guy wielding a widely sold greatsword like him, I'm kind of embarrassed." Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, she hinted to him, "Also, aren't you thinking of trying the title's effect right now?" No sooner had she finished than a crossed sword's icon appeared above his head, accompanied by a system notice. Title Fight to the Death activated. Isolation. Player Kim Miso. No allies present within 5m of the player. Title Fight to the Death has been automatically activated. Seeing that, Sang-hyun reached up to dismiss the notification from above his head. "Ha! No way there are any rivals here." After the quest was completed, the archer waved goodbye to the protagonist. "I'll head out first. You know I have to contact the dungeon porters outside." Okay, thanks," Sang-hyun nodded, watching her small figure walk away. A pang of nostalgia stirred in him. Quest rewards include monster-related items, so calling porters to clear them is the obvious next step. In my past life, I did the same. Handling those annoying chores makes me look more reliable in her eyes. As he thought that, Miso suddenly stopped walking ahead. She turned to Sanghyun and said, "Also, I'll give up that 5% of the quest reward I mentioned earlier." Her words made the black-haired guy startle and shout, "Wait, that's a bit of a loss for you." Before Sanghyun could argue, Miso waved him off. For someone rich like her, 5% of this reward was nothing. "I'm fine, don't get all worked up like that. We'll meet plenty more times. Think of it as my investment in you." Sanghyun got it. "Well then, I'm off." After saying that, Miso immediately vanished from the dungeon, leaving Sanghyun no time to stop her. He could only force a smile. "Guess I'm stuck with it. I can't let my guard down around her until the end. All right then, time to check the reward I've been waiting for." With that, he glanced back at a blue stone emitting a gentle glow. This was the Blue Moonstone, a platinum-tier item, a special accessory. Special effect: Wolf's Dominance. Attributes: Vitality plus 100, Mana plus 100, Luck plus 50. It's a gem forged from the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the Blue Moon. Just seeing those stats made Sanghyun tremble like an overexcited seizure-ready fool. Finally, it's a platinum-tier item. Platinum artifacts start at about 1 billion. Amazing! This is worth an apartment in the capital. Sanghyun exclaimed as he dashed forward, clutching the stone and pressing it to his face in bliss. At that moment, the goddess of luck appeared to claim credit. She smiled and asked, "Have you believed in her influence yet?" Down below, Sanghyun's smile instantly faded as he snapped, "What do you mean her influence? It's mine." Before he finished, some unfamiliar deity cut into their conversation. "The owner of the torn lips strongly objects to the favoritism you're receiving and requests the goddess of luck be removed from the player system." In response, the goddess of luck made a move. She suddenly proposed a vote to the constellations connected to the player system. The vote read, "Proposal to expel the owner of the torn lips from the player system." The vote count was 61,100 and still rising. The proposal passed unanimously, and the owner of the torn lips could no longer operate as a constellation. He was kicked out of the player system to the goddess of luck's delight. The expulsion happened so fast, Sanghyun barely regained his senses before it was over. That actually got approved, and she's a pretty famous constellation. Putting that aside, Sanghyun focused on the stone again and muttered, "First, since it's platinum rank, I can absorb about 40% of its power. The special effect is Hour of the Wolf, always active with no cooldown. When the moon is visible in the dungeon, recovery speed increases 5-fold. Regardless of moon visibility, wolf-type monsters remain in constant fear of the player who holds the Blue Moonstone. Additionally, if the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack a player wielding the Blue Moonstone." After reading the description, even an idiot could understand, let alone the protagonist. Simple enough, so I can become a nightmare even without the moon, right? As he said it, he began to absorb the stone's power. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the quest hall area. At that moment, a spatial gate suddenly appeared in the Great Hall, and Sanghyun's figure slowly stepped out of it. Waiting to greet him were countless scrutinizing eyes from the hunters who had been waiting. As soon as he appeared, the murmurs began. "Is that really Shin Sanghyun? Did he really solo a level 100 quest?" Someone asked, and another answered, "I think so. Kim Miso wouldn't lie about that." Inside the crowd, the female clerk couldn't hide her worried look. Then, as if sensing her anxiety, Miso stepped forward to reassure her. "Don't worry about that. Who in their right mind would send a level 17 into a level 100 quest? I'll stop them. You did great." Those words moved the young clerk to tears. Miso also reminded her, "Remember Shin Sanghyun's face from now on. He's going to be a regular customer." From the protagonist's perspective, seeing the clerk crying made him laugh. "Thinking back, I feel sorry for the staff. They must be under a lot of pressure." But before Sanghyun could overthink it, guild members rushed in to recruit him. "Shin Sanghyun, I'm Yoon Juhan, scout captain of the Guardian Corps. You seem like an amazing player. How about joining our guild?" "Don't join them. Our guild offers the best terms. Blah, blah." Voices rose everywhere. Yet before these people could keep advertising their guilds, Miso intervened. "Sorry, but Sanghyun has some matters to settle with us first, so please excuse us." Her words put the others in an awkward spot. "Wait, so does that mean Guild Eden has already recruited Sanghyun?" Miso didn't explain further. Instead, she glanced at Sanghyun and said suggestively, "Right. I guess, probably," Sanghyun replied dumbly. A flicker of unease rose in him. "That saved me from trouble, but what's her real plan?" he wondered. Time quickly passed, and the scene cut to the inside of a luxury car. After seeing the 500 million won credited to his account, Sanghyun smiled so wide his mouth wouldn't close. Seeing that, Miso smiled and said, "The quest reward was handled pretty fast, right?" Hearing that, Sanghyun pulled back his overjoyed look, scratched his head and said, "That's a speed I've never experienced before. Honestly, I'm pretty pleased to get that kind of money." Miso explained she had called A-rank representatives who expedited the reward process for him. Thanks for helping me with that. Sang-hyun said his thanks once more. Then, while he was still basking in the cash, Miso quietly said, "Driver." Up front, the driver, seemingly understanding what his lady intended, nodded. "Understood, miss." Miso switched to stealth mode. No sooner were the words spoken than the small rear window behind the protagonist suddenly closed, startling him. Realizing he was just a fish in a bowl. As expected, what's going on here? No good deed goes unpunished. He looked at Miso and waited for an explanation. And now Miso wasted no sweet talk and went straight to the point. "Haha, I'm not good at flattery. Player Shin Sang-hyun joined my guild Eden." Though he had suspected it, Sang-hyun was still flustered by her bluntness. "You're confident, straight to the point rather than beating around the bush, huh?" Miso replied with a squinting smile. "There's a reason we're called Eden. It means paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret it." Back in Sang-hyun's thoughts, faced with this offer, he began to hesitate. It'd be a lie to say I didn't see this coming. Before I was reborn, I was just a member of a normal guild. Back then, being part of something gave me a sense of security. It was a small guild made up of anonymous players with nowhere else to go. It was fun and comfortable, at least until that accident happened. And now that I'm leveling up so fast, no matter how good the facilities, having a big opportunity is essentially support. Still, it would feel restrictive. Right now, fighting alone helps me grow faster. Thinking that, Sang-hyun made up his mind and said, "I'm sorry, but..." Before he could finish, Miso seemed to read his intentions and interrupted. "Are you planning to start a one-man guild?" Hearing that, Sang-hyun looked utterly blank. Apparently, he'd never heard of a one-man guild before, but he played along and nodded as if it made sense. "Oh my, you grasp things fast." Not knowing his true thoughts, Miso shrugged and replied, "Well, I am the daughter of a big conglomerate chairman. Considering your potential, Sang-hyun, it wasn't hard to figure out. And the thing is, I'm the only one who knows this truth now," she said, looking at Sang-hyun with obvious interest. This left Sang-hyun at a loss for words, so he just smiled. He thought to himself, even though she already knew I'd set up a one-man guild, she still voiced her intention and showed interest, creating a relationship she could profit from later. Honestly, she's a skilled negotiator. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the player district, Building C near Jamsil Station. As planned, Sang-hyun was now in the process of renting a place in this area for safety. Standing before him, a clerk beamed with a squint after closing a deal. "As I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million won, and the rent is 5 million won per month," she said with the look of a wolf spotting a sheep. This made Sang-hyun itch a little and remark, "You say that price with a smile, makes it sound not so bad." His teasing made the girl laugh. "Haha, but you still got a good deal. This place usually has a long waiting list. Well then, I'll be off. Contact me if there's any problem." With that, she turned and left, and Sang-hyun waved after her. "Sure, take care." After saying that, he sighed. "I found a place as quickly as I hoped, made everyone on the waiting list scramble behind me. Is this also thanks to the goddess of luck? A short time, but so much has happened. The mysterious rebirth, the strange changes, all of it leaves me astonished. For many days, I've focused only on figuring things out. Even when that information didn't help me right now. I didn't know what to do next in this situation, but soon my mindset shifted, and I decided to act differently. Yet there's this feeling that I've forgotten something. Although I haven't done anything to change my circumstances, I can feel hot blood flowing through me now. This is youth. Youth and the future are held in these hands. I won't sit still. So this time I'll live a different life, happier and stronger than before. I swear I won't live like a coward anymore. Besides, opportunities for my growth keep appearing. This is my luck." Thinking of that, Sang-hyun recalled the memory of Archer Miso receiving a call from an important person. "Ah, yes. You're reporter Park Youngmin, right? What wind blew you here? Haha, you're quick to get the scoop." Sitting beside her, Sang-hyun's eyes widened at the name Park Youngmin. He wondered inwardly, Park Youngmin from Player News? He's an S-rank reporter. At the same time, inside the Player News building, Youngmin smiled and said, "That's right. I heard you, Miso, were with him in the quest area. Things here are in utter chaos because of the reports." Miso confirmed exactly what you heard. "Of all the players I've met recently, he really is." Before she could finish, Youngmin, sensing his nosy colleagues' stares, leaned in and whispered, "Sorry, can you speed it up? Everyone's staring daggers at me." Time quickly passed. Now Sang-hyun got out of the car and thanked Miso. "Thanks for the ride." Just as he was about to leave, Miso immediately stopped him. "Wait, Sang-hyun, hold on a sec. We're about to explore an unidentified gate. We're forming a free exploration party for up to 4 members below level 120. Don't worry, it's not a guild quest. if you're interested. Before she finished, Sang-hyun, smelling a quest like a dog to bone, shouted, I'm in. His eager, tail-wagging attitude left Miso at a loss for words. You refused the guild invite instantly, but you're wildly interested in this quest. Ignoring her teasing, Sang-hyun couldn't contain his excitement and thought to himself, finally, I get a chance to enter a gate dungeon. Simply put, a dungeon is fixed. When you enter, the entrances and exits are set, and traps and monsters follow predictable patterns. But a gate is ever-changing. While you handle things, entrances and exits shift in real time, and monsters sometimes change according to the gate's alterations. And as usual, higher risk means better rewards. It's an unwritten rule in the player's world. If it's an unidentified gate, there's a reward system that grants the first team to clear it a guaranteed high-tier item. Kim Miso may have been through this before and gotten a high-tier item. An item that can bypass the tough hide of her dark wolf can only be obtained from gates like these. Turning to Miso, she pulled out her phone and said, I'll contact you as soon as I have more details. We'll probably be in touch a lot from now on. Here, write your number down, please. With that, she handed her phone to the protagonist. What surprised Sang-hyun was a reminder on the phone screen. Friday, June 28, 10:30 p.m., meeting with Mr. Gregory. Miso quickly realized her mistake and snatched her phone back. I'm so sorry, I was careless. What's wrong with me? She let out a sigh, which made Sang-hyun fall into a pensive silence. She seems to have some untold secret. But honestly, which player doesn't have a secret? Even me, for example, have stories I can't tell anyone. If anyone knew I was reborn, who knows what would happen? Yet that'd be a huge mess. Thinking of this, the image of his constellation friend from his previous life popped into Sang-hyun's head. It made Sang-hyun feel a bit nostalgic. Right now, I don't know what my old friend is doing or where he is, but we spent so many years working together. Now it's really hard to find him. Cut to the Eden Guild's VIP room, where Miso was chatting with a tall man dressed in orange. Yet she kept staring intently at her phone screen. This made the man curious, and he asked, Haven't we been meaning to grab coffee for ages? Are you waiting for someone to call? Why are you glued to your phone like that? Miso replied with a light smile. It's Shin Sang-hyun, we're getting ready to explore a gate together. Oh, you're that close with him, the man teased. Miso panicked and protested, No, it's not like that. The conversation then drifted to Sang-hyun. The man asked, Isn't he the one who can keep combat focus longer than me? And he even coldly refused Kim Miso's offer. If it were me, I'd like him too. Across from him, Miso agreed and warned, You should really start worrying, Oppa. Huh, why me? The man asked, puzzled. Miso explained, His sword technique is top-notch like yours, maybe even better. Miso's high praise made the man burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you only say that because I teased you just now, right? He might be good, but comparing his strength to mine is a bit much. The man with a rugged, handsome face was Jo Jinho, level 700, an S-rank player of Eden. Time flew by, and morning came the next day. At that moment, Sang-hyun suddenly received a call from Archer Miso and hurriedly answered. Yes, is this Kim Miso? I'm listening. On the other end, Miso called to discuss the gate issue. Can you hear me? I'm calling about the gate. So soon? I can talk now, Sang-hyun asked in surprise. Miso didn't waste time and got straight to the point. An unidentified gate just appeared, 500 meters northwest of the outpost on Route 7. We've done a preliminary recon of the mid-area, so I'm sending you the info now. Hearing that, Sang-hyun's eyes lit up. He quickly checked the info Miso had just sent. Ah, yes, wait a moment while I check. Then his expression shifted slightly as he read the incoming details. On the phone it read, Mid-layer boss, second gate, dungeon hound, Cerberus classified as a wolf dog-type monster. Estimated level 100, traits, biting and multiple heads, details on the third gate, and a bunch of other info. With his experience, Sang-hyun could already imagine what this opponent would be like. He thought, what the heck? I just got the skill and this monster shows up so fast? Cerberus, this might actually meet that skill's requirements. Sang-hyun possessed the skill midpoint between day and night, with a special effect. Always active, no cooldown when the moon appears in a dungeon. HP and wound recovery speed increase 5-fold. Whether the moon appears or not, dog or wolf-type monsters become fearful of a player holding the blue moonstone. Additionally, if the moon appears, those dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Back in the conversation, Sang-hyun nodded happily and replied to Miso. Yeah, I just checked the info. Thanks for letting me know. His polite tone made Miso on the other end laugh. Sharing is what friends do. I'll contact you later. Nearby, a tall man seeing them chat cheerfully grew curious and buted in. What's with the loud conversation? Something going on. Embarrassed, Sang-hyun turned to explain. Ah, sorry, Captain. Before he could finish, the tall man waved him off. Hee, I was just teasing a bit. You're famous now, so I get it. And I'm not your captain anymore. Just call me Opa. This friend was Captain Yoon Dekyung, who once led Sanghyun into the orc dungeon known to rookies as the Wall of Tears. Back with Sanghyun, Yoon Dekyung's compliment made him a little embarrassed. He scratched his head. Come on, man, I'm not that famous. I still have a lot to work on. Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung smiled and guessed. Judging by how you're talking, I bet you haven't seen that call yet, huh? Huh, what call? Sanghyun asked curiously. Not letting him stay curious, Yoon Dekyung shoved his phone right up to his face. See for yourself. You're on the cover of Player Weekly now. If this isn't fame, what is? On Yoon Dekyung's screen, Sanghyun's photo was crystal clear. Player Weekly, the legendary rookie has appeared. Player Shin Sanghyun rises like a star. Reporter Park Youngmin, a new player, suddenly showed up in the area. And more details. Reading that, Sanghyun realized he hadn't noticed the article at all. His eyes widened and he yelled like his house was on fire. What the heck is this? Sanghyun's startled reaction made the captain burst out laughing. Haha, you should probably turn off your phone now. You're gonna get all kinds of calls. From Sanghyun's perspective, he thought to himself. It's not that I hate that paper, but don't they just post stuff like this without even asking the person involved? Sure enough, as if on cue, Sanghyun's phone began ringing nonstop. Yoon Dekyung seized the chance to tease. What's up? Don't tell me some distant cousin is calling. Sanghyun replied, I'm only thinking about close relatives. As he spoke, he quickly turned the phone off, shoved it back into his pocket, and sighed. More stuff to worry about. Before he could say more, Yoon Dekyung, having guessed his purpose, held out a bag. Right, you were talking about this, weren't you? Sanghyun, after looking into the bag, rejoiced. Yes, thank you so much. The captain folded his arms and said, Thank me. If others hear that, they'll think I just gave this away for free. By the way, this gear is old and covered in my fingerprints. Wouldn't it be better if you bought some new stuff? His tone was full of curiosity. Sanghyun, of course, couldn't tell Yoon Dekyung that he was taking the old gear home to absorb and boost his power. So he awkwardly explained, I guess I want to follow your fighting spirit, the way you handle things. The more he said it, the darker Yoon Dekyung's face became. Finally, the captain couldn't help but chide. Haha, stop talking nonsense. Sanghyun forced a sheepish smile. Fine, just think of it as me getting rid of bad luck or something, he said, shaking his head inwardly. How could that explain old gear having higher absorption rates? Just as Yoon Dekyung was about to ask more, a female voice interrupted from behind. Sorry I'm late. Parking here was a nightmare. Let's get this appraisal started right away. The voice belonged to a beautiful young woman. Seeing her, Sanghyun glanced at her and then asked Yoon Dekyung curiously, Huh, who's she? Yoon Dekyung answered, Oh, she's the appraiser who'll help us with the trade. I brought her so you wouldn't have to haggle, because we're acquaintances. Ha, he said, clapping a friendly hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Without wasting time, the appraiser began her work. A purple aura rose from her lips and spread over the pile of items. Soon after, she exhaled softly and nodded, telling the two, Done with the appraisal, you can trade at the prearranged price. Looks good. Then, perhaps feeling playful, Yoon Dekyung suddenly drew his sword and suggested, So, before we settle the final price, could you take a look at my swordsmanship? For this request, Sanghyun quickly raised his hand to refuse. No, man, I'm not qualified to judge that. Before he could finish, Yoon Dekyung bluntly admitted, Don't act humble. I'm not stupid enough to not notice that you're much better than me. And I'm not too proud to keep myself from learning. No, really, I mean it. Sanghyun tried to explain. Inside, he really hated this sort of fuss, but when Sanghyun saw Yoon Dekyung's darkened face, he thought refusing someone so sincere would be rude. So he accepted, Fine, don't mind me, just do what you always do. Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung brightened and took an attacking stance. Seeing that, Sanghyun didn't forget to warn the appraiser. Appraiser, you'll probably want to stand behind me. Oh, right, got it. She nodded and hurriedly stepped back to give the two room to spar. As soon as she backed to a safe distance, Yoon Dekyung shouted, Here I come, and lunged. He swung, the sword tearing the air. Gusts formed and spread in all directions. Even Sanghyun couldn't hide his surprise, thinking, Impressive. He's a lot stronger than the last dungeon run. Looks like he never stops training. However, he also noticed, There's a bit of a problem. The protagonist called out, Hey, slow down a bit. Huh, that fast? I've still got more. Yoon Dekyung said, surprised, but Sanghyun stepped in front of him and said, Is something wrong with your left arm? Sanghyun's remark made Yoon Dekyung a little embarrassed, and he admitted, How did you know? Sanghyun explained. When you swing your right, your left shoulder opens too wide like you've lost awareness there. If my guess is right. At this point, Captain Yoon Dekyung couldn't hide it any longer. You're right, I have a bit of an injury from bracing with my left shoulder. So it's noticeable, huh? Most of the injuries I get from training or dungeons are on this side. I know, but there's nothing I can do, he said, rubbing his left shoulder. But the next line from Sang-hyun surprised him. He said, "It can be fixed. This injury is much easier to handle than you think. Don't hide where you're hurt. Pick a sword style that's on the rise and turn it into a strength, from control to the timing of your steps. Changing everything won't be easy, but you'll improve a lot. Try gripping tighter, like clench your fingers a bit more," Sang-hyun said as he guided him hands-on. Yoon Dik-young clicked his tongue. "It's not easy, huh? Hey, Sang-hyun, that hurts, haha. Hang on a bit more," Sang-hyun urged. A few seconds later, Yoon Dik-young sighed in relief. "Hee, a bit awkward, but I really do feel better." Proudly, Sang-hyun grinned. "See, it'll keep getting better, now twist your hips this way." So the two began correcting each other's posture, unaware that the appraiser watching nearby had completely flushed. She wondered to herself, what are these two idiots doing? What am I even watching right now? Time flew by, and after trading the gear with Captain Yoon Dik-young, Sang-hyun happily drove his beat-up car home. He was even whistling happily. "Even though this deal cost me over 100 million won, it's still a sweet bargain. The returns will far outweigh what I put in." Although he seemed very satisfied after the sword practice, by the end the appraiser wore a very strange expression. Could she be tired? But whatever, who cares? I want to quickly consume these items to see how much I've improved. How can I wait until the next gate appears? Maybe I should call Kim Miso now. As he said that, Sang-hyun glanced at the bag of gear on the passenger seat, because in that momentary lapse of attention, he almost rammed into the two people in front of him. Fortunately, Sang-hyun braked in time, stuck his head out, and stammered, "Sorry. Are you okay? You were in my blind spot, so I..." Before he could finish, the thug-looking guy who'd been waiting there snapped, "You finally showed up. I'm sick of waiting for you. What are you waiting for? Get out of this crappy car now." He spoke as if giving orders, leaving Sang-hyun bewildered, not understanding why these debt collector types had come to see him. Seeing Sang-hyun's face, the skinny blonde jerk shrugged and mocked. "Haha, stupid people always react like this. Like, huh, what? I must have misheard." Next, as if to prove how unfriendly their meeting was, the fat guy used his skill, creating a blazing fireball right in front of his chest, and growled, "No more talk. Do you want to be burned along with this junk car, or do you want to get out here?" From Sang-hyun's viewpoint, he finally recognized the two before him, the guys he'd known in his past life. "Oh, I remember now. These are Choi Yoncheol and Choi Seong-ho from the Unopia gang. Especially Choi Yoncheol. He only picks on people weaker than him. Choi Seong-ho is his junior, the one who films videos for him on YouTube. Thanks to his extreme content, he'd gained a few loyal subscribers who always watched his videos. But after he crossed the line, he got a life sentence and was largely forgotten by most people. Let's see, in other words, both of them are human trash." Thinking that, Sang-hyun sighed. Unaware of his thoughts, Yoncheol and Seong-ho mocked him when they saw his expression. "Haha, look, Yoncheol, the kid won't move. Haha, why does this kid piss me off?" Sang-hyun could tell their levels at a glance. Choi Yoncheol, level 100, a B-rank player. His underling Seong-ho, level 75, a C-rank. Thinking about those two scumbags targeting him to film a video, Sang-hyun felt annoyed and said without bothering to elaborate, "I said I want to test my progress with the new artifacts. Why do these annoying brats always find me? They're not the kind of opponents I want to test myself on." Deciding he didn't want his car turned into scrap, he grabbed a weapon, stepped out, and said, "All right then, what now?" Across from him, the fat guy saw Sang-hyun wasn't an easy target, snapped his fingers to extinguish the flame in his hand, and said, "What do you think? Let me wait. Calm down, we're the security force of this multiplayer city. A lot of people have complained about you. They say some jerk drives a crappy car around here. In short, they're pissed about being associated with your piece of trash." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stomped directly on Sang-hyun's precious car, making Sang-hyun's face go dark. Yet Yoncheol didn't seem to notice and continued his taunts. "Is that so? Now do you get it? Unless you want your car to rot away, pack your stuff and get lost. Clear." At the same time, people all around who heard the commotion paid attention. Once they recognized the noisy pair as Yoncheol and Seong-ho, they started whispering, "What's going on? It's Yoncheol and Seong-ho. Those bastards are causing trouble again." At that, a guy with reddish-brown hair suddenly realized who Sang-hyun was. "Hey, I know that guy. Isn't he the one who showed up in Player magazine? He's the one who went to the quest area with Kim Miso. What's his name again? I think it's Shin Sang-hyun." Their shout was loud enough for Yoncheol to hear. He got a bit worried about Sang-hyun's identity and asked his underling, "Is he strong?" The underling glanced at his phone, rubbed his chin, and said, "I remember now. That kid went to the quest area with Kim Miso." Rumor says he soloed a level 100 quest. Hearing that, Thug Yoncheol clearly didn't believe it. Solo? He looks weak. Seongho sneered in reply. Haha, hey Yoncheol, Kim Miso was with him. Do you really think she'd let that rookie hog all the glory alone? Haha, I already have an idea for our next video title. Hearing that, Yoncheol guessed what the bastard beside him was thinking and laughed along. Haha, I can't believe you're this good at this. Then, unable to wait, Seongho immediately pulled out his phone, switched to recording, and warned. Teach the rookie that Kim Miso backs a lesson. Camera's rolling. Hearing that, the fat guy stepped forward and coldly told Sanghyun. Hey, Sanghyun, I'll give you a bit of mercy. Let's switch to training mode and have a one-on-one. If I win, you have to leave the player town immediately, and of course you'll be in our video. If you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal. From Sanghyun's perspective, he was furious that two thugs had come to wreck his car, so he accepted the challenge on the spot. Fine, if you put up 500 million and your wrist for this bet, we have a deal, but if you chicken out, get lost. Sanghyun growled, his eyes wild like a rabid dog. At that, a vein in the thug's neck bulged. He was about to hurl insults at the protagonist when suddenly a shout from a comrade behind him made him turn in annoyance. What, you idiot? Can't you see I'm busy? Ignoring his anger, Seongho's face went pale and sweat poured down. Look at this, the chat channel right now. On the chat channel, everyone typed in unison, 500 mil. It seemed they all agreed with the 500 million wager Sanghyun proposed. This made Thug Yoncheol curse under his breath. Meanwhile, Sanghyun kept his focus on him and taunted, You gonna take the bet, or you chickening out? Back to Yoncheol, he suddenly realized. Wait, if we do this, the video can't be monetized because it contains violence and adult content. Maybe I should take this chance to blow off some steam. Time passed quickly. Scene shifted to Building C Plaza in the player town. Now Sanghyun and the two, Yoncheol and Seongho, were present, drawing a crowd of onlookers. A black-haired girl in the group asked, What's happening? Is that really Shin Sanghyun? In response, the guy in the blue coat looked a bit worried for Sanghyun. They're just show-offs, always messing with rookies. By the way, do you live here? Before he could finish, the girl next to him cut in. I have a boyfriend already. Right then, an announcement rang out. Training mode has been activated. Players have received a protective shield effect. Training mode setup complete. Players, please commence combat training. At this point, Thug Yoncheol still didn't realize just how dangerous a person he'd provoked. So he kept yelling, Just like you said, 500 million and our wrists are on the line. And don't worry, I keep my promises. So don't be scared, just don't beg for mercy later if you want to run while you still can. Up front, Sanghyun said nothing, only exhaled a long breath as if forcing himself to stay calm. Meanwhile, arrogant Yoncheol kept jabbering. You hear me? Let's begin, I don't do play fighting. Before he could finish, Seongho's alarmed voice rang out. Hey, Yoncheol. Startled, Yoncheol snapped awake. He looked up and saw Sanghyun holding a sword, leaping straight at him from above. He stared at the thug with icy eyes and warned, I'm not joking either. Even if you beg, I won't spare you. Thus, their duel was broadcast live on YouTube, and unexpectedly, Miso happened to see it, leaving her dumbfounded. Miso couldn't help but be curious, wondering what on earth was happening to Sanghyun. But after studying the protagonist's opponent more closely, she recognized his identity. Wait, isn't that Choi Yoncheol from the Unopia Guild? He's a B-rank player, but famous because his uncle is the guild master. Why is he with Sanghyun? At that moment, a female voice suddenly called out. Hey, Miso, what's wrong? Why's your face all scrunched up? The short-haired lean woman, like a Black Panther, was Shin Terry, a level 700 Eden Guild player, rank S. She glanced at the TV screen and quickly pieced things together. That player, isn't that the one you were recruiting? Hearing that, Miso admitted. Yes, that's Sanghyun, but I don't get why he's appearing here. On her side, Terry, using her prowess, just needed a quick glance to smile and appraise Sanghyun. His movements are sharp. Back in the fight, Thug Yoncheol, seeing Sanghyun launch that sudden attack, couldn't help but mouth a curse. That bastard. He immediately jumped backward. If he hadn't, Sanghyun's blade would have sliced him in two. Furious, the thug quickly countered with a fireball. You're getting way too cocky. He hurled the colossal fireball straight at the protagonist. However, that still wasn't enough to trouble Sanghyun. He tightened his grip on the sword and swung it upward, slicing the giant fireball in two, which split and exploded far away. The blast it caused was no small thing, yet Sanghyun's dazzling move stunned everyone further. What's up with that guy? Seongho stammered in shock. Meanwhile, Sanghyun couldn't hide his joy and thought to himself. Finally, since the reset, now at last my body moves the way I want it to. Rewinding about 3 hours earlier, after completing the gear trade with Captain Yoon Dekyung, Sanghyun didn't forget to thank the appraiser. Thanks to you, the deal wrapped up so fast. Great job today. Hearing that, the woman in white hurriedly waved her hand. Oh, not at all. You two worked hard too. I benefited from it as well, she said with a faint blush, leaving Sang-hyun totally confused. Then Yoon Dekyung burst out laughing. Haha, on days like this, drinking is the best. You should come with us. We've got the money, so eat whatever you want. Salmon or beef. At that offer, Sang-hyun, though eager to go, could only awkwardly decline. Sorry, I have somewhere to be. You two go on without me. Immediately, the burly captain suddenly asked, Hey, what's that about, Sang-hyun? Have I bothered you too much? Sang-hyun hurried to explain. No, I'm really sorry. Hearing that, although he wanted Sang-hyun to join, Yoon Dekyung relented. Is that so? Well, can't blame you. Looks like it's just the two of us then, miss. Upon hearing that, the woman in white put a hand to her mouth and gasped. What am I doing? I forgot an important thing I had to do. I must go. Saying that, she hurried off, leaving the burly captain looking dumbfounded. Next, Sang-hyun moved to a secluded park to start sampling each item. He let out a long sigh, and the system announced, based on absorption rates, the base stat absorption is 10%. Previous artifact usage activated, increasing absorption rate to a final 90%. Hearing that, Sang-hyun's eyes widened, hardly able to believe it. He shouted, 90%. Beside him, the goddess of luck appeared. The goddess of luck believes all this joy you have comes from her favor. This time, Sang-hyun didn't try to claim the luck for himself. His face showed ravenous excitement as he said, Normally, I only get around 10% due to absorption limits. As expected, items used by an appraiser are on another level. Then suddenly remembering something, Sang-hyun turned to the goddess and asked, Oh right, there's something I want to ask, goddess. You're famous among the constellations, right? Have you heard of a constellation called Late Blooming Model Student of Success? The goddess bristled, pointed at Sang-hyun's nose and scolded. The goddess of luck is offended that you'd pay attention to another constellation. Sang-hyun quickly raised his hands to reassure her. I was just asking, no offense. It's just that that constellation means something to me. But I didn't expect the goddess to get so angry. I'm sorry, please forget I asked. Seeing the protagonist's sincere face, the goddess's anger subsided. The goddess of luck permits it. She forgives you out of her magnanimity. She will find that constellation for you. Receiving the goddess's consent, Sang-hyun was overjoyed and shouted, Really? Thank you, goddess. All right, then I can finally focus on this fully. Saying that, he began using his absorption ability to start feasting. His consciousness was thrown into the spirit world. The system announced, synchronizing with the 5 artifacts, the 5 greatest dishes of mankind. Before Sang-hyun lay all kinds of delectable foods, enough to make anyone drool. Just looking at them made Sang-hyun the same. A few seconds later, he snapped back to his senses, wiped the drool from his mouth, and thought, No matter how illusory the artifact is, I never thought a banquet could be this tempting. Man, I love this. With the artifact at over 90% absorption, once it's done, how strong will I be? Impossible to predict. Back in reality, a symbol of 2 crossed swords appeared above Sang-hyun's head, along with a system prompt. Title True Duel activated. Isolating player Choi Yeoncheol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. True Duel instinct activated. Across from him, Fat Yeoncheol trembled as his attack was cleanly sliced in 2 by Sang-hyun, his whole body shaking like it was having a seizure. The watching crowd took the chance to mock him. Haha, he's panicking. Is Yeoncheol out of gas? Then, like a volcano erupting, Yeoncheol screamed, You dog. With that, he wildly swung his arms forward, unleashing countless fireballs. This made Miso watch anxiously for him. Sang-hyun, watch out. Unlike her, Terry remained calm and reassured. Don't worry, he'll dodge them. Her voice was full of confidence, and she wasn't disappointed. Sang-hyun danced through the barrage, easily evading every attack and reminding the chubby opponent. You didn't forget the bet, did you? For 500 million, I'll take that arm. Saying that, he dashed forward. However, this was also exactly what Seong-ho wanted. He muttered, Yeah, go on, charge, got you now. Meanwhile, unnoticed by others, the guy quietly used some skill, and Sang-hyun's steps were suddenly bound by a shaft of white light. Seeing this, Fat Yeoncheol flashed a nasty and gave Sang-hyun the middle finger. I win, you idiot, he sneered with a sly smirk. Back at Sang-hyun's position, his entire body was locked tight by the frost magic circle beneath him. A system message appeared. Condition met. Player Shin Sang-hyun's skill forced freeze has been activated. Immediately after the message, sharp pillars of ice kept rising, imprisoning Sang-hyun inside. Meanwhile, T-Rai, watching this unfold on her screen, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, so he can use magic besides flame? That's pretty good. In response, Miso suddenly giggled with delight. Hee, sis, don't be too surprised. Sang-hyun can even use status remove. You underestimated my judgment. You'll see why I wanted to test him so much. Watch closely. As she spoke, she glanced back at the screen, but then her expression froze, because, from her viewpoint, the block of ice holding Sanghyun had a large hole in it, and Sanghyun himself was nowhere to be seen. Back in the battle, the fat guy Yeoncheol stared in bewilderment. What the hell? Where did that bastard go? He thought to himself. The skill definitely activated. Unless he had status remove, he couldn't have escaped. Is he really a newbie? But at that moment, Sanghyun's figure appeared above him. He tightened the greatsword in his hands and, without hesitation, plunged straight down. He kicked hard on the fat man's back, slamming his bulky body into the ground so forcefully the earth cracked into pieces. However, one thing displeased the protagonist. When the tip of his sword aimed at Yeoncheol, it couldn't reach the intended target. Everyone around went silent seeing that. The skinny Seong-ho stammered, speechless, while the chat exploded over Sanghyun's display of power. Oh my god, Shin Sanghyun, it looks like he used status remove. But more importantly, Shin Sanghyun seems different from before. Their words jolted Jeong-gu awake. He hurriedly looked over Sanghyun, felt the aura he was giving off, and thought, come to think of it, that bastard's presence is entirely different from before. What trick did he use? From his view, Sanghyun's pupils had turned completely black, looking like a demon. Back with S-rank hunter T-Rai, it seemed her sister Miso had the same question. The white-haired girl answered, it looks like some kind of awakening skill. Miso turned her eyes and asked curiously, an awakening skill? Shin Sanghyun? T-Rai nodded and clarified. Yeah, it seems like a branch of transcendence or illusion. Judging by those black pupils, it looks like illusion. As far as I know, using that skill causes severe exhaustion. Didn't he say he was confident he could beat them without taking hits? That's bold. She sighed at the protagonist's audacity. Meanwhile, Archer Miso could only smile excitedly. Ha ha ha, no, sis, it's not like that. He really is different, but he never uses that skill around me, and it's hard to trigger. At that, T-Rai shrugged and commented, then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to activate it around you, or he doesn't have it at all. Then suddenly, T-Rai's face grew pensive. She pondered for a second or two and murmured, there's another possibility. He found a way to obtain it in a short time. Back at the examiner's previous position. Now she stared at the report in her hand, murmuring, oh no, this is bad. The artifact Shin Sanghyun just bought. Does that item have to pass a latent ability test? From her view, the chance for a hidden skill to exist was 0.02%. The hidden skill itself was psychedelic. Looking at that rate, she shook her head and scoffed. A hidden skill with such a low chance? No way. If he got a skill at that probability, it's like being chosen by the god of luck. Psychedelic, hidden skill, high-tier awakening skill. 1 hour cooldown, skill level 1. When activated, fully restores health and enters an awakened state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental capabilities exceed limits, approaching a frenzied state. While awakened, decision-making and information processing become far faster than normal. When the illusion effect ends, the user falls into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes, suffering accumulated damage. Back to Sanghyun, his mind was like a junkie just coming down. All right, what about the bet? Or should I try again? Sanghyun's voice was full of excitement. Meanwhile, the fat guy Yeoncheol went pale with fear. He silently cursed, damn it, this bastard. I let my guard down because I thought he was a newbie, who knew he was at this level. I have to fight seriously. With that thought, he slammed his hand into the ground, releasing his mana and causing a small explosion that sent both of them flying backward. The fat man used that move to break free from the protagonist's hold. While jumping back, he calculated inwardly. First, I need to create distance. But wait, will that really work? Isn't this completely different from what that bastard Joe Seong-ho said? If I'd known he was this strong, I wouldn't have started the fight. Could those bastards? He muttered nonsense. As he thought, he glanced at his subordinate, who now, the skinny blonde, didn't even dare look at Yeoncheol. Before he could curse Seong-ho, Sanghyun lunged forward, grabbed his stuff and slammed him hard onto the tiled floor. The impact scattered dirt and debris everywhere. You dog, it's over. Final scene, Sanghyun said in a dangerous tone, while Yeoncheol only cried out, begging for his life. Wait. Okay, you win, all right? I'll transfer you 500 million right now. For Sanghyun, there was no way he'd spare the fat man so easily. Not yet satisfied, he said, fine, the bet's over. Now it's personal revenge. As he said that, the protagonist raised his fist. At that, the fat man blinked in confusion. What the hell? This lunatic? The more he ranted, the angrier Sanghyun became, and he started lecturing him. Revenge for what? I started here for a reason. Memories from about 3 days earlier surfaced in Sanghyun's mind at some car center. An attendant nodded and told Sanghyun, we've finished the repairs, but you may have to part with it soon. Hearing that, the protagonist's face turned innocent as he asked, what? I have to give it up? The attendant nodded and confirmed again, yes, it's too old. I know you're attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye. It's taken you everywhere all this time. I'm sure it's been happy too. Saying this, both the attendant and Sang-hyun couldn't hold back their emotions and had tears in their eyes, especially the protagonist. It seemed he began to hear the car's voice. Kia, yes, Sang-hyun. I was happy to take you everywhere all this time. You must live happily too. Just thinking about his beloved car being forced into early retirement in the worst way made Sang-hyun's anger flare up uncontrollably as he screamed like someone having a seizure. This is revenge for my beloved junk car, you bastard. Below, the fat man Yeoncheol was so terrified he began to cry. God damn it. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Then suddenly a constant sputtering sound rang out. Spectators covered their noses and looked ahead with contempt. What the hell is that? Someone shouted. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun halted his action because at that moment, Yeoncheol was so scared he had shit his pants. Worst of all, the scene was being streamed live, disgusting the viewing audience. Oh my God, is Yeoncheol for real? That's over the top, seriously. At this point, Yeoncheol was a wreck, trembling as he begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Around them, people continued to gossip. That smell is awful, right? He must have been so scared he shat himself. Taunting voices began to rise. Seong-ho, filming from the side, was also terrified he'd piss himself. Sweat poured down his face, eyes full of worry. Shit, what do I do now? Maybe I should quit this YouTube channel. I messed with someone I shouldn't have, he thought. As the skinny guy scrambled for a way to handle things, a man's voice called out. Seong-ho, you guys have caused enough of a commotion here. Recognizing the familiar voice, Seong-ho looked over and cried out. Manager! The man was Moon Baekhyun, administrator of the Gangdong area for the Utopia Guild. At his words, Seong-ho hurriedly bowed in apology. However, Baekhyun paid little attention to the apology. Instead, he glanced at Sang-hyun and silently evaluated him in his head. Anyway, this situation is interesting. I heard he just awakened, yet he can beat Choi Yeoncheol, a veteran pseudo-awakened. Let's see what kind of person he really is. With that in mind, Baekhyun stepped forward to greet him. Ah, you're Shin Sang-hyun, right? I'm here regarding cleanup and compensation for what you've suffered. Do you have time to talk with me for a moment? Across from him, Sang-hyun slightly narrowed his eyes and asked back. Please state your name and guild if you don't mind. His tone direct. For some reason, Baekhyun felt a bit unsettled internally. What kind of arrogant attitude is this? No, not arrogance, calm like a player who's been through hell and back. His skills and aura far exceed those of his peers. Understanding that, Baekhyun bowed and began to introduce himself. I'm Moon Baekhyun, Gangdong administrator of the Utopia Guild. Apologies for the late introduction. He thought to himself. My guild must recruit him at all costs. Spending some resources is fine if it shows goodwill and builds a relationship. Next, to carry out his plan, Baekhyun took responsibility aloud. Utopia will cover all your compensation for losses. On the other side, upon hearing this, Sang-hyun immediately pulled out his phone, handed him his account number, and demanded. What? Really? Then it's simple. Transfer me 20 billion won, please. Here's my account. I think this amount is reasonable, not to mention the mental damage and other losses from what happened. At that figure, Baekhyun's face went slack. It was a sum that shook him. 20 billion. No chance for a discount. Or should I leave that shit-stained guy to you to do whatever you want? Time passed quickly, cutting to the protagonist's house. From outside the door, someone kept calling. Sang-hyun, has Baekhyun's guild taken care of your compensation? Hearing that, Sang-hyun complained, shouting, For heaven's sake, are you going to stay here forever? Haven't you reached Kim Miso yet? Baekhyun pressed on. Are you definitely not affiliated with the Eden Guild? Sang-hyun opened the door, stepped into the room, and said with a bored tone, No, not at all. Please, you guys, just leave me alone. As he spoke, just as Sang-hyun tried to close the door, a swarm of reporters shoved their heads inside. They pointed microphones at him and fired questions like a machine gun. Sang-hyun, the public has a right to know about your affairs. Please tell us. That's right. Wait, why am I being dragged into this? Stop dodging and answer our question directly. Are you dating Kim Miso? Faced with the barrage of questions, Sang-hyun felt more exhausted than when he'd raided a dungeon. He sighed heavily. Right, the public supposedly has a right to know someone else's love life. After saying that, he ignored the reporters and slammed the door shut, then went back to his room thinking, Am I not tired enough yet? Dadding in my situation. All right then, it's time to get ready. As he spoke, Sang-hyun looked over the outfits he'd prepared in advance, because today was the day of the raid that Archer Kim Miso had asked him to join earlier. I can't believe the gate raid Kim Miso proposed is actually happening. It's been chaotic all week. I need to prepare for this event. I hope the outcome goes the way I want. Unexpectedly, the items I ordered have already arrived. That was fast. Not to mention, I leveled up after that last boss. Slice skill ranked up, and the dominating impact title effect lasts about 2.6 seconds now. Stack previous effects and it breaks 5 seconds. Depending on the opponent, that'll give me plenty of advantages. And that's not all. Let's check the other results and see. Then Sang-hyun gleefully swiped the system screen, checking his remaining skills. Superior swordsmanship skill. Basic passive skill. Skill level 1 in swordsmanship, improves use of daggers and one-handed longswords. Full acceleration, a movement skill at level 1. Description: gather enormous power, then dash forward to strike immediately. The longer you charge, the greater the damage and distance, but you cannot move while charging. Looking at how both skills work, Sang-hyun was reasonably satisfied. He murmured, "With these skills I can definitely conquer the gate. A perfect secondary weapon and mobility combo. In previous battles, I exposed a lot of weaknesses. I can't repeat past mistakes. When I faced the wolf leader, I had to gamble because my attack style was limited, and only the sacrifice skill effect let me barely win. The fight with Choi Yoncheol was the same. He trapped me easily because I lacked mobility skills. In other words, if my opponent had been even a bit stronger, I would have been done for. Right now, I must keep my mind sharp. At this pace, I need to train harder. Otherwise, I'll just repeat past failures like the 2040 disaster. This time, I have to make sure the future changes. No losing everything like before. This time, yes, in this life, I must become stronger. I have to be as strong as that person," Sang-hyun promised himself. In his mind, the image of the knight who saved him as a child began to appear. Then suddenly his phone rang, pulling Sang-hyun out of his wandering thoughts. He reached for the phone and answered, "Hello." On the other end came the voice of a young man. "Hello, Mr. Sang-hyun, I'm reporter Park Youngmin. I'm calling about the interview I mentioned for today. I wanted to confirm you're still free." Hearing the reminder, Sang-hyun's face looked like someone with lifelong constipation. But the protagonist reacted quickly and blurted out, "Of course, it's still early, right?" Youngmin nodded and replied, "Exactly. Then let's meet at the cafe I sent you earlier." Sang-hyun had completely forgotten about the interview. "Damn it, I totally forgot. The gate raid is at 7:00 p.m., the interview at 2:00, right? But now it's..." As he spoke, Sang-hyun glanced at the time on his phone and could only give a crooked smile. Time passed quickly. The scene cut to the hallway outside Sang-hyun's apartment. The reporters had even set up blankets, sitting and waiting for him to step outside for the interview. When he finally appeared, the group cheered with delight. "Sang-hyun's here. Over here. Tell us about your relationship with Kim Miso." At that, their voices faltered when they saw Sang-hyun fully armed. Worse, the cold aura he gave off made their hair stand on end. Sang-hyun shouted, "Everyone, clear out right now." He was activating every buff he had to dash to the interview as fast as possible. Cut to reporter Youngmin's position. While waiting for Sang-hyun, he suddenly heard the employee's shriek, which caught his attention and made him look over. When he realized it was Sang-hyun, he waved and called, "Sang-hyun, over here. I've ordered coffee, just sit down." Saying that, the reporter hesitated a bit, sensing the aura Sang-hyun emitted. "Hey, you look tense. Are you okay?" Sang-hyun was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He said, It's nothing." Youngmin asked, "Did you just come out of a dungeon?" Sang-hyun scratched his head and answered awkwardly, No, not really, haha," he thought to himself. Running here was more tiring than a dungeon run. After Sang-hyun sat down, he apologized. "Sorry I'm late." Youngmin waved it off. "It's fine." Next, the reporter smiled, narrowed his eyes, and got to the point. "I was originally going to interview you about your recent quest, but there's something bigger, Sang-hyun. This thing, have you heard? It's causing a storm across the player community globally. People used to focus on player level as the measure of strength, but you're the exception. Being low-level yet powerful, people have started calling you the legendary rookie." Those words made our protagonist blush and chuckle. "Come on, I'm not that much." Hearing that, Youngmin added, "By the way, you know not just players but several guilds are after you, right?" From Sang-hyun's perspective, he had to admit, "Lately I've been getting more friendly calls than usual." He then laughed. "Haha, are you talking about the Hot Utopia Guild rumors, or other guilds?" To Sang-hyun's question, Youngmin replied with news that left him dumbfounded. "No, I'm talking about foreign guilds too. Just this morning, you probably haven't heard, 5 foreign guilds submitted requests this morning to the Korean Players Association, asking for information about you. Foreign guilds usually recruit high-level pseudo-awakened players, but they've never shown this much interest in a newbie like you. Anyway, from now on be careful. Lots of people want to know who you are." Time flew until evening. After finishing the interview with Youngmin, Sang-hyun began moving toward the meeting point for the dungeon raid. As he walked, he thought, damn, I was planning to form my own guild and conquer things solo. But foreign guilds? That actually sounds tempting. Their level is on another tier and they have tons of resources. Thinking back how badly was I treated before, man, it still hurts to remember. Sang-hyun sighed. Before he could dwell further, Archer Miso's call snapped him out. Hey, Sang-hyun, long time no see over here this way. We still have a bit of time before the gate raid starts. You two should get to know each other, she said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun looked surprised as he turned toward the woman ahead, T-Rai. He didn't know who she was and quietly wondered, who is that? On this side, seeing the curious look on his face, Miso explained, my sister's been insisting on meeting you, Sang-hyun, so I brought her here before you enter the gate. Hope that's not a bother. Here she is, my sister Shin T-Rai. She's a member of Eden, just like me. If you want to hang out later, there's a cafe nearby. Behind them, S-rank hunter T-Rai stood silent, watching the protagonist. Then she stepped forward and extended her hand to greet. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin T-Rai. Seeing that, Sang-hyun quickly offered his hand and introduced himself. Ah, my name is Shin Sang-hyun. Nice to meet you. After saying that, Sang-hyun actually felt a bit pressured. Even without Miso's intro, who in Korea wouldn't know Shin T-Rai? Her fame extended beyond Korea. Basically, she's one of Eden's leaders. Her mere presence can shift guild rankings. Since my reset, I've met a lot of high-ranked people. In my past life, oh man, that was rough. Thinking that, Sang-hyun sighed gloomily. Then T-Rai suddenly spoke. Hey, Sang-hyun, may I ask a favor? The request left Sang-hyun a bit dumbfounded. Huh, a favor? Out of nowhere, wait, this is Shin T-Rai, why would she need me for something? He wondered, but nodded. Ah, sure, if it's something I can do. Before he could finish, the hunter murmured, it's nothing big. Could you spar with me quickly? Is that okay? At that, Archer Miso sighed. Sis, really? We just met. T-Rai shrugged and retorted. What do you mean? I already mentioned it on the way. As she spoke, she pictured the moment she expressed her desire to test the protagonist's strength. But that might have been just her imagination. Miso didn't recall T-Rai ever saying that. Then the archer got flustered, pushed her sister aside, and told Sang-hyun, haha, sorry Sang-hyun, she's just joking around. Hearing that with his bold streak, Sang-hyun agreed. Hey, no problem, how about we do it right here? Saying that, unable to wait, Sang-hyun even reached for his sword. This made Miso a bit uneasy and she tried to stop him. But Sang-hyun shook his head and explained, it's not every day a top Korean player spars with me. Honestly, it's an honor. Hearing him, T-Rai seemed to view Sang-hyun differently. Looks like you know how to size people up. Sorry for the rough approach. So let's do just 5 moves. When you're ready, let me know. As she spoke, she drew her weapon. This put some pressure on Sang-hyun. Sweat poured down his face. Inwardly, he thought, I hardly stand a chance of winning, but this is an opportunity. It's a chance to see how far I've come and what I'm missing. The moment she drew her weapon, her aura changed completely from before. This was no joke. I'm going all out from the start. Saying that, Sang-hyun activated his illusion skill and went all in. Meanwhile, Miso was thrown into chaos, unable to follow. What the? I can't keep up at all. Ignoring her bewildered face, T-Rai nodded and said, all right then, I'll go with the first move. No sooner had she spoken than her figure twisted, like a spinning vortex. Seeing that, Sang-hyun's face went dazed. He berated himself inwardly. Damn it, so stupid. With my current physical level, I forgot. By the time I see it and react, it's too late. Thinking that, he swung his sword back with all his might and managed to block T-Rai's twin-blade strike. The clash was so strong it released a shockwave outward. Sang-hyun reminded himself, I have to predict and react ahead of her moves. On the other side, T-Rai couldn't hide her surprise when Sang-hyun parried her sudden blow. Then Sang-hyun swung hard, sending T-Rai's body flying into the air. At that moment, she didn't spare praise. Your moves are pretty decent. So for the next move, should I step it up? You have 4 moves left. Saying that, T-Rai flashed and moved faster than a streak of light. Her silhouette kept shifting, which made Sang-hyun gulp in terror. No kidding, her moves are monstrous, and she's even faster now. At times like this, it's as if all visual ability gets blocked. I have to read her entirely by sensing. Of course, this makes things dozens of times harder. From Miso's point of view, she saw Sang-hyun suddenly close his eyes and was stunned. He closed his eyes in this situation. Even for Shin Sang-hyun, that's reckless. Unaware of Miso's thoughts, Sang-hyun put himself into the most focused state, sensing every movement in the space. Right then, T-Rai's attack came right up to Sang-hyun's face. But the protagonist sensed it and leaned aside in time to dodge. This surprised T-Rai again. Your concentration is truly impressive. I didn't expect you to block the follow-up. Most swordsmen can't reach that level of focus. That's not just talent, it's mainly down to experience. You fight like a veteran player. She said that while jumping back to keep distance. Sang-hyun awkwardly replied, You're flattering me. T-Rai continued, All right, 3 moves left. But before she could attack again, Sang-hyun interjected, Can I ask something before we continue? Instead of 3 moves, could you go all out in a single burst? Is that possible? To Sang-hyun's request, T-Rai looked a bit puzzled and asked back, What did you say? Sang-hyun answered with firm voice, I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't want to waste this opportunity. Please, just once, give it everything you've got. After saying that, Sang-hyun felt a pang of worry. I put it out there. If I can't make her fully committed, I won't be able to grow from here. On the other side, Archer Miso wanted to stop her sister, but her sister agreed right away, which drove Miso up the wall. T-Rai said, Fine, but I can't go 100% serious because we haven't even activated training mode. I can only show you a simple max speed dash. Skills are too hard to control properly. I can't use them on someone else. Sang-hyun nodded, satisfied. That's more than enough, he thought to himself. If it's Shin T-Rai's max speed dash, just having her take me seriously like this is already a win. I'll treat this as real combat. If I fail, I'm toast. Across from him, T-Rai readied her starting stance. All right, here I come. With that, her body lunged forward at wind-dripping speed. Seeing that, Sang-hyun hurriedly raised his sword high, silently telling himself, I don't even have time to feel her. I have to go all out. Instead of swinging before she arrives, I must move as if I'm already there. Sang-hyun wildly slashed forward with his sword, since neither his sensing nor his eyesight could keep up with T-Rai's form. At that moment, whether by luck or not, Sang-hyun's blade nearly grazed the hunter's face, making her eyes snap wide in a heartbeat. With no other option, she activated her afterimage skill and spun behind Sang-hyun to dodge. Seeing that, Sang-hyun quickly turned to look back, and by coincidence his face struck the pommel. A painfully loud sound echoed. Seeing this, both girls worriedly asked, Are you okay? Sang-hyun, of course, was in agony, but he forced a bold reply. I'm fine. Inside, he grumbled, You said you wouldn't use skills. Sitting dazed on the ground, Sang-hyun clutched his forehead in misery. My head, did my forehead crack? Suddenly a hand was thrust toward Sang-hyun, making him blink in surprise. When he looked up, he saw T-Rai anxiously babbling apologies. Sorry, I said I wouldn't use a skill, but it fired off reflexively. Are you okay? Sang-hyun didn't hesitate to grab her extended hand. He slowly rose and answered T-Rai, I'm fine. Honestly, being taken seriously by you is an honor. She grinned mischievously. It's an honor for me too. And next time, I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly. Saying this, she looked directly at Sang-hyun with her lips curved prettily. He laughed loudly in reply. I'd love that. T-Rai, surprised, said, Really? Then we'll sometime. As they chatted happily and shook hands, Miso watched them closely. She quickly moved over, gently separated their hands, smiling as she reminded them, Sis, the gate raid time is coming up. At Miso's reminder, the hunter remembered. Miso's anger didn't seem quenched. She snapped through her teeth. Also, we definitely have to file a report to the guild about today. Do you know how reckless you were? Facing this mood, T-Rai couldn't help but sigh. I'm sorry. With that, the hunter waved goodbye to Miso and Sang-hyun. All right, Miso, good luck in the raid and message me when you're done. She replied nonchalantly, Stay safe, sis. He kept his eyes on T-Rai's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh, disappointment welling up. Anyway, this is my first failure since the reset. If Shin T-Rai had been serious from the start, I wouldn't last a single strike. This encounter was unexpected, but I've found a new mountain to climb. After she'd gone a short distance, T-Rai glanced back. On her lips now was a mysterious smile, and Sang-hyun noticed it. It seemed he could read her intent. Sang-hyun's mouth curled slightly. Could she be saying, go on, try to beat me? A while later at gate 727 of Chunwi Station, a small group had gathered. Miso beamed and clapped. All right, let's start with introductions. These are the people who will be joining us. She finished as Taeseok and Juhi greeted them. Sang-hyun replied enthusiastically. I'm Shin Sang-hyun. It's an honor to team up with such skilled people. Taeseok politely said. Oh, not at all. I just read an article about you, Sang-hyun. Really impressive. I'm Park Taeseok, a mage-type player specializing in the skill Incinerate. He's currently level 120, rank A. Hearing the mage's skill, Sang-hyun was curious. Incinerate. That's a fire-type skill, right? Taeseok cheerfully answered. Exactly like what Choi Youngchul used in that recent incident. But Taeseok's voice suddenly dropped. He raised both arms and conjured a huge blue flame. I've poured most of my playtime into fire skills, so my firepower is definitely stronger than his. Everyone was shocked at the aura of the flame. After a few seconds of display, Taeseok quickly extinguished the flame. But I'm only at blue flame level. There's still a long way to go. Sang-hyun smiled softly. No, you look very reliable, he thought privately. It's wise, focus on one thing until the skill stabilizes. That's also why I had an easy time against Choi Youngchul. Instead of specializing, he spread himself across many types, so overall he was weaker. Basically a player who knows a bit of everything but isn't good at any one thing. Suddenly Miso cut into his thoughts and introduced the blue-haired girl beside Taeseok. And over there is Kang Juhee, a spatial ability user. She's a mage-type player who mainly uses the skill spatial link. Juhee shyly added. Yes, that's right, as Miso said. Since Taeseok used his skill, I'll show you mine too. With that, she began to activate her magic. Miso hurriedly protested. Juhee, wait. But her efforts were like water in the sea. Juhee's skill activated, and a whirlwind rose, blowing everything away, making Sang-hyun sigh in exasperation. Unable to hold back, Miso shouted, Juhee, how many times have I told you not to do that? Flustered, Juhee apologized, while Sang-hyun only paid attention to the roaring wind. What the heck is this wind? Didn't she say she's a spatial player? The wind grew stronger, and once it stabilized, a mirror-like circle appeared before Sang-hyun, reflecting the image of a city inside, which astonished him. Juhee then said shyly, well, this is my ability. Please support me, everyone. She bowed deeply. Faced with her enthusiasm, Sang-hyun felt embarrassed. No, I'm the one who should say that. He couldn't help but think, that's Kim Miso. She assembled a perfectly balanced team. I'll handle close combat. Kim Miso covers long range. Park Taeseok fills in the missing firepower. And Kang Juhee creates tactical variations. Aside from lacking a healer, this is practically a perfect team. But the most important thing is, we coordinate incredibly well. It's obvious they've trained together more than once. Stuff like that is often more useful for survival than any strategy. I used to be like that too. Seeing Miso's group, Sang-hyun remembered his former teammates. A small smile involuntarily tugged at his mouth. Suddenly Miso had appeared in front of him. She asked with concern, Sang-hyun, are you okay? Did you get hurt from that thing with T-Rai earlier? Her question made him freeze for a moment, but quickly our hunter friend cheerfully replied, I'm fine, just a bit distracted. He mentally scolded himself. Stop thinking useless thoughts. Think less about the past, focus on the present. Seconds later, Sang-hyun faced the gate and asked everyone, shall we go? When they stepped through the unidentified gate, a frozen hell awaited the group. Despite the heavy snowfall, the four of them strolled onward together. Suddenly, Sang-hyun called from behind, oh, and thanks a lot, Taeseok. The mage looked a bit puzzled at the remark. Sang-hyun smiled and exclaimed, if you hadn't buffed us, we'd have frozen to death ages ago. Right now, the group was wrapped in the blessing of flame skill, which boosted cold resistance. Miso at the rear agreed. Seriously, the last expedition wasn't this cold. By the way, Sang-hyun, do you have any weapons besides that greatsword? Why didn't you use it last time? Sang-hyun glanced over and answered, for this raid I thought we'd need more flexible tactics, so I brought this. He tapped his sword and she went, oh, so you actually know how to use various weapons. Miso's comment made him a little embarrassed. He looked away. Actually, I planned ahead. Still, Sang-hyun felt a bit lazy. Now I'm so lazy I won't even make excuses. This is the only side effect of the reset. From behind, Miso called the mage. Oh, Juhee. She turned quickly at her name. Yes, sis. Suddenly, right behind Sang-hyun and Miso, a savage demon appeared. The archer urgently ordered, execute Plan C. Upon receiving the command, Juhee rushed into action. Yes. Her hands began to gather mana. The demon eyed its prey like a starving tiger, opened its maw wide, and leapt toward the group. It slammed its weapon down, sending snow flying in all directions. Miso and Sang-hyun nimbly evaded, and found themselves directly above the demon. The archer shouted, give the orders, Sang-hyun. He had no choice but to follow. All right then, provide fire support. Pumped up, Sang-hyun's mouth curved into a confident grin as he charged toward the demon. The demon quickly noticed his movement and spun its head to look. Catching that he had been spotted, Sang-hyun flinched for a moment, but he wasn't alone. Miso was providing support right behind him, and the demon howled as it turned. The archer drew her bow, pulled the arrow taut, and called out loudly, Taeseok. Hearing his name, he quickly formed a blue fireball. Got it. The moment Miso's sharp arrow was loosed, the fireball enveloped it, and they sped toward the demon together. Sang-hyun simultaneously charged forward with his sword, and with that combo, the demon went completely stunned. It couldn't do anything but stand there and take the hit. When the arrow lodged in its head, the demon screamed in pain, and Sang-hyun from behind quickly swung his blade. With a single smooth slash, he cleaved its body into pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The hunter friend called out urgently, Kang Juhee. She heard and knew it was her turn. Yes, I understand. and the mage activated a magic circle. The demon, repeatedly struck and unable to resist, now seemed to glimpse a victory it might snatch. In an instant, the demon spun and reached out a claw to grab Sanghyun. Its hand slammed into the snow with a heavy impact, but what it caught was only white snow and rock. The man had vanished, leaving only a greatsword driven into the ground. It mistakenly thought it had scored a prize, a satisfied grin spreading across its face. Its joy was short-lived. Sanghyun appeared right behind it, hand on the sword's pommel. "So, thought you got me, did you?" Hearing his voice, it froze and its eyes widened. The demon glanced back in confusion. When had the hunter gotten beside it? Behind them, Tisiok had readied a fireball and reminded the mage. "Juhi, get your skill ready," she promptly replied. "Understood." Threatened, the demon activated its berserker skill and let out a few powerful roars. On this side, Sanghyun only grew more energized, grinning widely. As he closed in, he delivered a head strike with his sword, cleaving the demon's body in two. Juhi and Tisiok below looked up, bewildered. They couldn't make sense of what had just happened. After that killing blow, Sanghyun landed lightly and remarked, "That took a bit of effort." Someone couldn't hold back and asked, "What was that just now?" Sanghyun glanced up at the question. Tisiok stood stunned, awkwardly explaining, "Our original plan didn't include it dropping after a single hit like that." Juhi nodded enthusiastically in agreement, and Sanghyun replied sheepishly, "Ah, I see, sorry about that." Miso stepped forward from behind and objected. No, you don't need to apologize, didn't I tell you lot? At first I had the same reaction, might have even overdone it. Sanghyun hasn't even shown everything yet, has he? Miso suddenly turned the attention to him, making the hunter flustered. He gave an awkward smile, but thought, "She talks as if she's pushing me to show off more. Why's she forcing me like that?" Well, never mind." He glanced to the side. "For a first-time team-up, we gel strangely well. Are these experienced players after all? Feels promising." After chatting a while, Sanghyun slung his sword over his shoulder and said to Miso's group, "All right then, shall we start wave 2 then?" After a while they set off, and everywhere the group passed left demons lying dead. Tisiok couldn't contain his excitement and shouted gleefully, "Seriously, you're amazing. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Being trusted like that made Sanghyun grateful. Miso giggled from behind. "If you're embarrassed, at least try to hold it in, Sanghyun. Tisiok hasn't even used his trump card yet. Because of you, he's relaxed, so of course he's thrilled." Hearing that, Sanghyun's expression soured further. He thought to himself, mages tend to use support charms if they don't have a reliable swordsman. But that name just put so much pressure on me. Thinking of Tisiok's beaming face made him shiver more and more. Miso suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, Sanghyun, what was that skill earlier?" The hunter friend was busy chatting with the mage and missed most of her words. Sanghyun blinked and turned. Seeing the scene, Miso could only smile wryly. "Really, I should be used to it by now, but you keep surprising me." Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from inside the forest, blood spraying higher than the pine trees. Sanghyun's group continued hunting demons. Suddenly, Miso's eyes widened. She seemed to have noticed something. From afar, a pack of demons came charging madly, growling continuously. Miso warned in alarm, "Armored Orge incoming." At the news, Tisiok fretted. "What do we do? This is the worst timing." The archer agreed fervently. "Right, we have to focus all fire on it. First, keep your distance." Before Miso finished, someone called out, "Kang Juhi, can you open a teleport gate to bring them right in front of me?" At Sanghyun's wildly risky request, everyone gasped. Miso shouted angrily, "Sanghyun, that's a monster with crazy defense." But she was cut off by Sanghyun's actions. He's trying to do something. In times like this, trusting him once won't hurt." Thinking that, Miso quickly called over to the mage. "Juhi, do what Sanghyun says." Juhi agreed. "Gates open." The moment the portal appeared, an armored Orge stood before Sanghyun. He planted his foot and launched himself toward the spatial gate. This was his full-charge movement skill. The teleportation's extreme speed whipped up a tremendous gust behind him. Through the spatial gate, the armored Orge waited for Sanghyun and was utterly surprised to see him. Sanghyun decisively struck with a powerful slash, cleaving the Orge in two before it even registered what was happening. Miso and Tisiok stood there shocked, mouths forming perfect O's. The mage seemed unable to believe his eyes, watching Sanghyun's confident posture and thinking, "Is this for real?" After landing, their group moved on. Miso walked beside the hunter chatting. "That's a movement skill, but I've never seen one hit that hard." Sanghyun explained slowly, "I only used it because I trust you all." Suddenly, Juhi panicked and signaled, "Everyone be quiet," which left everyone puzzled. The mage summoned the group to see what had prompted her. "Looks like we've arrived." Down below the cliff lay a sleeping monster, draped in a coat of blue fur. Juhi wondered, is it sleeping? This was a mid-tier boss, the hellhound of this frost-bound prison. Tisyok glanced at the hellhound with a hint of excitement. Good, let's make a plan. The mage beside him analyzed. We have little support gear, maybe I'll open a few more gates. Or I could just throw fire at it right from the start. Sang-hyun had said nothing during the discussion. He just sat there grinning with excitement. Finally, you show up, my punching bag. Sang-hyun quickly activated the intersection of day and night, a special effect with no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, HP and wound recovery rates increase by 5%. Whether the moon appears or not, dog or wolf-type monsters will fear a player carrying the Azure Moonstone. And if the moon is present, those canine monsters will never attack the player holding the Azure Moonstone. He then looked at the hellhound and laughed heartily. Miso turned to the others and proposed, "Then let's execute Plan F." Suddenly seeing Sang-hyun stand without a word, she worriedly asked, "Sang-hyun, what are you planning to do?" He didn't answer, but instead gave a mocking smile that left Miso and the others briefly stunned. The archer couldn't believe her eyes. That look of Sang-hyun's again. Should I trust him? No, whatever I think. Then Tisyok piped up. Sang-hyun, you have a plan. Sang-hyun drew his sword as he answered, I think you all just stand back and watch. His words left them speechless. Miso absolutely didn't want this. She urged loudly, Sang-hyun, fine, but at least explain to us first. Her plea met only ominous silence. The hunter cast a cold look backward, knowing well. There isn't time to explain everything and the tactics. To trigger the special effect intersection of day and night, the moon must be clearly visible. Even partial cloud cover is said to have the effect. Sorry, team, but... Sang-hyun said no more and charged straight in. Miso, behind, cried his name in alarm. Their commotion was loud enough to wake the hellhound, and when it opened its eyes, it found him standing directly before it. For this hunter, begging forgiveness was faster than asking permission, so he dashed forward without hesitation. When the hellhound noticed him, Sang-hyun simply smiled cheerfully and said, "Hello. Well, up close you aren't exactly cute." The moment it sensed the danger from him, it sprang up, body on high alert. Miso awkwardly called for action from behind. "Get ready to support him." Tisyok agreed, but Jui hesitated. "Wait, hold on. That thing seems odd, right? The hellhound isn't reacting at all." At her words, Miso and the mage hurriedly looked down. The archer was surprised. "You're right," she wondered inwardly. "Is it probing? No, last time it went berserk when I encountered it." On the other side, the hellhound growled at Sang-hyun and finally stirred a little. Tisyok saw it move and gasped, "It's moving." Jui hurriedly said, "Maybe I misread it, let's help him." But before the mage finished, Miso noticed something. No, that stance isn't an attack. It's more like a submissive posture. Just as she suspected, the hellhound obediently knelt before Sang-hyun. Then the system announced, "The hellhound of the frostbound prison regards you as a higher-ranked being and has entered a state of complete submission." This left Sang-hyun quite astonished. His gaze grew cold. "What the, you're cuter than I thought, huh? I'll finish this quickly." A short while later, it didn't take much effort for the hunter to defeat the mid-tier boss hellhound of the frostbound prison. Standing before its body as it faded into nothingness, Sang-hyun sighed softly. "Killing something that obeys you like this is kind of sad, but if we didn't do it, we couldn't carry out the plan." The system chimed again. "You have received the C-rank title Split." A system panel appeared beside Sang-hyun detailing Split. Title rank C can designate one skill and have its cooldown. Seeing this, the hunter slowly clicked. This will pair nicely with Recovery. Recovery can instantly remove all abnormal status effects. At that moment, the three others in the group hurried over to him. From afar, Miso called, "Sang-hyun, wait." He turned back curiously and asked, "What's up?" No sooner had he spoken than a spherical object appeared behind Sang-hyun, its blue light illuminating a wide area. He spun around in a panic at the sight, heart racing. "Oh no, wait, didn't we forget to discuss loot distribution? I've been solo too long, I've made a huge mistake. She probably wants to take that, right?" While Sang-hyun was in full-blown fear, Miso spoke to him in a low voice, which only made him more uneasy. "It won't be like that, right?" Contrary to his worries, the archer said gently, "You handled the hellhound yourself, take it all." Sang-hyun forced a smile and replied, "Lucky me, no, I mean thank you, but do the others agree?" Miso glanced at the two mages and stammered, "Agree. You see, so we're all unanimous, right?" From the hunter's perspective, Juhi and Tisyok's eagerness to push him to claim the reward was obvious. Faced with the group's kindness, Sang-hyun felt genuinely embarrassed. "Thanks, everyone." Inwardly, he plotted, "I really need to get used to guarding loot matters first." After saying what she wanted, Miso quickly turned away. "All right, we'll go elsewhere. Just do your thing like always." Her words left Sang-hyun puzzled. "Like always, what?" Seeing his slow-witted look, the archer explained. "Every time you get a relic, you do that thing right?" From Miso's remark, Sang-hyun seemed to piece something together. He hurriedly asked, "That thing, you mean?" At this she smiled softly. "Yes, actually I've known for a long time. Right after we finished the mission area. At that time, when I was about to leave the mission area first, I turned back to see what you were doing, and I saw your secret, Sang-hyun." The more Miso spoke, the more his brow furrowed and his heart sank. So the day has come. Damn, a unique skill is basically a player's lifeline, and now it's exposed. Sang-hyun said tensely, "Kim Miso. My skill is..." But before the hunter could finish, Miso interrupted. "Sang-hyun is a player performing some kind of ritual. Sometimes players do stuff like that, so don't worry, go ahead. If it were me, I'd keep it secret too." The archer seemed to have misunderstood Sang-hyun, and each of her words left him utterly bewildered. After rattling off everything to the hunter, Miso slapped Juhi on the shoulder and left. The mage couldn't help but ask, "Sis, is Sang-hyun really like that?" Miso replied calmly, "Yep, this is something we keep secret." The two beauties walked away with a massive misunderstanding about him, leaving the hunter standing there dumbfounded. Sang-hyun sighed inwardly. "Looks like there's a pretty big misunderstanding here, but this is better than my real secret getting out. If my unique skill were exposed, it'd be a real mess." Back to business, Sang-hyun moved toward the Heart of Frost to absorb it, a support item with a freezing effect. The extreme cold of the frostbound prison resides in this heart, yearning to freeze the whole world. A while later, the four of them continued on their way. Juhi was now casting her spatial magic. "So this is the last one." Miso stepped up beside her to cheer. "Great job, Juhi. You're the reason we're still alive." Sang-hyun heartily agreed with the archer's praise. "Yeah, it's all thanks to you, Juhi." The mage glumly shot him a look. "Sang-hyun, but are you sure this will actually work? I'm only trying it because you told me to. Even if we use the corpses of those ogres we just killed, will the real boss actually come to feed?" Sang-hyun exhaled softly. "Don't worry, the boss this time goes berserk for any kind of meat." Juhi perked up curiously. "How do you know that?" To that question, he just gave a wry smile and glanced upward. Suddenly, Sang-hyun pointed at the sky and shouted, "Taeseok, light the fire, quick! We have to lure the boss here." The mage complied readily, while Miso, watching, muttered in annoyance, "He's ignoring me again." The ogre's corpses began to burn in Taeseok's blue flames. Smoke and the scent of roasting meat started to spread into the cave. Sang-hyun's group waited just outside to observe. The mage fretted aloud. "It's been 20 minutes. Sang-hyun reminded him. It could bite the bait at any moment. No sooner had he finished than a mighty roar echoed. From inside the cave, a massive bear slowly emerged. Sang-hyun assumed a fighting stance and grabbed the sword at his back. "All right, everyone get ready." After all their efforts and waiting, the final boss, the giant gray bear, had appeared. Kim Miso switched to a ready stance, drawing her bow to fight. With a cautious gaze, Miso thought, "Thanks to Sang-hyun's plan, we handled everything more easily." Seeing Sang-hyun struggling against the giant gray bear, she briefly worried. But, in the cold air, light snow drifting down, it bared its claws and gawked with bloodshot eyes, roaring. "Grrrr." The hunter gritted his teeth and tried to withstand its oppressive killing intent. In that perilous moment, he stubbornly thought, "No matter what, this situation still." Yet the tighter he was pressed, the more excited he became. Sang-hyun smirked inwardly. "Heh, this situation." But then thought, "Still too dangerous, right?" He clearly remembered when they'd earlier gathered together. He recalled. "A few minutes ago." Miso, with a dazed look, asked him, "Huh, what did you just say, Sang-hyun?" He replied calmly, "Exactly what you heard." She couldn't help but worry and asked again, "You're really going to act as bait all by yourself?" Immediately, with composure, he said, "There is no other way." He continued, "If we want the team to clear this safely and quickly, this is the best way." To make everyone visualize how to handle the gray bear, he calmly explained, "Giant monsters. Most of them share one trait." He added, "When they lose a certain amount of HP, a special state will occur." And he clarified, "That state is called Devour." Then Sang-hyun elaborated on the concept. "While in Devour, the beast gets physically enhanced and becomes far more ferocious." He pointed out the scene of it ravenously devouring food and continued, "They also tend to gulp down everything around them." Then Sang-hyun explained, "That's why we stack the ogre corpses as bait." Though it sounded simple, the move actually tied directly to their safety, he thought. Otherwise, we'd become its target. But thinking another way, he hinted darkly, "So what if?" Sang-hyun wondered. "What if we do something to the bait pile?" Immediately, Sang-hyun, Miso, and Park Taeseok began collecting dry wood. Sang-hyun continued to explain. "From that idea, while Kang Juhi was stacking the ogre corpses through the portal," he explained the three of them's reasoning. "We prepared additional spiky pine wood with a strong sedative effect and mixed it into the bait pile." Suddenly a concern arose. Park Taeseok hesitated. "But there's one problem," he anxiously asked. How do we draw enough blood to trigger the devour state? Miso looked briefly surprised but remained silent and listened. Sang-hyun cheerfully answered Park Tae-seok's question. Exactly, create an environment so everyone can easily deal damage. Park Tae-seok looked a bit confused after hearing that. Suddenly Sang-hyun excitedly shouted, that part will be mine. He thumped his chest and declared, just this once, trust me. Back in the present, Sang-hyun had been forced onto the defensive, continuously attacked by the gray bear and dodging blows. Now he could only worry about his own decision. How am I supposed to do this? He thought in horror. I'm about to go to the other side. At that hair-raising moment, he could only keep dodging and grit his teeth. Sang-hyun blamed himself. Didn't I get a lot stronger than before? Sang-hyun only had time to think, so I thought I could take a few hits. But before he could react, its grotesque claw came down, and its disgusting jaws gaped wildly, full of ferocity. Immediately, the hunter raised his sword to choke it off. Perhaps its power was so monstrous the ground beneath shattered. After just parrying one blow, he groaned. Thinking, why is this damn thing so insanely strong? He continued to question himself. Could it be my strength stat still isn't high enough? The ground beneath him suddenly cracked. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if I keep tanking like this, I'll die for real. But remembering the effort of resurrecting, he resolved. I already went through resurrection for this. With renewed determination, he vowed. From now on, I have to dodge everything. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Ice and rock shattered and flew everywhere, and a blinding flash burst forth. The giant gray bear continued to unleash brutal attacks, but unlike before, he now dodged smoothly, which made it furious as it bellowed. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr dimension shifted again. Sanghyun gasped. It moves too fast. At the critical moment before Sanghyun could react, it opened its jaws wide and lunged to snatch him, roaring. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr arrows shot toward it. One shot struck, wounding it severely. It screamed in pain. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr bear in the distance. On the cliff, the figure was Kim Miso. Seeing her chance, she shouted fiercely, "Right now, Sang-hyun." Seeing her teammates' enthusiastic support, he grinned and called her name. Kim Miso. Seizing the moment, Sang-hyun sprang into the air and swung his sword violently. Answering her zeal, he yelled, "Thanks to you, I'm alive." The gray bear froze, startled by his sudden change. The bloodshot, fierce eyes that had been raging a moment ago were now full of bewilderment and fear. Then the all-out strike was unleashed, slicing across its massive body, even shattering the thick ice so it exploded into shards. Wherever he swept, he froze the place. The wounds cut by his blade were now crusted with jagged ice. He explained the move. The giant gray bear is affected by a freezing effect for 1 second thanks to the all-out strike. Having just landed the move, Sang-hyun brimmed with excitement. It worked. The next skill was the freezing skill I got from the Heart of Frost. He beamed. I already combined it with all-out strike. And happily thought, I figured the skill combo wouldn't do much, but it actually worked. Timing it before it could move, he swung his sword toward its paw, shouting, "If so, then." He laughed aloud in excitement. "Now it's my turn." His blade sliced like wind through its flesh, spraying fresh blood everywhere. It howled in pain. Jiararu, the next skill activated. Level 2 Demon Battle skill. From the icy cliff, Kim Miso called, "T-Siak." He answered her call, "I know." The mage immediately entered combat mode, a blue energy flaring over him as he declared, "I'll use my biggest move." He focused intensely and shouted a warning. Sang-hyun, get out of the way. Sang-hyun spun around in surprise. Barely dodging aside, Park T-Siak unleashed his ultimate straight at the gray bear. This time the skill was Azure Flaming Crane. Sustained by lethal strikes, it roared, "Grua!" From afar, Sang-hyun couldn't help but be astonished by this overwhelming power. He thought, this firepower is really beyond expectations. The skills area was so vast, Sang-hyun could only helplessly defend, he thought. At this level, it's definitely. In the end, the gray bear was defeated. Sang-hyun secretly rejoiced. We've dealt enough damage. Strangely, its eyes suddenly opened, but transformed into multiple gleaming golden pupils. Something odd seemed to be happening. The energy around the giant gray bear was shifting. Its teeth grew more razor-sharp and it roared, "Kaira!" As planned, he smiled. "It's working." Sang-hyun inwardly rejoiced. The damage total is enough. From that moment, everything changed. The giant gray bear entered the Devour state. He grinned excitedly. Just like the plan, the Devour state. With battle-ready focus, Miso called to him, "Hey, Sang-hyun." Indeed, the giant gray bear has begun devouring everything around it. In its new, ferocious form, it stared at Sanghyun with hungry eyes. His face was now filled with worry, he thought. Is the Devour state normally this violent? And wondered, where did that dumb bear from before go? As if he'd anticipated it. Sanghyun thought, the final move will be handled by Kang Juhi. Fear overwhelmed him and he couldn't focus. Can I hold out until then? Park Tae-seok panicked. Is that really the Devour state? Trembling with worry, he thought. It's practically become a different monster. Suddenly from above, Miso dove down. She called out to Tae-seok. Tae-seok, how's Juhi? He exclaimed in surprise. Miso. Looking toward Juhi, Park Tae-seok replied, she's still preparing. She gradually rose into the air, green energy spiraling around her. Her eyes turned green as she entered a state of intense focus. With a worried look, Kim Miso awkwardly asked, she'll make it in time, right? Pale-faced, Park Tae-seok answered, now's not the time to worry about that. Meanwhile, Sanghyun kept fleeing from its razor-sharp jaws, screaming. Running, he thought. Kang Juhi still isn't done. Worried for his fate, he mused. If this continues, forget the ambush. I was the one who used to ogle naked chickens earlier. His eyes widened, completely shocked by the scene before him. It had powered up and caught up to Sanghyun. He was now in immediate danger. With no other option, he swung his sword behind him in a defensive stance. He briefly thought, I can't dodge this. Acting on impulse, Sanghyun shouted, damn it if it's come to this. No longer holding back, his eyes flashed with fierce blue lightning as he warned. Then I'll just have to charge in. The new skill readied. Illusion skill activated. It was time. Juhi revealed herself, conjuring a massive whirl of blue energy. A little blood trickled from her nose, but she said she was ready, teleporting instantly. On this side, at the moment, the tip of the sword and the monster's mouth were about to collide. Suddenly, the giant body of the monster was sucked into a vortex, and ultimately completely vanished into thin. The other two hurried over and asked, frantic, Juhi, are you okay? She replied softly, yes, I'm fine, I just used too much mana. The hero on this side also breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly died just now. If my attack hadn't hit the exact spot just now, both of us might have been devoured right there. Haha, but as long as it worked, I guess we pulled it off right. He said that while turning to look at the group who were celebrating together. The gray bear, mouth dripping blood, opened its eyes wide and whimpered. Ji-gyuro. It sprang up from the blood pool, clawed at the cliff, and roared fiercely. Ji-gyurok. The three stood stunned at its current state. It clamped its paw over the earlier wound. Suddenly its eyes glazed strangely. It growled in pain. Ji-juk, and a notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the giant gray bear final boss. It collapsed in a bloody heap, its weight shattering the ice with a thunderous crash. Sanghyun and Miso covered their faces. Another notification appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the unidentified dungeon gate. Miso smiled over and said, good job, Sanghyun. He smiled and sighed. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, I was the one who insisted on doing it. Then the message appeared. You have leveled up. After all the trials just now, he forced a pale smile. He thought to himself, this dungeon was really tough, and recalled. There were so many dangerous moments. Juhi teleported out of the gate, stepping out tired and praising. You guys are seriously amazing. She awkwardly added, sorry I couldn't help much. Seeing her emerge, Sanghyun was briefly surprised. Miso comforted Juhi's self-blame. It's okay. He grinned teasingly. No, thank you for joining the team in my reckless plan. Seeing that expression, Juhi sighed helplessly. Because of you, I feel like I've hit my limits. He kept smiling cheerfully. Ha ha ha. Then I'll count on you again. Inside, happiness mixed with gratitude showed. Honestly, I'm really grateful my teammates agreed to such an absurd plan. He still had his private worry. But anyway, he imagined an alternate scenario. Even if no one followed me, I would have gone through with it alone. Suddenly, he pictured the gates he'd faced before, seeing terrified people fleeing in chaos, someone even shouting, over here, someone needs help, he thought. The gates I faced in my previous life. And his tone darkened. Always ended in tragedy. He recalled being severely injured, even needing others to care for him, remembering the concern. Are you okay? He mused. The average survival rate for those reward-gated runs I targeted was very low, yet conversely. Because this raid was done by skilled members, the survival odds were pretty good. He remembered being supported and led away from exhaustion while they shouted for help. Check over here too. A helpless look flashed across his eyes. But a 10% death rate tends to hit the weaker players on the team. Then he asserted, this time that won't be me. He shuddered at the thought. Death is always lurking beside players at any moment. Back in the present, Sanghyun thought, self-improvement is important, but then briefly considered, if there's another goal in this life. He smirked inwardly. Looking at his teammates, Sanghyun thought, it's to prevent unnecessary deaths of my comrades. Seeing everyone happily together, Joey still groaned. I'm so dizzy. And the two called out worriedly, Juhi. Not long after, the group excitedly said, All right then. He approached them with a delighted face. The reward we fought so hard for. A blazing pink flame erupted fiercely, he said. Let's see what's inside. The notification read, Final reward of the gate, first-time special reward has appeared. Sang-hyun burst into a laugh of surprise. Finally, I'm facing it, the first-time special reward. The message continued. When you place your hand on the first-time special reward, each reward portion will be granted. He slowly reached out his hand. Suddenly, another pair of hands gripped his. Startled, he turned to look and saw the Lady Luck herself. The goddess of fortune says you will now witness her true power. He grinned with delight. Her true power, with all that pomp. His hands moved as he thought. I'm really looking forward to what's about to appear. A ranking board popped up before his eyes, surprising him. It announced, Player Shin Sang-hyun has received a unique grade artifact. Another notice. You may select one from the artifact list. He exclaimed, Unique. The goddess of fortune stood smugly behind him. Sang-hyun thought, even expecting it, the feeling of the unique rank is really different. He guessed quietly, maybe because it's the fourth highest tier. The goddess of fortune smiled smugly while he was utterly bewildered. A blinding light flashed before his eyes, and a new notification appeared. By the power of the goddess of fortune, artifacts of unique grade and above will be guaranteed to unlock and inherit hidden effects. Surprise crossed his face as he remembered. Right, I forgot. He thought further. That clause must have been in the contract, right? The notification this time was about the goddess of fortune. The goddess of fortune requests that you sincerely call her Nuna, big sister. She laughed delightedly while he panicked. Goddess Nuna, he cheered. I can call you that 100 times. He turned back helplessly. Great, seems the other teammates are too busy checking their own rewards, he thought. They probably won't notice, right? Reaching toward that light, he excitedly. Am I really choosing it now? He decisively plunged his hand in. No need to hesitate. A burst of pink light erupted. Instantly a sword appeared. He was thrilled. This was the artifact I was aiming for. Introduction to the sword. Greatsword of the War Spirit, two-handed weapon artifact, greatsword type, along with its attack and power stats. He rejoiced inwardly. Just as expected from a unique artifact, those stats are insane. Slowly touching the sword's hilt, he thought. From now on, gripping the hilt tightly, he exclaimed with glee, I'm counting on you. Its destructive power was overwhelming. He was astonished. Hoisting the sword with effort, he muttered. What the why is this so heavy? He guessed. Where's the weight reduction effect? New effect. Weight reduction passive effect is always active. He stared suspiciously at the effect panel. A new notification. Due to the Devour artifact skill, mana costs for existing skills are removed. All equipped artifacts will feel as light as 100G, however, an effect from the same artifact type cannot stack. Annoyed, he snapped, What is this, a new contract? And wondered, Since when was that clause here? Miso stepped closer and asked, Everything okay, Sang-hyun? He froze for a second. It's nothing, ha. Sang-hyun looked around and said, Oh, but you guys. Seeing everyone's excited faces, he asked, Looks like everyone got rewards they're happy with? Miso replied enthusiastically. Yes, we all received artifacts suited to our skill classes, and praised. It's all thanks to you, Sang-hyun. He bashfully said, Oh, I didn't do much. Seeing him downplay it, she insisted. There you go again, but you can't deny it's all because of you. Miso continued with a smile. So we discussed it as a team. She said, How about we give all the side loot like the boss corpse and magic stones to you, Sang-hyun? He was stunned, speechless. He awkwardly refused. No, you really don't have to do that. Johi then firmly. No, things like this must be clear. We've already calculated everyone's contribution in the battle, so don't worry. He helplessly blurted, Oh. Everyone panicked at that, Miso said. Sang-hyun, we said it's fine. Johi worried. Don't cry, and Taeseok only called his name, Sang-hyun. Inside he felt indescribable. I can't believe my teammates think so highly of me. He sobbed. The boss corpse alone is worth 600 million. Add the other drops, it'll definitely exceed 1.5 billion. Suddenly he sneaked a sly smile. This is really, seeing him sulk, Miso cried out in alarm. Sang-hyun, he thought happily, I can't hold my laugh in any longer. After that, they moved on. Outside the Ga Chunwi ice dungeon gate, he helplessly told Miso, Yeah, let's have a celebration party next time. She turned and said, Is that so? Too bad, but there's no other way. She added, I wish you could come eat with us. Inside, he felt a swell of excitement. I can't wait to see the results. After that, the three of them headed the other way, not forgetting to say goodbye. See you later, Sang-hyun, Miso added. I'll message you. Sang-hyun replied. Yeah, thanks everyone for your hard work. But it seemed Miso still had something to say. Ah, she spoke up and asked him, Sang-hyun, can I talk to you more, personally for a moment? He looked slightly surprised. He forced a smile and agreed. Sure, he thought to himself. I can't exactly say, how dare you speak so casually to an elder, can I? She gave a gentle, radiant smile. Beaming, she said, then, get home safe, Sang-hyun Oppa. He showed no reaction at all. Then he suddenly smiled and replied, yeah, you get home safe too. In his mind he thought, Oppa. How long has it been since I last heard that? Maybe from this moment the two of them would get a bit sweeter. Juhi and Tseok began to read into the word. Oppa. They started to feel a little sweetness in her tone. A while later, in a small alley behind the Ga Chunwi gate, Sang-hyun placed the large sword before him and began to channel mana. Immediately the system chimed. You have absorbed tattered greatsword. Conditions for the light reduction effect have been met. Effect activated. The sword gradually dissolved. He looked at it and forced a small smile. As expected, no secondary stats attached, so not much to absorb still. Since it's like my favorite spicy tuna gimbap, I'm kind of happy. Sang-hyun slowly raised his hand and activated the system. All right, everything's done. Now let's check the results. He pressed OK with eager anticipation. His excitement showed on his smiling hunter face. The player info panel popped up quickly. His current level was 51, with stats showing plus 150 strength and plus 50 agility. Sang-hyun had acquired several skills, including Knockback Burst, a knockback skill that costs 27 mana to use, and the hunter had also earned the title Cunning Hunter, which restores 1 HP whenever he kills a monster by siphoning its blood. Surveying the fruits he'd reaped, Sang-hyun was thoroughly pleased and smiled in satisfaction. He couldn't believe it. Just switching to using a sword boosted my power so much. Add 2 titles and a skill, this gate really is a treasure. If I increase my luck stat more. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun reached out and tapped the screen, and the system announced, player's luck stat has exceeded 200. Critical hit range recalculated to approximately 120% to 600%. Seeing such a monstrous figure, the hunter was astonished. 600% critical chance, so if I'm lucky I can hit 6 times. I've come so far since my last life, reaching level 50 in 2 weeks, which took Yoon Dekyung years. Sang-hyun finally gave a small smile and said, all right. While the hunter was still euphoric, gotta keep up this pace, just you wait, Demon Sword, do Kyungsu. This life I'll catch up to you. A strange mana aura began approaching him from behind. The system urgently warned. The atmosphere around you is becoming increasingly eerie. But Sang-hyun seemed oblivious and carefree. Next I'll find Shin Tae and get revenge. Mid-sentence, the red glow of that aura flared and caught his attention. At the sight of it, the smile on the hunter's face froze. Huh, this feeling is familiar. The system then continued. 3 new constellations are approaching you. Lion King is interested in your swordsmanship. Sower of Beauty and Flame acknowledges your fierce fighting will. Dark Hunter questions your right to exist in this world, saying you don't belong here. And when Sang-hyun saw all 3 of them appear before him at once, he couldn't help but be amazed. Then the system announced, Goddess of Fortune reports that some pretty decent constellations have appeared this time, and Sang-hyun coins are skyrocketing. Hearing that, the hunter could only groan. Where did she learn to talk like that? After a moment, Sang-hyun still stood frozen, staring at the newly arrived constellations. He forced a smile, hardly believing it. Didn't expect the next wave of constellations to show up this fast. Must be because my growth rate is absurdly crazy. The friendliness and generosity of Goddess of Fortune is probably the main reason stop acting like she can read my mind. No sooner had he thought that than the goddess grinned and gave a thumbs up, and Sang-hyun was stunned. Wait, she can actually read me. Then the hunter lifted his eyelids slightly and looked up. Let's see who showed up. Lion King and Sower of Beauty and Flame. Everyone knew these 2. They were real heroes who became deified and turned into constellations, and Sang-hyun wondered, could they be seeing warrior potential in me? But maybe the real reason is. Suddenly Sang-hyun and Lion King and Sower of Beauty and Flame locked eyes. The 2 constellations flinched and frowned. Immediately they became angry, and at that moment the system notified. Lion King scolds you for ogling ahead of your seniors. Sower of Beauty and Flame shouts that if this were his days as a general, your head would have flown. Seeing their rising ire, the hunter could only force an apologetic smile, then thought, that's why former heroes are such a pain. If I sign contracts with them, I can already imagine how much they'd scold me. And an extremely dangerous one has appeared. With that thought, Sang-hyun warily shifted his gaze elsewhere. This time he looked to Dark Hunter, who was watching him with a mocking smile. She was precisely the last person Sang-hyun wanted to encounter as a player. She constantly monitors spatial strips in real time, moving everywhere, tracking players who profit excessively from system glitches. She's also a bounty hunter who deals with cheaters who cross the line. Suddenly, Sang-hyun remembered some things. In my previous life, there was a similar case, except for specials like Goddess of Fortune. A ranker signed a double contract. She clung to them until they completely fell apart, truly terrifying. The more he thought of those horrors, the more terrified the hunter became, his face turning pale. Damn, none of these constellations suit me. But Lion King boosts vitality, and Sower of Beauty and Flame boosts power. Of course, signing a pact with a constellation is huge. It's definitely a decision that can change a player's entire life. But right now I already have Goddess of Fortune, and that's enough. Meaning, if I wait a bit longer, could I end up getting something even more amazing? Suddenly, Sang-hyun recalled Deity Seat. Historically, you can count on one hand the players who have forged pacts with truly mythical beings. He wasn't fond of gambling, but now the hunter had no choice. Sang-hyun slowly turned his gaze back to the constellations. Then he bluntly gave his answer. Sorry, but today I don't think I'll choose anyone. The swordsman's words left them all utterly stunned. The system then announced, Lion King is stunned, saying he has never been treated like this before. Sower of Beauty and Flame departs, saying he may visit you 3 times as a sworn brother. Sang-hyun stood still watching them leave one by one, and upon hearing that, the hunter could only smile wryly. Even if you come back 3 times, my answer won't change. Suddenly, Sang-hyun noticed something, his eyes widening slightly. At that moment, Dark Hunter was gradually stepping into that spatial doorway. Before fully departing, she slowly turned her head and looked at Sang-hyun one last time. Her gaze, full of longing and bright-eyed, locked onto him. The corners of her mouth curled into a sharp smile, and the system chimed. Dark Hunter warns that one day she will expose the secret you are hiding. Sang-hyun jolted at the expression and the final words she left behind. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Exhausting. The hunter felt a bit helpless. I really want to avoid trouble, but looks like I can't. From now on, I have to be careful with these constellations. Well, that should be fine now, right? Sang-hyun said as he turned his phone on. After a tense period facing the constellations, it was almost 11:30. The hunter muttered, good, if I leave now I won't be late. Sang-hyun read the info on his phone and smiled. The monsters that will appear in the next rift are a pack of kobolds, like the Cerberus earlier. They're also affected by the intersection of day and night. I can't miss this target. Thinking it, he slung his sword over his shoulder and left the alley. Running 3 times in one day won't be easy, but let's try until Deity Seat takes notice of me. The thought made him so happy he couldn't help grinning brightly. At the same time, in the quest area near Jamsil Station, at the Player Association branch managing Rift B4, headquarters staff were busily at work. A female staff member picked up a call. Yes, this is the Rift Management Department of the Korea Player Association. We're listening. Whatever the person on the other end said, her expression immediately turned grim and she gasped. What? After receiving the information, she turned to the others in disbelief. No way. A rift has appeared at exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. All combat members be ready to mobilize immediately. She hurriedly replied to the caller. Confirmed, we'll request cooperation from nearby players before she finished, the caller said. But here, someone has already started fighting. Hearing that, the staff couldn't help but panic. What? What did you just say? The woman on the other end repeated. I mean, a player is already here. The staff woman recovered. How did they get there? The other woman answered. I don't know, but he's fighting the monsters alone. On hearing this, the staff panicked again. Alone? That's too dangerous. Tell him to evacuate. Following her guidance, the caller urgently replied. Understood, but Seeing Sang-hyun enthusiastically fighting the monsters, the caller hesitated and told the staff. Not exactly. This doesn't look too dangerous. The staff grew more confused, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and asked. What? From the rift, the fiends began to emerge. They stepped out as the announcement went. Rifts in reality started appearing 11 years ago after the first outbreak, unlike dungeons or gates. This is an unpredictable catastrophe, the thing that lets monsters come into our world. A pane of glass shattered and a rift appeared. From the fissure, monsters poked their heads out and stepped into the real world. The creature widened its eyes, as if witnessing something before it. Sang-hyun, sword slung over his shoulder, stepped in front of the beast. His face brimmed with confidence as he stared the monster down. It's not that I can't predict this. 10 minutes earlier, Sang-hyun had stepped out of the station with his sword on his back. Halfway down the path, he glanced back. About time. If I remember correctly, I just need to leave through this exit. His gaze then caught on something beside him. Strange lights began to appear before his eyes. Sang-hyun scratched his head awkwardly. There it is, the rift. That's why I can remember this clearly. He recalled how, in his previous life, monsters had come from there. For some special reason, this rift is a tragedy. Recalling those scenes strengthened his resolve. It caused countless civilians to die. This time I'm here, so that won't happen. With an impassive face, he finally admitted, "Good thing I got regression." Sang-hyun thought of the people he grew up with. "I was raised in an orphanage, so I don't know what my parents looked like, but I've never felt sad or hopeless." The photo he took with the orphanage folks lay shattered. "But I know what it's like to lose someone." Images of monsters slaughtering everywhere replayed in his mind. "So I will never forget this." At that moment, a girl's figure appeared. She didn't turn around, only asked, "Are you okay?" Sang-hyun, face full of confidence, gripped his sword and readied himself to fight the monsters. Alone, he faced the giant beasts emerging from the rift. Their faces were fierce. They growled to intimidate. Right away, Sang-hyun unleashed a move. Intersection of day and night, wolf-type monsters will be frozen by this effect. The beasts could only stand and snarl, unable to move. Impressed, he smiled and praised. "Good, it works well." But then Sang-hyun glanced sideways, thinking, "It's not showing as strong an effect as when I fought the Cerberus." Seeing a starry sky with no moon, he guessed the reason. "Probably the moon. It's been obscured, so they're not fully submissive to me." That didn't discourage him. Instead, he felt excited. "This is kind of fun." The monsters here couldn't move, and only growled in anger. Sang-hyun gripped his sword and charged at the pack, this time using a new skill. Full thrust, a movement skill, skill level 1. Gather a massive amount of power, then dash forward in an instant to strike enemies. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and distance, but all other movements are restricted during the charge. A streak of blue light flashed right past the monster's face. It assumed the light had missed and grinned smugly. But then a small blue orb appeared beside the creature. The orb grew larger and pressed down, forcing the monsters to recoil. Repel, hidden skill. Effect causes a knockback state, costs 27 mana to push enemies back. Success rate and knockback distance vary with the target's skill resistance. Can spend up to 183 mana to increase success rate and distance. With just Sang-hyun's first strike, the monsters were quickly shoved far away. He knocked them back so hard they tumbled back into the rift. Even he hadn't expected this skill to be so powerful. The knockback effect has a wide range, and combined with full thrust, the damage is pretty insane. The monsters were beaten so badly they vomited blood. This has already boosted my area attack capability. The beasts panted heavily, clearly badly hurt. Plus, the luck stat increases critical damage. Current critical damage is 120% to 600%. When they saw Sang-hyun approach, they were terrified. "You survived that last move, so maybe I haven't hit max critical damage yet." He leapt up to strike again, sending them fleeing in panic. Then this time, let's see how high the damage can go. A car sped down the road at an astonishing velocity. The driver headed to the rift. There, found it. The car screeched to a stop near the fissure, leaving bystanders puzzled. Lee Hyun immediately got out and introduced himself. "We're from the Player Association. Who called in this report?" "Korea Player Association, Lee Hyun, level 110, player rank B+. A girl quickly stepped forward to take responsibility, pointing ahead. "Yes, that was my call, the monster's over there." After hearing the whole situation, Lee Hyun instructed her. "All right, find a safe spot, we'll handle it." But at that moment, someone beside him called out to Lee Hyun. "Hey." Lee Young looked at him and offered, "I think we should go check first." Korean Players Guild, Lee Young, level 90, player rank B. In front of them, Sang-hyun was bravely fighting the monsters alone, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "What the?" The monster snarled and swung a punch straight at Sang-hyun. Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly grabbed weapons. Lee Hyun, surprised when he saw the creature, said, "Kobold warrior, so this is a kobold fisher, take it down fast." "Got it." From a short distance away, Sang-hyun shouted back to reassure them. "I'm fine, you two don't come here." He sounded very confident, declaring to them, "I'll take them on myself." Not quite believing his ears, Lee Hyun asked again, "Wait, are you saying?" New skills and titles activated by Sang-hyun. Title, Confrontation activated. Status, Isolation, Kobold Warrior. No allies within 5 m of the target except you. All skills increased by 20%. Let's see. Skill, Body Enhancement activated. The user's body has been enhanced, speed increased. The Kobold Warrior raised its sword, preparing to strike back. But Sang-hyun wasn't backing down either. He gathered power into his blade and readied an attack. "I've been charging up my pushback all this time. Let's see what happens." Two massive forces collided head-on, but the monster seemed much weaker than Sang-hyun. and was quickly flung away by him. The creature was struck, as if by lightning, and kept growling in pain. Finally, it dropped straight to the ground right in front of Sang-hyun. Beautiful. Lee Hyun and Lee Young watched the scene with faces full of astonishment, speechless. One of the two behind him finally spoke up. "Hey, you're Shin Sang-hyun, right?" The two of them also came over to him, thanking him for his help. "Yes, are you with the guild? Sorry about earlier." "No, thanks to you no one got hurt. This Fisher thing is a miracle." Lee Hyun stepped forward. "I thank you." Hearing the thanks, Sang-hyun just smiled and shrugged off the praise. "No problem, lucky I was passing by." Lee Hyun had already guessed Sang-hyun's intention. "I just guessed you're going to keep fighting, right?" The protagonist seemed surprised that he could predict his next move. "How'd you know?" Very quickly, Lee Hyun answered his question. "I've heard most high-level players do that. If it's not too much, follow our lead." Contrasting Lee Hyun's calm determination, Lee Young looked worried. Lee Hyun genuinely wanted to learn more from Sang-hyun. "We won't get in your way. I just want to watch how you handle things." Hearing that, he simply smiled. In the end, he agreed to let the two follow him, but as he turned to leave, he sighed. "Do as you like, newbies. So cute, I'm talking like an old man." Sang-hyun went ahead, clearing monsters to open a path while Lee Hyun and Lee Young ran behind him. Bupyeong Station, Fisher, mid-tier arena. With a single light strike, Sang-hyun quickly cleaved the blocking monster in two. Lee Hyun and Lee Young panted as they ran after him. Lee Young kept whining beside him. "Why is he running so fast? Is he really a low-level player? Forget levels, just follow him. Don't you remember his fights outside the Fisher?" Though clearly tired, Lee Hyun was determined to tail Sang-hyun into the depths. "There must be something special about his combat senses or something. We need to observe and learn as much as possible. Lately, I can't boost my power much." Lee Young didn't hesitate to voice the question he'd been holding back. "But isn't it strange that he still has so much stamina after that last fight?" Hearing that, Lee Hyun also noticed the oddity about the protagonist. "Yeah, I was pretty confident my stamina was higher than most players, but that earlier fight. Seriously, not easy. 30 minutes ago at Bupyeong Station, the Fisher entrance." The three of them moved together into the Fisher. Suddenly, something appeared ahead that made Lee Hyun and Lee Young's eyes widen in shock. Before the three of them now stood a horde of giant monsters waiting for them. The monsters up on the upper level took aim and drew their bows at the trio. Sang-hyun quickly grabbed the corpse of a nearby monster to use as a bullet shield, telling the other two, "Everyone, hide behind me. I dragged this body along for situations like this." The monster's arrows were loosed in succession, crawl, but the arrows only struck the corpse, and the three quickly took cover behind it. Lee Young looked terrified. He clamped his arms over himself and peeked at the arrows raining down nearby. Sang-hyun glanced at the two behind him, thinking to himself, bringing them along was probably a mistake. Handling monsters while protecting them is a bit much. His face was expressionless now, silent and unreadable, but then determination welled up and he told himself, "Why am I whining? I need to learn how to handle situations like this." At that moment, he reversed the direction of his sword and reminded himself, "Otherwise, I'll never reach a high rank, right?" Just then, a monster on the upper level raised its bow, aiming straight at Sang-hyun. But unlucky for it, his blade flew into its head, snapping it back. Seeing its comrade like that, the neighboring monster froze in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Sang-hyun leapt forward with his sword. "Don't get distracted, the arrows have stopped, right?" At the same time, he activated his skill and sliced the heads off those monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monsters collapsed to the floor. Sang-hyun glanced back and declared, "All right, next up is floor 2. But at that moment, a gigantic monster stepped forward to block his path. Sang-hyun was knocked backward by that creature. What the why all of a sudden? His face showed regret as he thought, "Good thing I reacted in time. If that hit me, I'd be shredded." A massive beast appeared, panting. It was the Kobold Champion. He couldn't believe such a strong monster was guarding floor 2. The Kobold Champion raised its shield and charged straight at Sang-hyun. It snarled and lunged to attack the protagonist. It survived again. Sang-hyun now questioned himself. Can I push back this attack? Push it back, can I? No, I can't gamble on uncertain situations like this. After a moment of calculation, he finally decided to dash straight forward to fight the Kobold Champion. I'll take its hit and try to block as much of the impact as possible. The protagonist's sword plunged straight into the Kobold Champion's shield. The blade not only pierced the shield, but also sliced off the champion's head. Even Sang-hyun himself hadn't expected his power to be this strong. What the hell, this damage? It didn't just go through the shield. The monster's head was now detached from its body. And it one-shot the famous Kobold Champion known for high defense. My stats shouldn't be this high. Is this the original power of the greatsword spirit? The champion's head tumbled among the other monsters, terrifying them. Sang-hyun grinned wickedly at the monsters, making them freak out. So that's how it is. He immediately followed up with a single move and wiped out the monsters on floor 2. Lee Young and Lee Hyun looked up in astonishment. Now on the second floor, the monsters lay sliced into pieces. On those corpses, a new pair of boots appeared. Speed boots, platinum relic, common equipment, type, boots. Effect, imbued with the will of an assassin who longed to run faster, blessed by a mundane spirit. Movement speed triples on non-rock terrain. Under normal conditions, movement speed doubles. Sang-hyun quickly sat down and pulled the speed boots on, exclaiming, "Jackpot, kobolds are tougher than goblins. I heard they can drop some rare relics." After putting them on, he glanced at the ground as an energy emanated from the boots. Looking at the boots on his feet, Sang-hyun was surprised. They auto-adjust size? Kobolds don't have athlete-sized feet. This'll make things easier from now on. He walked to the railing on the second floor and looked down. Over there, below, after a struggle, Lee Hyun and Lee Young had also cleared out the monsters. Seeing them, Sang-hyun could finally praise their skill. "You two fight better than I do, huh?" The three quickly ran up to the upper level. This run scored decent loot, 5 silver, 4 gold, and a platinum. That's already worth about 1.5 billion won. Just clear kobolds along the way and my health's full, so the boss shouldn't be a problem, right? Sang-hyun's HP bar was full, and now he felt confident to face the leader here. The new title is pretty strong too. Wise Hunter title effect. Restores HP by leeching life whenever you kill a monster of small size or larger. But suddenly, something ahead made the protagonist's eyes light up. A door appeared before him, radiating a red energy. So that's where the strange energy is coming from. The deepest room in the fissure, the king's treasury. Sang-hyun quickly stepped into the chamber. Something gleamed before his eyes and stunned him. What's that in front of me? Before him now stood a massive mountain of gold. What the hell is this? Sang-hyun's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down, staring at the pile of coins. Forget the weird energy, sorry, cute items, what the heck, can I retire early now? But while he wasn't looking, a monster aimed an arrow at the protagonist, and he was still nonchalant, looking at the treasure below. Forget getting stronger or whatever, with this money life's gonna be great, right? The monster above fired an arrow at Sang-hyun. The arrow struck the pile of gold below. It didn't expect Sang-hyun had been on guard for a while. He immediately leaped up to attack the monster. An ambush again. The Kobold King turned its head and growled at him. The protagonist's sword slashed down at once, and he taunted it. Always this move, how boring. The Kobold King quickly flipped and dodged Sang-hyun's previous attack. Even he couldn't believe it could dodge his strike. What it dodged from that distance? What kind of movement was that? The Kobold King spun around, preparing to fire another arrow at Sang-hyun. Feels like it lured me in on purpose. So the final monster he had to get past was this one. The final boss, the Kobold King. Luckily, Sang-hyun noticed in time and turned to face it. At the same moment, the Kobold King's arrow was loosed. Fortunately, Sang-hyun dodged it. The move he used was full strike. Seeing the arrow stuck in the ground, Sang-hyun felt lucky. If he hadn't used full strike in time to evade it, he would have been pierced through. Sang-hyun and the Kobold King both stomped the ground at the same time. Sang-hyun looked at the kobold before him with a skeptical face. This thing. It seemed the Kobold King wouldn't give him a second's rest. It plucked a feather from the back of its neck. The feather immediately transformed into a powerful arrow, and seeing it, Sang-hyun thought, "This is getting troublesome." Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly found the fissure door. Has it started? They hurried inside, shouting, "Sang-hyun, sorry we're late." Inside, the Kobold King saw the two and immediately growled, threatening them. It grew huge, bared razor-sharp teeth, and glared viciously at the two. Due to effect, Emperor's Gaze of the Kobold King effect. Immobilize has been activated. Lee Hyun looked at it in fear and shouted, "What is this, boss?" Only now did he realize something was wrong and stammer, "My body, I can't move." Without him noticing, Sang-hyun had appeared behind the Kobold King. He raised his sword high to strike down. Sang-hyun smiled triumphantly and taunted the Kobold King. "You dared to take your eyes off me." Recovery skill level 1 activated. Immobilize has been broken thanks to restoration. The Kobold King finally noticed Sang-hyun above it, looked up and growled. Sang-hyun's slash struck the Kobold King's arm. The Kobold King looked at its injured arm and roared in pain. Then an unexpected thing happened. Demon War can't be cast due to the Kobold King's skill resistance stat. Sang-hyun looked at it with regret. Thanks to recovery, I found an opening, but since I didn't know its resistances, I couldn't inflict stun. What a pity. He glanced at Lee Hyun and Lee Young crouched on the ground. Intimidation effect right now. The expressions on both their faces showed it. Sang-hyun, on the other hand, thought of their earlier intent. If two level 100 players react like that, maybe it's even stronger than the Goblin Lord I fought. Sang-hyun smiled, certain he'd formed a new plan. Last time I couldn't get it, but luckily. Once more he charged at the Kobold King with his sword, face full of confidence. This time I'll definitely take it, intimidation. The Kobold King wasn't to be outdone. It summoned arrows behind its back. Sang-hyun felt no fear. With a determined grimace, he charged at it. This time the Kobold King used a stronger move. Kobold King used Chain Strike. Countless arrows were fired at once, but Sang-hyun dodged them all. Sang-hyun used his sword to parry the arrows. These things. Suddenly, the Kobold King leaped up into the air. It produced countless more arrows behind its back. Watching the scene, Sang-hyun was surprised at its cleverness. Just as I thought, it's smart, unlike any monster I've seen before. But are its arrows infinite? That's unfair. It keeps its distance and drags this into a long fight because of full strike. Given the current situation, the Kobold King's cooldowns are faster than mine. If I recall right, its Intimidate has a shorter cooldown than my Recovery, if it notices. If the Kobold King exploits my weakness, I basically have one path left. I might die, since I can't do anything under Intimidate. I can't let it drag me into a longer fight. Sang-hyun looked up at the Kobold King in the air with a worried face, thinking, damn, if only I had a ranged attack, this would be so much easier. His attention then fell on the pile of gold on the ground. Looking at it, Sang-hyun had a sudden idea. That's it. Lee Young turned to Lee Hyun to check on him. You okay? I've never encountered this effect before, so I was a bit scared, but I feel better now. Arrows from the Kobold King rained down on Sang-hyun. This time the Kobold King was confident and roared. Lee Young watched Sang-hyun fight, puzzled. But how is Shin Sang-hyun still fine? Does he have some cleansing skill? Lee Hyun also looked up at Sang-hyun with suspicion. If he had one or two of those, it wouldn't be surprising, but what's this weird feeling? Suddenly, Lee Hyun's eyes widened as if he'd seen something. The arrows the kobold had just fired were now lodged deep in the ground. Wait, the arrows are sinking deeper into the earth. Lee Hyun realized the Kobold King's trick and warned Sang-hyun. Damn, I should have noticed earlier. Sang-hyun, it's a trap. Sang-hyun was slowly descending onto the pile of gold. Have you finished firing? His foot slowly touched the pile of gold on the ground. At that moment, the coins clutched tightly at his feet. The Kobold King then bore a wicked smile. It started putting all its power into the crossbow aimed at Sang-hyun. The Kobold King fired an arrow with full force. With his feet trapped, Sang-hyun could only stand there and watch. The arrow pierced straight through his belly, as if it were nothing. The Kobold King also leaped down onto the pile of gold. It seemed delighted to see Sang-hyun impaled by that arrow. But it didn't celebrate for long. Sang-hyun suddenly spoke up, idiot. The arrow had pierced him, but he showed no sign of injury. You think you're the only one who can set traps? Thanks to the sacrifice effect, the attacking arrow was nullified and my HP recovered. The hunter slammed his sword into the ground, mocking the Kobold King. You should have paid attention to why I was so easy to hit. Sang-hyun's eyes turned pitch black. Now, illusion skill activated, the user's body is enhanced. Movement speed greatly increased. Sang-hyun gripped his sword tightly and, face full of confidence, charged at the Kobold King. Now it's your turn to take a beating. He used a new move. Knockback burst, pushback. The coins on the ground lunged toward the Kobold King. The coins pierced into its flesh, making it roar in pain. Outside, Lee Young finally understood Sang-hyun's tactic. Coin spray, they're like shotgun pellets. Seriously, how strong is his knockback? Lee Hyun watched in astonishment. No, that's not the point. I've met tons of players, but the Kobold King's body was engulfed by coins. Lee Hyun was stunned by Sang-hyun's power. I've never seen anyone with combat awareness at this level. The coins stuck fast to the Kobold King's body, but it still struggled to get up and fight. Though wounded, the Kobold King refused to give up. You're as tenacious as a leech, huh? Sang-hyun then flashed a creepy grin. He gathered power in his sword, ready to continue the fight. All right, let's finish this. Suddenly, the Kobold King let out a thunderous roar. Sang-hyun quickly severed its crossblade, then used an illusion to close the distance. His attack was so fast the Kobold King didn't even register it. But it was too late. Sang-hyun sliced clean through its body. Congratulations, you have defeated the Kobold King. The Kobold King lay tongue out and defeated on the ground. Sang-hyun planted his sword in the ground and a wave of energy radiated out. Your level has greatly increased. You received a C-rank title. Before the drink grows cold. Title rank, see title description. A title crafted by one bearing beauty and flame based on her ancient memory. For 2 hours after entering a dungeon, you and all party members are immune to the Intimidate effect. A brilliant aura now shone from his body. The bearer of beauty and flame once proudly declared in youth, I behead my foes before the cup of wine cools. It's the first time I've gotten a title tied to a constellation I encountered. Sang-hyun turned and looked back at the light behind him. Finally, on the ground appeared the items he'd get after leveling up. It's appearing, Intimidate. Despair Talisman, Platinum Relic, Support Gear, Special Effect, Intimidate. The roar nearly escaping from the Akatis Kobold clan carried extreme hatred. Enemies hit by this Intimidate quickly lose the will to fight. Swift Step Boots, a gold-tier relic, common equipment, footwear with special effect. Retreat Step. These boots specialize in high-speed evasion, moving backward faster than forward, and when the opponent slips up they create a major counterattack opportunity. Discovery Necklace, a gold-tier relic, jewelry with special effect. Detection. The Kobold King crafted this necklace to quickly sense enemies. It detects hostile intent and displays enemies within a 100 m radius as red light. Sang-hyun crouched to pick up the Despair Talisman, delighted by the loot. These other items, just looking at them makes my mouth water. I'll stash them first, then absorb them later. Someone's watching after all. At that moment, a voice called from behind him. Sang-hyun. Lee Hyun and Lee Young ran over to Sang-hyun and urged him. What's up? Why call my name out of the blue? We have to get out of here now. The fissure is starting to close. Upon hearing this, his face registered surprise. But Sang-hyun sighed helplessly. What? Ah, no, everyone knows fissures close right after they're cleared. Why are you two so scared? Suddenly he realized something. Wait, don't tell me. Sang-hyun hugged the items he'd looted, staring down at the pile of gold with a worried look. So that means... He gazed at the treasure with regret. What about all this stuff then? Lee Hyun and Lee Young yanked him out quickly, but he looked unwilling to leave. No, pull me back, let me go, come on dude, no, damn it. Outside the fissure a crowd had gathered. Even reporters were filming. The three of them walked out of the fissure slowly to everyone's astonishment. Huh, those outside sighed in relief and cheered wildly. Looks like they made it. Holy crap, Sang-hyun is badass, look, the fissure is closing too. But suddenly the crowd froze. Everyone's faces blank with confusion. Clutching his loot, Sang-hyun sulked because he couldn't grab the gold and jewels inside. Why is the mood so weird? A microphone was thrust straight toward the sullen Sang-hyun. A reporter stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Sang-hyun, we're reporters from Player magazine. Smiling, the reporter wanted to hear his thoughts. As the hero who saved Bupyeong Station, please say a few words. Sang-hyun gave an awkward, sheepish smile. Hero, what are you talking about? Player Town, S Tower, Advanced Training Room B1. Two girls were fighting monsters there. Jo I-hyun raised her staff and cast. Summon B-rank Golem. Now Player Guild of Korea, Jo I-hyun, level 120, Summoner Mage, player rank B+. The stone monsters immediately lunged at Terry. Begin combat simulation. Terry stayed calm, not a hint of fear. She fixed a sharp look on the monsters. A stone monster charged, and Terry slashed its body with her blade. After being cut, its body exploded instantly. The stone creature looked at her with a baffled expression. Terry spun her great blade with force. Seizing the moment, she gripped the blade tight and prepared to strike. With her agility, she rained numerous slashes on the stone monsters. They howled in pain. The stone monsters' bodies began to crumble. As Terry stomped, the stone monsters behind her shattered at once. Their fragments quickly fell behind Terry. She turned to look at the debris behind her and praised I-hyun's move. Nice work. I came back to remember that feeling from that day, but Terry's mind was full of shadows and memories of fighting Sang-hyun. I'd like to fight him again. We should have exchanged contact info, but Miso butted in. The news behind them caught Terry's attention. Breaking. A fissure appeared at Bupyeong Station today. Witnesses say a lone player nearby handled it by himself. Hearing this, Terry looked skeptical. A fissure? Should we go interview that player now? Suddenly her eyes widened, as if she'd spotted someone in front of her. The broadcast showed footage of Sang-hyun being interviewed. The reporter asked him, "How does it feel to clear the fissure with no casualties?" "I just did what needed to be done." Seeing him on the news, Terry couldn't help but smile. "Humble too, nice. Can't believe I ran into him like this." The reporter, calm-faced, asked Sang-hyun, "Did you run into any trouble? According to the Players Guild, those monsters were around level 150, and your level is a bit lower, right? You must have had a really hard time." Sang-hyun answered modestly to the reporter. "Yes, level matters, but I don't think it's the absolute factor that decides victory or defeat." Watching him on the news, Terry couldn't disagree and praised him wholeheartedly. He's right. If he can speak with that confidence, he clearly knows his limits. I've sensed it for a while. He's matured like a player returned from hell. Terry wondered aloud, who trained him? His constellation must be the war god. She also considered another possibility about Sang-hyun's constellation. Or maybe he has a pact with the radiance god like me. The next day at Shin Sang-hyun's house. He focused on absorbing the items he'd gathered yesterday. His hair instantly turned white. Indefinite space. He opened his eyes and looked at the items on the floor with giddy delight. Finally, time to eat. Sang-hyun seemed thrilled to absorb these items. Yesterday I got a relic, intimidate, detection, and retreat step, all useful. Must be my luck stat, okay, keep this up, and I can get stronger however I want. Since the dawn of the player's era, most swordsmen looked like this, burly and veiny. Swordsmen couldn't escape the mold of strength and stamina. But then a giant octopus monster wrapped its tentacles around the burly swordsman. With monsters that attacked differently, those obsessed with brute strength began walking the path to ruin. The burly swordsman was stunned at the sight. And the swordsman stopped in his tracks, perhaps, but the arrival of one person severed the octopus, tentacles. Since the demon sword Du Kyungsu appeared, the swordsman's mindset changed. He ditched heavy armor to optimize speed. Instead of focusing on defense, he chose avoidance. He picked support-oriented skills over pure destruction. In other words, he's a swordsman who can handle any situation. Kyungsu was the pioneer of the current swordsman phenomenon. Basically, he pioneered the concept of the versatile swordsman. This time, Sang-hyun was ready to change from his past life. In my last life, I never changed my fighting style because of pride, but this life will be different. Pride won't feed me. The system chimed in. Absorption prep complete. Despair talisman, swift step, and discovery necklace. A spread of delicious dishes appeared before him, beautifully presented. Wild mushroom kobold soup, kobold steak with peppery sauce. The dishes made Sang-hyun drool at the sight. Delicious, so this time it's kobold-inspired cuisine. I thought that stuff was sly, but turns out it's a foodie. His stomach growled at the mouth-watering spread, and he wondered, but why are there only 2 dishes? Another dish appeared in front of him, giving off a pungent aroma. On the plate wriggled maggots. Fresh swamp orange kobold larva salad. Cancel the praise about it being a foodie earlier, this is wrong. In front of Shin, Sang-hyun's house. 2 bodyguards were trying to stop people from entering. A man with a camera demanded, I told you last time we were allowed in, open the door. The guard at the door, unforgiving, shouted back, how many times do I have to tell you? That's not allowed. Sang-hyun came to the window and looked down at the mob making a ruckus, forced a wry smile. So how are we supposed to make a living, huh? Is that my problem? What are they even doing down there? Actually, how did they get into this area last time? I even paid to stop this kind of thing. He remembered the plate of larvae on the table and felt nauseous, his face going pale. Going outside to breathe was supposed to help, but seeing that just made me sicker. That deep plate crossed the line. Fine, I'll go rest inside. Sang-hyun stretched and turned back into the room, puzzling aloud. I don't have any plans left. What should I do next? Maybe rest today. I'm still queasy from yesterday. Suddenly his phone in the back pocket rang. He immediately pulled the phone out and answered. Hello, hey Sang-hyun. The girl on the line introduced herself and then made a proposition. I'm Kim Jae-hi from Player Management. We met in the quest area, remember? Yes, I remember. Why are you calling me? Jae-hi didn't beat around the bush and revealed why she called. Oh, it's nothing big. I wanted to call about rewarding you for the Fisher incident, the nameplate thing. Honestly, titles like hero or nameplates, by my standards, this achievement is so small it's almost embarrassing. He thought of swordsmen stronger than him he'd fought and felt small. Because compared to the players who will face and stop future disasters, the Fisher I cleared is just a drop in the ocean. Sang-hyun refused Jae-hi's offer without resting. I'm still not worthy of such praise, sorry, but I have to decline. At least grant me the dungeon priority I requested earlier. Mention of dungeon priority darkened Sang-hyun's face. I'm talking about the dungeon, the Silent Land. He couldn't believe he'd get priority so quickly. It was approved. Yes, thanks to this achievement the higher-ups noticed immediately. No obstacles at all. The Silent Land, a dungeon where almost every elite monster uses the silence status effect. And also, Sang-hyun added, glancing to the side. He sat beside a blonde young man with a defeated monster behind him and asked, looking at your sister's photos again? Just a habit. I look at her pictures when things are over. It's been 10 years since I lost her, I think. Sang-hyun, curious why the blonde had lost his sister, asked, which dungeon did your sister go into last time? The blonde, staring at the happy photo of his sister, didn't hesitate to name the dungeon. The Silent Land. She relied heavily on skills, so once she went in, she couldn't do anything. The blonde kept staring at the photo, full of regret. But now I can clear that place easily. Regretting it now won't help. He only wished for one thing. Unless I could go back to the past. Back in the present, Sang-hyun was delighted to hear he'd get priority into the Silent Land. Great. Get me prepared right away. This is a dungeon I must go to. The car sped down the road at an incredible velocity. Sang-hyun was driving the car himself, and sitting inside he couldn't help but remark, "A new car really does handle well. I originally planned to spend the money on antiques." He remembered walking the subway with his long sword and all eyes on him. "But last week at Bupyeong Station with the Fisher, I learned a painful lesson. I like attention, but not like that. I won't take public transport again." At that moment, the phone mounted on his dashboard rang. He immediately picked up and answered. "Yes, I'm here. Oh, hello, Sang-hyun. I'm calling to confirm that today's raid is at the Silent Land. I'm on my way, almost there." The person on the line, having grasped the situation, replied at once. "Ah, understood. There will be other staff at the site to assist you since it's outside my jurisdiction." Sang-hyun sighed to himself. Come to think of it, time really flies. He remembered how hard he'd trained before. "I completely focused on training to review my progress. It's been a week since I finished the Fisher." At last, Sang-hyun could smile, humming as he drove. "I can't wait any longer to try my new skills. My hands and feet are itching to move." At that moment, something caught his eye and shocked him. Up ahead, police officers were directing traffic onto a different route. The cops were trying to reroute cars to avoid a jam. "Is there still traffic at this hour? Move along, I purposely avoided rush hour." Inside the car, a frustrated Sang-hyun grumbled. "It's going to take ages for this to clear. What the hell could there be another Fisher opening?" Once again his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. Ahead, a crowd of reporters had surrounded a young man standing in the road. The young man being interviewed was Kyung-soo himself. Sang-hyun in the car was surprised to see him there. Do Kyung-soo. Just then, a Fisher opened again behind Kyung-soo, Dungeon 21. At the Uido intersection. The girls outside were ecstatic to see Kyung-soo, screaming his name. "Kyung-soo oppa, I love you, just look this way once, please." A female reporter seized the chance to get more from Kyung-soo and praised him. "You're as crazy popular as ever, do Kyung-soo. How does it feel to receive so much adoration?" Kyung-soo answered, unrelated to her question. "It's an honor for me." The reporter, annoyed but forcing a smile, pushed for news. "What's with the curt answers, acting famous now? Anyway, how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid?" She offered a prompt, like your attack strategy, for example. But Kyung-soo kept the same tone and replied tersely, "Same as always." He looked at the reporter briefly. "I'll just cut through the monsters, that's it." The reporter instantly admired him after hearing that strategy. "Okay, thinking back, that blunt answer is actually kinda compelling." The cameraman next to her urged, "Hey, focus." Unnoticed, Sang-hyun had leaned out of the car to look at them. "Look," people outside whispered as soon as they saw his move. "It's Shin Sang-hyun, is he watching Do Kyung-soo? He stared too long and didn't notice where he was driving. Wow, I'm easily recognized too." Other reporters immediately turned their attention to Sang-hyun's presence. Breaking. Encounter between God and man. He's challenging the demon sword's throne. The guard beside Kyung-soo leaned in and whispered, "That's the guy who soloed the Fisher not long ago. I heard his sword style resembles yours." Hearing that, Kyung-soo didn't get angry. He even smiled rarely. "Yeah, I know, excuse me." Sang-hyun got out and took questions from journalists who bombarded him. "Sang-hyun, what brings you here? Just a coincidence. Are you here to challenge Do Kyung-soo?" "No, not at all." The barrage of questions left him dumbfounded. "Why did you crash the car like that? Is it the full-option model? Can you reveal how expensive it is?" "Just a coincidence, what? No, I mean the fully loaded version, damn it. I don't want Do Kyung-soo noticing me like this." From afar, Kyung-soo was also staring at Sang-hyun, making him flustered. "What am I supposed to do?" He gave Sang-hyun a rare smile, but it was a mocking one. Seeing him smile, Sang-hyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Did he just smile? Is that a smirk? So he borrowed money to buy the car or paid himself? He stopped caring about the reporter's questions and kept replaying Kyung-soo's smile in his head. "I don't know what that smile meant, but anyway, I'm honestly really happy to see it." They looked at each other at the same time, both eyes full of implication. Seeing him like that reminds me how long the road ahead still is. Finally, Kyung-soo turned and left, calling to his bodyguard. "All right, we should go." "Yes, sir." But for a moment he sighed inwardly, thinking, "I've met many promising players before, but this one is different." Kyung-soo recalled the way Sang-hyun had looked at him and mused. "He didn't look at me with admiration. He sees me as someone he must surpass." The demon's sword Do Kyung-soo walked off, but the name stuck in his mind. "Shin Sang-hyun, right? Wait for me. I'm sure we'll meet again." Dungeon number 661, codename Silent Land. Another Fisher opened here. Someone stepped out of the stopped car here. Sang-hyun shut the car door but kept thinking. Do Kyung-soo is really special. He just stands there, yet I can't spot a single flaw. That aura is something else. His face brimmed with determination to conquer. The bigger the goal, the more thrilling the chase. Just wait, I'll catch up to you soon. Suddenly a voice beside him piped up. Hey, seriously, what do you mean by that, miss? Outside, two people were arguing with Jai Hai, furious about being denied entry. Today it's clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Calm down a bit. Why is it Shin Sang-hyun's spot? Sang-hyun stepped over to check the commotion. Is there a problem? Shin Sang-hyun, perfect timing. The red-haired girl who'd been arguing turned and scolded him. Just because you're famous doesn't mean you can pull rank. Even players should know the basic rules. When has this ever happened before? Looking at the red-haired girl, Sang-hyun seemed to recognize her. Thank goodness. Oh, today, yes, that face. I'm not sure, though, my memory's a bit fuzzy. This girl was actually the sister of the blonde man he once fought alongside in a past life. Today is the day his sister died in the Silent Land. Hey, are you listening to me? Thinking of her gentle brother, Sang-hyun compared the two silently. I didn't expect her to be so rude and wild. Sir, she's totally the opposite of him. You must have had a hard time with her. The red-haired girl couldn't contain her anger and shouted. Enough! There's no need for courtesy in a situation like this. Hey, Shin Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun looked down at her from above and replied dryly. So what? Sometimes you need to be tough on people. He instantly moved to teach her a lesson to remember. Even if you're angry, don't take it out on me. I was just following the guild's schedule. Anything wrong with that? After putting the red-haired girl in her place, he turned and waved as he left. All right, I'm headed into the dungeon. I don't have much time. Ah, yes, wait there. The red-haired girl was fuming, ready to rush him, constantly threatening. You think I'll let this go? You better watch yourself. Shin Sang-hyun, be careful when it's dark, got it? I should have just taken the day off. This is so annoying. Entrance to the Silent Land. Right now, everything inside the Silent Land looked worn and decrepit. Sang-hyun stepped through the fissure and entered the Silent Land. The stench made him pinch his nose. The rotten smell hits you as soon as you step in. Well, no surprise, since most of the monsters here are. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light flared at his feet. Two hands erupted from the ground, clawing up to grab Sang-hyun's legs. A monster with a huge mouth crawled up from the earth, growling nonstop. A ghoul. The creature immediately seized Sang-hyun's leg, stopping him from stepping back. Sang-hyun drew the sword from his back to attack, but the system chimed. You are afflicted. Silence status from Ghoul's Eastern Wind attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. Just touched and you're silenced. Even silenced, his limbs worked fine as he raised his sword high. The blade sliced that undead creature cleanly in two. There wasn't just one undead. Many more crawled up out of the ground. Those ghouls flailed their arms, lunging at Sang-hyun. So basically, don't get hit even once and limit using skills. Their hands almost reached him, but he was unbothered. Serious? Sounds like we should play it basic then. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's that. Korea Players Association, Recon Team 4, Tactical Meeting Room. An association staff member was reporting on a player. Next player to discuss. Player Shin Sang-hyun. His image was blown up on the screen. A team captain exclaimed appreciatively. Oh, so that's the kid who cleared an entire dungeon. Quite impressive. He questioned the claim. Even so, I heard he only awakened his ability a month ago, and before that he was just a porter. Someone else snorted in. He recalled who Sang-hyun was. So that's him, the one Lee Jiang and Lee Hyun keep praising. This was An Ik-hyun, captain of Recon Team 4. Another person agreed. That's right, he's been getting public attention lately. Ik-hyun raised a pointed question. His growth rate is clearly ahead of other players. Should we consider him a super case like Kim Misu, Shin Terry, or Do Kyung-soo? I'm a bit suspicious. Someone else concurred. I share that view. This was Shin Min-yi, deputy captain of Recon Team 4. Min-yi studied the flagged report. There are always players with astonishing growth. His solo handling of the fissure deserves high praise, but since we can't clearly determine the true danger level, we must be cautious discussing his achievements. It's also possible he's just good at manipulating media. Someone suddenly objected to that line of thought. I don't think so. The meeting group groaned helplessly. There it goes again. This is the 100th time Lee Gahi has opposed the deputy captain's opinion, and she even interrupts before he finishes a sentence. The deputy captain snapped. Everyone, shut up. Ik-hyun looked at the objector. What do you want to say, Lee Gahi? Gahi stood and answered honestly. Yes, sorry for interrupting, but he's a player I've been personally tracking, said Lee Gahi, a scout of Recon Team 4 from the Korea Players Association. She stepped up to the screen and explained. Over the past few days, I've gathered data on Shin Sang-hyun. It took a bit longer, but I think it was worth doing. Because that's the only way we'll understand that Shin Sang-hyun isn't an ordinary player. She gave an example. As you know, this is a typical player's development chart. We set the parameters at level 50, assuming Shin Sang-hyun reached that. The chart showed only minor fluctuations in player ability. Gahi clicked forward, and now, this is a simulated growth chart for Shin Sang-hyun. His chart shot up like a steep cliff, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Someone blurted out in shock, "What the?" And Minnie cut in, "Impossible." He challenged her. "Lee Gahi, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost the ability to evaluate the players you're assigned to monitor objectively? Don't forget your role as a scout. You can ignore the number of skills, but what about the number of titles? At that rate, are you saying he's on par with Demon Sword Du Kyungsu's growth?" Gahi stood firm in her judgment. "This is the conclusion I reached after objectively reviewing the data. It's indisputable." She explained, "I met with everyone who's ever worked with Shin Sang-hyun." The man Minnie had interrupted could only mutter in frustration. "Interrupted me again." Gahi prepared a set of questions to learn about Sang-hyun. Question 1 asked if there was anything strange about him, and the interviewee replied, Sang-hyun, I think he has two things many people would call odd." She asked him to elaborate. "Focus on his skills, combat instinct, and battlefield influence." He laughed heartily. "Oh, his skills are amazing. I've never seen anyone stun like that. Nobody gets close to him, I bet." Then he sighed. "However, if that's all there is, it wouldn't be considered extraordinary. The reason he's special." Meanwhile, he was furiously charging into the horde of undead in the Silent Land. That answer matched his current actions perfectly. Probably his innate combat talent. Gahi's second question asked what they thought of his combat intuition. Tseok replied excitedly, "His basic training is top-notch." Jui chimed in, "Yeah, Sang-hyun is super cool." The vague answers made her narrow the question. "Put it this way, compared to players of the same rank, he's better, right?" Jui shot back. "More than that, without him we wouldn't even be here talking." Tseok eagerly added, "Hard to explain, but I think the gap between him and others comes from how insanely hard he trains. Feels like I'm coordinating with a battle-hardened veteran," he said, as Sang-hyun tore through the undead like a seasoned killer. His comment piqued her interest. "What? Can you explain that in more detail?" Sang-hyun kept dodging and slaughtering the undead, just as Tseok suggested. "It feels like he knows what's going to happen before it does. His intuition predicts the enemy's next move spectacularly." The undead kept coming, as if they'd sprouted from nowhere to attack him. Sang-hyun didn't hesitate and charged them, and as Tseok explained, "I think most people will have moments when they reveal a weakness." Gahi agreed. "Right, unless they have enough experience to cover it, some flaw will show." Tseok continued, "But Sang-hyun doesn't. It's like his body moves before he even thinks what to do." Sang-hyun casually sliced the undead away as he pressed forward. Even when one suddenly appeared in the blind spot behind him, he easily dodged it without a scratch. Gahi clarified Tseok's point. "In other words, he seems to have extremely keen combat intuition." And naturally, that was exactly what he meant. Yes, perfect, his combat instinct is finely honed, no matter what situation Sang-hyun is in. Even when attacked by multiple enemies at once, he still has ways to handle it. He continued to defeat them with ease. From those surveys, Gahi concluded in the meeting. To summarize, what sets Shin Sang-hyun apart is an intuition comparable to predictive ability. To add, Shin Sang-hyun's combat intuition is on par with most A-plus players. If we include this in the analysis, then I believe he has what it takes to be considered an S-rank player. Sang-hyun looked at the piled-up corpses and sighed wearily. True enough, lots of monsters got taken out. Minyi remained stubborn. Unbelievable. He challenged Gahi. "Do you understand what being rated S-rank means?" She, of course, retorted, "I understand perfectly." The deputy grew angrier. "And what predictive power? Are you saying Shin Sang-hyun knew the Fisher would appear and used that to grab titles?" He wanted to explode. "Why not say he regressed while you're at it?" Gahi looked enlightened. "Regression convincing I knew the captain would." Minyi shouted her name. Lee Gahi. Ikkyun rubbed his temples and intervened. "Everyone be quiet. Why do you always argue in meetings? Are you kids? I understand why you say Shin Sang-hyun isn't an ordinary player." He ordered, "Lee Gahi, from today your task is to focus solely on monitoring Shin Sang-hyun." Minnie wanted to object. "Captain." But he continued, "However, you will work alone, understood." Gahi happily got what she wanted and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." Inside the Silent Land, Sang-hyun continued to probe the surroundings. Walking, he complained irritably, "I hate monster blood smells, but ghoul blood is worse. That's why I bought new clothes. They keep popping up unexpectedly. It's really hard to deal with, and they don't even drop relics." Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a second." Sang-hyun rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Now that I think about it, I don't have that skill." His eyes flashed a bright golden light. I should have used it from the start. Positioning skill, active, supports skill level 1, activates detection eyes. If you possess a similar support skill, the effect is disabled. All monsters within 100 meters are marked. Monsters leaving the marked area are separately tagged, maximum range 500 meters. Suddenly, a horde of undead ghoul monsters rose up and appeared before him. He began to feel chills. Why are there still so many monsters? I thought I almost cleared them, maybe skip a few. Something strange appeared before his eyes, surprising him. A red object hovered in the air. He guessed. A fly, does that count as a monster? Why did detection mark it? He reached out to touch it. Boom, the fly exploded into a large blast. Then he realized, it's a suicide fly. Sang-hyun looked at his slightly burned hand and felt lucky. Good thing I reacted in time or I'd have lost an arm. If there are any more suicide flies around, then there must be some magic-type monster nearby. True to his hunch, a swarm of suicide flies flew in. If I can't get away from them, those flies kept exploding, causing blasts so big you could track them from afar. And in the distance were undead mages, the ones controlling the flies. Back at the Korea Players Association meeting, Minnie had calmed down and called, "Lee Gahi," which made her curious. He asked seriously, "I understand you rate Shin Sang-hyun highly, but besides combat instinct, do you have any additional info on his skills or titles based on what you said? Maybe he has some special method of acquiring them, am I right?" She replied, "No, actually I've thought about that too, though it's just a hypothesis." But at that moment, one of the undead mages nearby noticed something. Her steady voice echoed, "Even if it's only partially true." He appeared with a shield before the undead horde. "Honestly, do you guys not have any sense of self-preservation? Sword guard skill, activation support. Create a barrier with the sword that blocks attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, you can't move forward, only retreat. It consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier breaks, sword guard must be reactivated." She asserted Shin Sang-hyun is a player who surpasses normal limits. Over there, he called out to them too. "My turn now, right?" A few days earlier, in the underground training room of Building C in the player's town, someone was furiously practicing swordplay against a barrage of arrows. The arrows fired relentlessly, non-stop. He kept fighting stubbornly and precisely, slicing each arrow. That person was Sang-hyun. He trained while musing. "Looks like I've followed this training schedule for 3 days now. Except for special cases like consuming a relic, acquiring skills is simple, through repeated habits. Using well-known guides, getting basic passive skills is fairly easy. But to obtain active skills like full strike, those methods don't work, because the repetition must match certain conditions. Players who discover these methods usually don't share them to keep them private. Possessing them is nearly impossible unless you get lucky by chance." But, back to the present, he had just survived a large explosion in the Silent Land. He judged himself, "I'm already a fairly experienced player. Sword guard skill, activation support. Create a barrier with the sword that blocks attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, you can't move forward, only retreat. It consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier breaks, sword guard must be reactivated." Seeing Sang-hyun unharmed, the undead mages grew cautious and kept spawning suicide flies. One of them howled as if giving an order. It formed a jet-black magic orb from its skeletal hand, and the swarm of suicide flies multiplied from it. Then it commanded hundreds of thousands of flies to fly toward the advancing swordsman. At the same time, he analyzed his skill again. "The sword guard I struggled to get is certainly a good defensive skill, but its biggest drawback is not being able to move forward." However, hundreds of thousands of flies continued to explode. The smoke and kicked-up mud billowed thickly. Sang-hyun stood firm and pushed through the dust and smoke, heading straight ahead. A spherical barrier surrounded him as he leapt forward, swinging his sword hard to cleave them and send them into a panic. He told them and himself, "There's always a way to work around any limitation." A group of undead mages cast multiple inferno spells at once. They hurled infernos at him non-stop. He flipped aside to dodge and let out a mocking chuckle. Sang-hyun shouted at them, "Too late now." He activated his combat skill. A single slash split the undead mages in 2, making them cry out in pain. That cry drew the attention of a nearby monster. It prepared to leave its spot and head toward the sound. The undead mages gradually dissolved amid their own agonized cries. They left behind a crystal that emitted a strange purple glow. He picked it up and guessed, "Is this a purple mana crystal? Finally something high-tier drops. One of these sells for over 100 million won on average. Rewards will only get better in deeper dungeons." He set it aside and decided, "I'll come back for it after I'm done." Sang-hyun chose his next destination, now to the deepest part of the dungeon, and he used positioning. System notice, A monster has appeared via positioning. Seeing the system panel stunned him. Only one? Where did all those swarming monsters go? So where is that monster located? The monster suddenly appeared behind him. Sang-hyun also sensed it. Something's behind me. The monster readied its sword. He had to rely on his judgment. It's too late to react now. Right, left, down, damn it. Whatever, I have to use my instinct to guess its attack direction. The swordsman decided to leap up to evade. Please guess right. Immediately the ground beneath him was cleaved into chunks that collapsed with a thunderous rumble. Sang-hyun stared in panic. This is insane. He suddenly realized. Now I get it, of course the monsters wouldn't just vanish. They all fled to survive because this showed up. A creature that kills both enemies and allies without discrimination. The Death Knight. The monster, seeing him evade, charged at once. He grew more alarmed at that bold move. No idea why a monster that should only be in the deepest dungeon wandered out here. But facing it directly, I understood, right, it's because of it. He remembered his comrade, and that comrade's sister. It killed my teammate's sister. Sang-hyun swung his sword to strike back at the mid-level boss, the Death Knight of remorse and rage. He kept telling himself, in this life I won't let that happen. Two swords, brimming with power, crashed together, and a massive surge of force erupted. Sang-hyun struggled to parry each strike, muttering, damn it. Each of its slashes is overwhelmingly powerful. The Death Knight, like those others, is a kind of immortal monster. A knight born from death, more precisely. It's the soul of a dead swordsman reborn into an immortal body. His main move was Silent Swamp, a skill that's always active. It silences anyone who touches the black mist at his feet. The guild thought he could be easily defeated if paired with a ranged player. Using the dungeon ghoul as the baseline, they rated the Silent Land's difficulty at level 120. And that was the guild's biggest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight isn't something like Silent Swamp. Rather, it's the soul of the swordsman inside it. In other words, if that swordsman is highly skilled, the Death Knight becomes exponentially more dangerous. The guild realized this too late and then significantly raised the threat level of the Silent Land, Sang-hyun recalled while defending himself. Damn it! Next, after they discovered the Death Knight in the Silent Land ranks between A+ and S in danger, the monster continued unleashing crushing blows at him. Sang-hyun, unable to block any longer, took the brutal strikes and fell to the ground. He was in such pain that his eyes rolled back and he spat a mouthful of blood, feeling something was seriously wrong. This is bad. Watching the Death Knight closing in, he scoffed to himself. Am I really going to die this time? Sang-hyun fell silent to think and wait. Then he snapped angrily, get the hell pissed off. He planted his sword, stood up, and said to the monster, every time I say I'm going to die, it's hard. Humans don't change easily. Whenever things get even a little more dangerous, weak thoughts always show up first. At this rate, I won't change at all. Sang-hyun shouted at the monster, you bastard. What are you looking at? Hurry up and come at me, you jerk. He taunted it. The Death Knight remained silent, seemingly taking in the human's words. Then its face hardened, looking very angry as it stared at him. The two sides, the Death Knight and swordsman Sang-hyun, locked eyes in a tense stare-down. The monster let out a cry, as if replying to his provocation. Sang-hyun moved nimbly to find a way to strike it. The monster wasn't hasty, but took its time assessing him. Then it stomped the ground and lunged forward in pursuit of Sang-hyun. He looked at the pursuing monster and calculated silently. All right, it's chasing me without hesitation with my current stamina. Facing it would be foolish. I need to find a way to recover at least a bit of stamina. The system announced, positioning has found monsters 17, 18, 19. Many monsters appeared in front of him. Sang-hyun grinned inwardly. Just as expected, you lot took advantage of the Death Knight's absence, so you were hiding in the deepest part to avoid this fight, huh? A door appeared before him. He gently kicked it open and ran straight inside. Dozens of undead monsters were inside. They looked toward the intruder who had just appeared. They let out an angry roar. Sang-hyun set his face and prepared to charge in. He sliced through them, cutting them to pieces as screams echoed throughout. The Death Knight behind him quickly caught up. System notice, Cunning Hunter, title rank, see title description. Each time you kill a small monster, you absorb its blood to recover stamina, he heard and cheered. All right, the system continued. Thanks to the Cunning Hunter effect, you recover 35 HP. Everything went as Sang-hyun calculated. Thanks to the relic I got from the fisher, my speed increased, so losing his trail is no problem. Good, as long as I keep recovering stamina like this. I can reach the deepest part of the dungeon. The monster kept hacking through its way forward to close in on him. Sang-hyun finally burst into the deepest area of the Silent Land. The sight there made him wince in shock. Heaps of undead monsters crowded the area. He grew even more pleased. There are still plenty here. At this rate, I can restore most of my stamina. Okay, next. Before he could do anything, the monster behind had almost reached him, leaving him stunned. He hurriedly dodged. Damn it. The unlucky undead who couldn't get out of the way were cut in half by the Death Knight's blade. Sang-hyun was surprised. This thing, don't tell me that earlier move wasn't aimed at me. But it was aimed at them. The monster kept attacking the pile of undead. He understood the reason. It noticed I'm recovering stamina, so it's slaughtering all its kin. Insane. Sang-hyun quickly dodged the attacks coming from that monster. Then he swung his sword and lunged at it. The system announced, "Prepare counterattack." Even if it guessed it, it would be too late. Doesn't matter, I've recovered enough mana, the chance is here. I'll use counterattack to face it head-on. The skill was suddenly crossed out and unusable. Just as Sang-hyun prepared to strike, the system explained, "You are in the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills." He was surprised. What the? And at that moment the monster's blow came down. Its force roared out, and unlucky for him, he took the full hit. By momentum his body flew backward and slammed into the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as he reevaluated. What a stupid mistake. I swore I'd always watch for the silence, but all the stamina I gained just now was blown away in one strike. If I hadn't managed to block with my sword, I'd be dead. He refused to accept it. God damn it. Me like this? He remembered those who had fallen. I can't give up like this. Sang-hyun recalled the scene from his past life, holding his comrade in his arms. The boy weakly voiced his last wish. "Hey, please, I want to ask a favor, just one favor. Sang-hyun, where my sister is buried, please bury me next to her." He had tried to hold him back. "Don't say such gloomy stuff. You want to die or what, you idiot? The collapse will be over soon. Just hang on a bit and the rescue team will arrive." But the boy only smiled in relief. "Really? Then that's a relief." He tried to call out, "Hey," and Sang-hyun reassured him. "Yeah, you bastard, stay conscious and wait." The horrific scene he most feared happened. That comrade passed away peacefully after hearing that news, leaving Sang-hyun alone to endure. Only then did he shout loudly, as if to tell his fallen comrade, "I know now." Back in the present, the Death Knight remained frozen in pose after shredding Sang-hyun. It stood silent, listening to see if its enemy still made any moves. His voice rang out, surprising it. "Right, I guess I was wrong from the start." He stepped out from the corner. "Maybe I was just being cautious and hoarded stamina for the final boss fight." "Right, I misjudged everything, repeating the same mistake over and over. It's over, it's really over. So now it's all or nothing, you mutt." He lunged at it like he'd lost his mind. The system announced, "Confusion skill activated." Sang-hyun seemed to regain confidence. "Yeah, I absolutely can't give up here, not because I'm stubborn about my goals or my past. It's just because..." He slowly closed in on the Death Knight. The two of them flashed at each other like lightning. They stabbed and slashed ferociously and endlessly. Sang-hyun kept reminding himself, "I can't live turning a blind eye to what I can protect." He felt the sting when he drew his sword again. "Just countering tore the skin on my hand like it was being ripped. If this is strength versus strength, I can't beat it. But in that exchange just now I discovered something I'm better at than it." He braced himself and stared the monster down. Then he quickly dodged the life-demanding sword's swing aimed at him, and appeared behind it. The monster realized quickly and spun around to attack. But he was no longer there. He was pressed right up against its side. The Death Knight could hardly dodge this strike. Sang-hyun yelled in its face, "No matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless if you can't hit me." His hit struck the monster squarely. The system announced, "Critical hit inflicted. Critical damage scales with the player's luck stat. Current range 120%, 600%. He gripped his sword and shouted, "Die." The Death Knight was shoved back, slammed into the wall, and flew out. The system reported, "This critical hit's damage increased by 600%. Before it could recompose itself, he quickly struck again. It was knocked flat onto the ground. He paused to catch his ragged breath. Sang-hyun wiped blood from his lip and ordered it, "Stop pretending and get up." I knew this wouldn't end easily. Sure enough, the monster slowly pushed itself up on its hands. It let out an angry roar, and the system immediately announced, "The Death Knight has used the final life flame as a sacrifice. All of the Death Knight's stamina stats are surging." He tightened his grip on his sword. "It's starting, revenge from the enemy, the Death Knight." He frowned and bit his lip. Even though the Death Knight's skills were broken, they always share one trait. Whenever their remaining HP falls below 10%. Then after 10 seconds, it will berserk itself, called the definition of death. A massive power field surrounded the monster. Just as he knew, the monster was going berserk, and a tremendous power radiated around it. Sang-hyun hesitated and calculated. "With my current HP, one hit and I'm dead. Trying a duel now would be suicide. In this situation, I've completely become its prey. But I can't let myself be swallowed up. Even prey has its own role." Only 10 seconds left. Then I'll run like hell, he charged toward the monster. The two prepared to collide. The monster slashed at him. Luckily, Sang-hyun dodged in time, making its blade slam into the ground and almost turn the earth over. He stared in horror at the sight. Sang-hyun clenched his teeth to suppress the instinctive fear of a stronger foe. He pivoted and bolted, the monster right behind him. 10-9. The Death Knight began forming a stream of power in its palm. He felt something was wrong. This thing don't tell me. The power began linking with the sword that had been knocked from it earlier. The sword slowly lifted. Then, under the monster's control, it flew back toward its master. Sang-hyun wouldn't let it get what it wanted, so he swung his sword that way. Where do you think you're going, huh? Because of that, the sword lost control and was flung far away. The Death Knight saw the sword almost within reach, and when it was snatched away, grew even angrier. It abandoned the sword and lunged madly at him. Sang-hyun gritted his teeth and sped up, running. Stupid move, still plenty of time. He felt it. My body is screaming in pain, like my lungs are about to fall out. He told himself, just a little longer. Hang on a bit more, you damn body. The knight unleashed a horrific strike that shattered the ground. Fortunately, the protagonist was still okay. He pushed himself forward with all his strength and seemed to collapse from exhaustion. He tried to crawl backward with his whole body. The monster, of course, seized the chance to lunge and finish him off, the system still displayed. You are in the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills. Sang-hyun panicked and urged himself. Think fast. If you can't think of something, you'll die. The monster's hand was already right on him. A slashing cut sliced a ghoul undead clean in two. Only able to say the word, you. He looked at the pile of corpses he'd dispatched, scattered on the ground. Sang-hyun in the past panted. Finally, he shouted. Finally, I killed those damn ghouls. How many more times were they going to spam silence? His former teammate approached from afar and called out. Hey, are you done? He turned and replied. Just finished. He eyed the guy's still clean face and asked, but why do you look so clean? The guy awkwardly laughed. Well, honestly, it wasn't that hard. He responded indignantly. What did you just say? Sang-hyun grilled him with a complaint. You didn't have to deal with those damn ghouls? They kept casting silence non-stop. How could that be easy? They spammed so I couldn't use skills. Is this fair? Might as well tell a swordsman like me to go die. He laughed and reminded him. That's why I told you to bring the artifact that cancels control. Don't be so stubborn. He argued back. It's not stubbornness. What's the point of carrying an artifact with a 2-hour cooldown? If they keep silencing, it's useless. The guy continued advising. That's why you have to use it carefully. He made a puzzled sound. He explained, even if it's unfair, at least you can use it once. Use it to create an opportunity, right? Put on a perfect performance with the scene you're given. That's what being a real player is about, isn't it? He stared at the light radiating from him and couldn't find the words. You. Sang-hyun grabbed him and pinched his cheek. You brat acting all high and mighty now. If it were that easy, I'd be a ranker, not stuck here. The guy protested miserably. Why are you like that? I'm just stating the truth. He shot back. The truth? You want me to actually punch you? Who do you think you're acting up? The flashback replayed in a moment, making him laugh at himself. I don't think I'm in any position to criticize others anymore. Level 1 recovery skill activated. Recovery removed the silent status. Sang-hyun said softly, step back. His feet instantly felt a push and he stepped back, activating the skill, a movement skill that quickly retreats. Direction is based on the foot contacting the ground, and the wider the contact area, the farther the retreat. Used against a vulnerable foe, it can create a huge opening. Thanks to that, he dodged the powerful attack and was sent flying back by inertia. The Death Knight looked up at him and roared. Its roar brought a gust of wind that could have blown him away. Luckily, he grabbed the chandelier hanging from the ceiling in time, or he'd have been blown off somewhere. He cursed it. You disgusting thing, Sang-hyun thought. That move used up all my mana. I have nothing left to play with, not even a bit. The monster lunged right at him. Sang-hyun let go of the chandelier. The Death Knight couldn't change direction in time, shattering the chandelier into 100 pieces while he fell down safely. Exhausted, he could only let himself drop to the floor. He spat blood, losing track of time. I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Time, how much is left? He looked at the monster, crazily winding up its power, and cursed under his breath. God damn it, is this really the end of me? Sang-hyun wondered. When did everything start going wrong? No, it's a chain of mistakes. From the start, I misjudged the enemy's strength, took huge damage for no reason, and then kept making mistakes. I really headed straight for my end. The monster's hand was right at his throat. Sang-hyun felt helpless. I should have made the most of this so-called rebirth, damn it. Just as the hand was about 5 centimeters from his neck, it began to dissolve. The monster had used up its remaining time. Its body slowly disintegrated into pieces. Sang-hyun escaped death by a hair and laughed mockingly. He muttered, "I thought I was actually dead." Watching the monster dissolve, he wondered, "Feels like I've been reborn once more, huh?" The system announced, "Congratulations, you defeated the mid-tier boss, the Death Knight, and received a large amount of experience." His level rose rapidly. The system announced, "Your level sharply increased, HP fully restored." He laughed with joy. "I totally forgot level up HP recovery just saved my life. But stamina and HP aren't the same. My stamina still hasn't recovered." Sang-hyun looked at his hand, still shaking uncontrollably. "One more thing, and the side effects from that madness skill are still active. I might have to carry all these side effects forward. But the final boss of this silent land isn't easy. True, that Death Knight is unusually strong, so pushing forward isn't realistic at all." He made a decision. "There's only one conclusion. The thing I can do is, assuming away the madness, there's no choice but to accept the side effects to recover stamina." The madness status vanished immediately. He guessed, "Well, I didn't take any critical damage after activating it, so it should be fine." No sooner had he finished speaking than his body began to erupt. He felt pain all over. Sang-hyun clutched himself in agony and screamed. The system announced along with his scream, "Due to removing madness, you have fallen into extreme fatigue from accumulated damage. Accumulated damage warning increased threefold. Fatigue level sharply increased. Warning, prolonged condition may lead to player death." He wanted to question the system. "Why didn't you warn me earlier?" But couldn't, he felt. "No, my consciousness is fatting." Entrance to the silent land. The gate clerk sensed something was off. Strange, according to the guild stats. He should have cleared it and come out by now. The blonde man accompanying Sang-hyun's former teammate guessed. "Could something have happened in there?" the other woman asked. "What should we do? Report it?" The sister pretended to be indignant and dismissed it. "Report what? If he's confident he can deal with it himself." One person disagreed with the girl's take. "Still, I feel like something's wrong." The girl snapped irritably. "What a pain." A question echoed from within the silent land. "What the hell is going on in there?" Looking at Sang-hyun collapsed on the ground, the question grew more suspicious. What did he do? Sang-hyun lay unconscious on the floor, while the monsters slowly tightened their circle. They targeted him directly. One monster even drooled at the sight of Sang-hyun, preparing to pounce and grab him. But the goddess Luck declared she would not forgive anyone who dared harm her player. That proclamation was enough to scare the monsters into a panicked flight. Goddess Luck scolded him to stop being a crybaby and get up. She slapped Sang-hyun hard, then nagged, asking if that was all he had. Still no response. Seeing this, the goddess glanced around and noticed something. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. She dragged Sang-hyun's unconscious body to the wall, lay down beside him, and even fell asleep. Eventually, Sang-hyun woke up. He jolted awake, panicking as he wondered how long he'd been out. He couldn't believe he had passed out inside a dungeon. When he tried to stand, his whole body ached as if run over by a truck. Sang-hyun swore when he realized how intense the hallucination drug's side effects were. But facing enemies like that, he had no other choice. From now on, he had to be more careful. Fortunately, the ghouls didn't seem to chase him, though he found that a bit odd. Those things usually love corpses. Just then, he noticed something lying right beside him. Sang-hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Goddess Luck asleep from exhaustion, he immediately understood she had saved him. He didn't know what had happened while he was unconscious, but he trusted the goddess would explain when she woke. In the meantime, he had to do what he could. A ring had appeared. Sang-hyun moved closer. He was a little disappointed that this was the only artifact. The item's name was Silent Ring, a platinum-tier support ring. Its special effect was mana circulation. Just wearing it quadrupled mana regen. However, this only worked in dungeons at night under moonlight. During the day, mana regen was halved. Strange as it sounded, the ring, forged by a mana-starved, vengeful spirit, had an incredible ability to gather mana. Sang-hyun was angry that after all his effort he got such a reward, and it wasn't even any kind of silence effect. He grumbled that maybe the Death Knight wasn't the true final boss. But then he realized something. Before he fainted, he had defeated the Death Knight and received an unprecedented amount of experience. A status panel he'd never seen before popped up, so he decided to check it immediately. The player info appeared. Name, Shin Sang-hyun, level 83. Title, Clever Hunter, and 8 other titles. Constellation, Goddess Luck. Exclusive skill, Devour Artifacts, consumed 29 artifacts. HP, 238 MP, 247 EXP, 1738. Stats, Strength 250, Stamina 109, Dexterity 83, Mana 71, Luck 229, Evasion 33, Defense 65. 25 unassigned stat points remaining. Sang-hyun was shocked to see his level had reached 83. He gaped, unable to believe it. The last time he beat the Kobold King, he was only level 58. Now, just for defeating the Death Knight, he jumped over 20 levels. He guessed that to make up for the lack of artifact drops, the system had given out massive experience instead. Sure enough, his progression was exponential. If he kept this pace, becoming a top hunter was only a matter of time. He laughed so hard he coughed up blood. Of course, that laugh woke Goddess Luck. Sang-hyun was bleeding pretty badly. Afterwards, the two of them gathered by the fire and relaxed. It had been a long time since Sang-hyun sat by a campfire like this. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a proper rest in a dungeon, even just a short break to recover stamina. But he noticed the goddess was relaxing a bit too much. Goddess Luck said, "If you don't learn to enjoy life's small pleasures, luck won't come to you." Sang-hyun smiled faintly, admitting he'd tried to live that way before. But things were different now. He resolved to seize his fate with his own hands. System notice, beginning monosynchronization with silent ring. Preparing absorption complete. A plate of marrow garnished with quiet forest greens was placed before him. Sang-hyun was amazed. He'd never thought he'd get to eat such rare marrow. In his past life, he'd only seen it on YouTube and wondered what it tasted like. In the videos, people scoop it out with a spoon. Now it was his turn. System notice, silent ring has been absorbed. Sang-hyun said happily that eating meat by the fire felt like a dream. Goddess Luck stared at him, puzzled, wondering who was really the one relaxing too much. She curiously asked how he had gotten that ability. Growth-type abilities with no caps on development were extremely rare. Sang-hyun explained that when a player awakens, each person receives an innate power. At least, that's what he knew. Goddess Luck admitted she didn't know much about players' personal traits. She said if that was true, having such an ability was an incredible stroke of luck. Sang-hyun forced a smile and agreed he was lucky, though inwardly he thought this kind of luck only came because he'd regressed. Goddess Luck said she was also lucky to have met a growth-type player like him. Becoming his constellation was a wonderful decision. Sang-hyun thought about the pace of his growth. At this rate, his name would spread across the whole country quickly, but he knew human greed was endless. When the stage wasn't just a nation but the whole world, there would be a realm no player dared to dream of. The domain of true monsters. There was a man who had surpassed every limit of a mage-type player. After mastering all 4 elemental magics, he alone fought an S-class rift, the monster of monsters. He was the first Grand Archmage of the Kingdom of Britain, Geron Decay. Sang-hyun realized he was still far from being able to look up to that man, but maybe one day he'd make him his target. He called the goddess and promised he'd do his best to make her believe choosing him was the greatest stroke of luck of her life. He had to keep getting stronger and one day aim for that man. The goddess was astonished by his words, but she also smiled happily. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared above him. The goddess returned to her true size and hugged Sang-hyun tightly. She knew she had a good eye for people, and that made her happy. She said his words were admirable and that she was proud of him. From that moment, Goddess Luck vowed to support him with everything she had. She declared their fates were now bound, and her faith in player Sang-hyun deepened. Sang-hyun panicked and cried out at being squeezed too hard, complaining of aching muscles all over. But the goddess's full embrace completely restored his stamina. He was stunned as even the muscle pain vanished. Meanwhile, in a gloomy place guarded by death, the final boss room of the Silent Grounds, the audience chamber of silence. Seated on the throne was the final boss himself, weary King Archik. He said, "Tandem huc preventum est." Then he switched languages when he realized no matter how many times he repeated it, the other party still didn't understand. He praised the intruder for making it this far. He wondered if this person could dispel his boredom. The other, Sang-hyun, looked confused and asked if he was always like this. He asked why an archmage would let them camp right in front of his door. But thanks to that, he had fully recovered. Sang-hyun drew his sword and told the final boss he'd finish quickly so the king wouldn't get bored. After that, he'd leave this tedious place. Moments later, the Archlick rained countless beams of magic down on Sang-hyun's head. It laughed loudly and said watching him run around like a rat was truly entertaining. Then it declared it would see how much longer he could keep talking. Another powerful bolt of energy shot straight toward him. Sang-hyun realized the subspace skill was extremely dangerous. Projectiles kept coming from every direction, and even though he properly defended with his sword, blocking them all was becoming difficult. He didn't know how many more hits he could endure. At this point, he began to wonder if these monsters ever ran out of mana. By contrast, he was sure he would run dry if he kept using skills like that. He'd already activated a skill 4 times in a row. While thinking, he suddenly realized the intention behind the enemy's skill usage. It felt like the opponent was deliberately baiting him to exhaust all his mana. The Archlick declared it was time to end the performance. It called him a vermin. The Archlick began to transform. Many dry bones sprouted from its body while black cloth slowly wrapped around them. It announced the end had come and told Sanghyun not to be too frightened. Sanghyun told the skeleton to relax. He confidently declared he would finish the fight in the blink of an eye, then taunted that the Archlick didn't even have eyes to see with. The Archlick was an undead mage capable of high-level magic, ranked as an advanced mage. Compared to the Death Knight before, it was normally less dangerous. However, in this transformed state, it became a tougher opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, most mages need both hands to cast a spell. Using one hand makes spells weaker and less accurate, so the Archlick chose an extremely simple method. It exploited its undead body to force an increase in the number of arms, enabling it to cast multiple spells at once. Sanghyun was sure a perfect triple cast was impossible. Even so, firing 3 spells in succession was a simple but terrifying tactic. But he already knew what he had to do. He had to take the Archlick down before it could fully utilize that ability. The Archlick declared he had made a grave mistake. It activated Language of Silence. Luminous runes suddenly surrounded Sanghyun, freezing him in astonishment. He was afflicted with the silence effect. For 3 seconds, he couldn't use any skills. But for Sanghyun, that didn't matter, because even without skills, he was strong enough to sever its head with a swing. That was precisely the Archlick's intention. Sanghyun's eyes widened as the Archlick suddenly vanished and reappeared behind him. It used extreme close-range blink. The Archlick declared he had made a grave mistake again, still calling him vermin, then cast Flames of Purgatory. The Archlick mocked him, saying not to be sad about such terrible luck. But suddenly it froze in shock. Sanghyun's sword was pointed right at its face, only an inch away. Next came the Archlick's horrific scream. His attack had landed. It couldn't understand what had just happened. Sanghyun told it was wrong about one thing. He had never been unlucky because luck always sided with him. The Archlick's head rolled across the floor. It still couldn't believe it. It desperately asked why that was the case. Sanghyun looked delighted by the question. He pointed out that the Archlick had been watching him from the start, so it should already know the answer. He revealed he had a skill that could remove silence. The Archlick knew that because it had witnessed it in Sanghyun's previous battle. It knew his fighting style well, even knew his mana limits. It was certain its calculation was perfect. The Archlick insisted Sanghyun couldn't use any skills. Its calculations were flawless. But Sanghyun pointed out a flaw in the Archlick's logic. If someone exceeds their limits, even a vermin can keep getting stronger. He activated mana circulation. The special effect works passively and has no cooldown. Thanks to Devour artifacts, the ring's ability still functions even when he's not wearing it. In return, mana circulation's effectiveness is halved. Still, at night when the dungeon moon is bright, his mana regeneration triples. During the day, it increases by 1.5 times. Meanwhile, his ex's sister stared at Sanghyun in shock. She saw Sanghyun emerge alive. Unbelievable. Someone shouted, "Start recording," because the interview was about to begin. Sanghyun was completely bewildered and asked what was going on. A huge crowd of reporters and cameramen stood before him. In an instant, they swarmed him. A reporter shoved a microphone in his face, firing rapid questions while medics checked his pulse. Others kept asking about his wounds, how much blood he'd lost, his blood type, any pre-existing conditions. Overwhelmed, Sanghyun shouted for everyone to stop pushing and give him some space. Suddenly, he recognized someone. His old friend stood next to his sister. The sister insisted Sanghyun was clearly fine, so there was no reason to ask their brother for help. She denied being worried about him. Meanwhile, Sanghyun's old friend looked puzzled, wondering why Sanghyun kept staring at him. People around them were still noisy and chaotic, but Sanghyun's attention focused only on his old friend, as if it were just the two of them in the world. And deep inside, Sanghyun felt relieved that he had finally repaid his debt. 10 years after awakening, Sanghyun had hit a wall. His progress had completely stalled because he'd poured everything into the Devour artifact's skill. He hadn't built meaningful relationships with other players. In the end, he became isolated from the player world. It had been just an ordinary day. Nobody paid attention to him. Then the guild leader, his old friend, asked if he wanted to join the raid. He awkwardly explained a member had suddenly gotten a stomachache. It turned out they'd eaten expired scallion kimchi without realizing kimchi can expire. They joked that that's why you need a kimchi fridge. Still, they mentioned the absent member was a swordsman. Sanghyun realized the guild's genuine happiness. Because he had never truly belonged anywhere, he craved that sense of security. But in the end, he apologized and said he planned to raid alone that day. It was a foolish act of pride. After 10 years as a player, he couldn't stand others seeing him fail to meet even basic standards. And because of that pride, he nearly died until someone appeared and said things could be much worse. It was the person who invited him to the party. He asked if Sang-hyun was okay. That overly kind guy had followed him into the dungeon. Sang-hyun was certain that without him, he would have died. He awkwardly explained the guildmate thought Sang-hyun had refused because of the scallion kimchi incident, so they worried he'd gone to the dungeon angry and alone. In the end, they rushed to the infirmary. Sang-hyun sincerely thanked him. For the first time, he let go of his inferiority complex and began anew. If not for that man back then, he would never have changed. After that, he accepted the guild's offer without hesitation and gradually bonded with the guild they built together. It wasn't a powerful guild, but one that protected weaker players, and it reminded him why he became a player in the first place. But one night, the man suddenly declared he was really quitting this time. He shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Sang-hyun commented that he always said that, then asked what he'd do after quitting. He yelled that he'd rather do anything else, part-time work, farming, whatever. Then he revealed the truth. He was terrified, facing death over and over, watching people die right before his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. He asked Sang-hyun if he knew why he founded the guild. It was because his sister had died. That's why he decided to help players in danger, and that became how he lived. However, recently he heard another guildmate had gone to the ICU after taking just one day off. Despite all the help he gave, Sang-hyun admitted he still wasn't strong enough to help when it truly mattered. He wanted to tell the man to take a break, but the guild had grown too large. He couldn't abandon all the members relying on him to live. Sang-hyun couldn't find the words. Back in the present, Sang-hyun stepped forward and lightly punched his chest. Now he finally had the chance to say those words for him. He told him never to think about founding a guild. He warned it would only make his life miserable. The man looked at him utterly shocked. Then he awkwardly apologized and admitted he didn't remember ever meeting him before. Meanwhile, his sister shouted angrily at Sang-hyun, accusing him of teasing her family and even robbing her dungeon. Sang-hyun left quietly, praying that this time the man would live a happier life. At the Dimension Core residential district, this place was a slum. Various creatures wandered the gloomy, filthy streets. A giant creature held a backpack between its fingers, muttering words humans couldn't understand. Meanwhile, a mysterious man whispered that it was too late. He realized the plan had to be set in motion immediately. The news later reported that thanks to information from player Sang-hyun, the Silent Grounds dungeon had its danger level reassessed. Previously, Silent Grounds had been considered to have an unusually high death rate for its assigned rank. They revealed that the monster called the Death Knight was far more dangerous than the other creatures in the dungeon. As a result, entry to Silent Grounds was completely banned until its true danger level could be reevaluated. The report added that the association's negligent management policies had led to countless needless deaths. Hearing the news, Sang-hyun murmured to himself that it was good. He was sure the tragedy from his past life would not happen again. He wondered if, after time rewinding, this was the first time he had truly saved someone. He realized he had gained a lot from entering Silent Grounds, and it wasn't just the artifact with a title. He also gathered information about the late bloomer model student. Also, he obtained some insanely powerful items. One of them was the Dimensional Bag, a platinum-grade artifact, support type, accessory, special effect, subspace. According to the description, a mage's failed experiment accidentally opened a spatial gate. The only thing left was a bag connected to an infinite subspace. With this bag, the user can break the limits of physical reality. He could store and retrieve items freely without worrying about weight or size. The next item was the Lick Ring, a gold-grade artifact, support type. Special effect, silence consumes 25 mana. This is the Archlick's favorite ring, required to cast Swamp of Silence. The silent energy contained in the ring threatens to swallow all light and warmth from the world. Finally, there's the Telekinesis Necklace, also a gold-grade support artifact. Special effect, telekinesis, allowing the user to move objects by will. Through the necklace, he can summon any designated item via telekinesis. However, items over 200 kg cannot be summoned. Also, the heavier the item, the longer the summon time. Sang-hyun was utterly stunned. The rewards were simply insane. He had expected silence to appear, but he didn't expect subspace and telekinesis as well. Just these two skills massively boost combat versatility. Used right, he could step up to a whole new tier. In his previous life, he'd never heard of anyone having abilities like these. He wondered if he was about to earn a first-ever title. The goddess of luck grumbled that despite all the blessings she'd given him, he'd never properly thanked her. Sang-hyun hurriedly admitted he was deeply grateful, but the goddess demanded a more sincere show of thanks. At that moment, the three artifacts suddenly began mana synchronization. Then a parade of strange dishes appeared. Purple soul macarons, whispers of the void meringue, and the legendary mill of infinite layers. He stared at the plate in confusion, asking what on earth this dish was called. He cursed the archlick and wondered what kind of demonic snacks the undead ate all day. He decided to try the mill of infinite layers first. His taste buds were in for a shock. He was stunned to find that, true to its name, it really had countless layers. It felt like layers melting in his mouth without end, an onslaught of flavors that knocked out every sense. To him, it was dreamingly delicious. He suddenly felt guilty for having scorned sweets his whole life. From the bottom of his heart, he sincerely apologized to every dessert he'd ever dissed. Then he began absorbing the three artifacts. Finally, the absorption completed. Sang-hyun admitted that although the archlick talked non-stop, it wasn't so bad after all. He even conceded the archlick had decent taste. Looking at the screens before him, he realized he had to make a decision. He was given the choice to bind silence or telekinesis. When he selected the great sword of fighting spirit for the left slot, the system auto-assigned telekinesis to the right. No thought needed there. The real issue was silence. Unlike stun or freeze, it has no lasting effect, so he suspected binding it with full charging or knockback burst might produce more impact. He also had to consider skill delay. Not knowing the risks, he decided this was the safest option for now. In the end, he chose to bind silence to basic attack. An additional requirement popped up immediately. Certain conditions had to be met to bind the absorbed silence effect to basic attack. He looked at the notice in surprise. The system explained that by consuming 1 mana per basic attack, he would apply the silence effect, then asked if he wanted to proceed. Sang-hyun quickly realized that spending 1 mana per basic strike was absurdly dangerous. It meant he could continuously apply silence to every attack as long as he had mana. He recalled the mana-related title he received after defeating the previous enemy. The title was End of a Twisted Desire, rank B. The description said a mage's failed research led to a slow descent into dark power. Yet even in a fate twisted by darkness, the mage's pure passion remained. As a result, Sang-hyun inherited the mana the archlick regretted leaving behind before dying. Title effect, plus 150 mana. He realized that combined with mana circulation, he could maintain a steady mana pool. However, if swarmed by large numbers of weaker monsters, this effect could become a dangerous burden. Sang-hyun quietly wondered what he should do. After some deep thought, he slowly smiled. He decided that sometimes people have to take risks. He knew he couldn't keep getting stronger if he stayed forever in his comfort zone. Finally, silence was successfully bound to basic attack. From now on, whenever a basic attack triggers, the silence effect will also be applied, depending on the target's resistance. Suddenly, a portal opened behind them. The surrounding energy immediately turned cold and bleak. Sang-hyun immediately asked the goddess of luck if she had summoned any other constellations. He muttered that he'd feel guilty if he refused another one, but the goddess looked genuinely confused and insisted she had nothing to do with it. 3 new constellations suddenly appeared before him. Great Conqueror of the Mongols declared Sang-hyun had left a deep impression with his brutal, very manly ferocity, while Sunkin said a rough diamond like Sang-hyun deserved a supporter who could reward and guide him properly. The goddess of luck immediately erupted in anger, grumbling that the other constellations dared show up even though she was clearly here. She demanded they all leave at once. However, a completely new goddess suddenly appeared and calmly declared that no player should be monopolized by a single constellation. The goddess of luck looked at the newcomer with utter disbelief. The new goddess leisurely told Great Conqueror of the Mongols to step aside. The conqueror just smiled and obediently made way for her. Sang-hyun looked at the newcomer and felt he could tell who she was just from her appearance. He wondered if her nickname matched her personality that perfectly. The new goddess smiled. She said she had been watching his courageous spirit all this time. She admitted his actions had made a strong impression, which is why she appeared in person. Confidently, the new goddess declared a man like him fully deserved to stand beside her. She arrogantly demanded he ditch that old-fashioned, outdated goddess and stand beside someone refined and glamorous like her. The goddess of luck immediately went berserk. She angrily shouted that a shameless goddess who disrespected hierarchy dared steal her position. Meanwhile, the new goddess calmly ordered the other constellations to remove the ancient relics of forgotten eras from her noble site. The goddess of luck could only keep repeating ancient in a state of disbelief. The new goddess mocked her, saying luck was the only thing she had. Sang-hyun really had no idea what their relationship was, but one thing was clear. The two goddesses hated each other. He even began to wonder if there was room in the world for two goddesses. The new goddess announced she had secret information to share. She insisted that if he heard her information and signed a contract with her, she would tell him everything. While holding the struggling goddess of luck, the new goddess calmly revealed information related to the late bloomer model student. At that, Sang-hyun suddenly grabbed her arm. He urgently asked whether that constellation had already signed with another player. Then he changed his question and demanded to know how that person was doing and what they'd been up to. The new goddess explained that during her travels, she had accidentally discovered him in the slums of Dimension Core. She added that the man had become completely obsessed with eschatology of the Dimension Core. The new goddess smiled and declared that if Sang-hyun truly wanted to know more about him, he would have to abandon the goddess of luck and sign a contract with her instead. Sang-hyun returned to his room. He repeated the phrase eschatology of the Dimension Core under his breath, puzzled. He didn't understand what she meant. In his previous life when they were together, that person had never mentioned anything like it. At that moment, he was surprised when the goddess of luck suddenly appeared before him. He immediately asked if she had gathered any information. The goddess of luck apologized and said she couldn't find the man anywhere in the slums. Sang-hyun quietly thanked her for taking the trouble to investigate. Still, the goddess of luck cheerfully remarked that seeing him humble that sly she-cat once was truly refreshing. Sang-hyun kept wondering why that person was in the slums, a place usually reserved for those who failed to become constellations. Irritated and confused, he cursed under his breath. Above all, he desperately wanted to know where that person was and what they'd been doing all this time. Meanwhile, at Hyunjeong Corporation, the company chairwoman was informed that the new participant list for the upcoming open market had arrived. She looked somewhat intrigued. When she checked Sang-hyun's profile, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She remarked that this time they had a rather interesting guest. This woman was Han Hyun-jeong, a player level, 900+ rank S+. Sang-hyun drove, continuing to investigate the case even while behind the wheel. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any information related to the late bloomer model student or the eschatology of the Dimension Core. Still, he knew he couldn't casually sign a contract with that new goddess. He figured she probably wanted to contract a constellation with him to eventually ascend into a mythical constellation. After all, there have been cases where a constellation's rank rose along with the growth of the contracted player. But if something went wrong with the goddess of luck, he believed his chances of survival would be much higher. Besides, there was no guarantee the new goddess would succeed in becoming a mythical constellation. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck happily admitted she felt satisfied whenever she recalled that sly she-cat's shocked face. Just then, the navigation system announced they had arrived. Sang-hyun let out a quiet breath of relief that they were finally there. The destination was Hyunjeong Market, commonly known as the open market. As the name suggests, it's a place where artifacts can be freely bought and sold. Previously, most artifact trades happened directly between players. However, the open market guarantees absolute safety in exchange for steep commission fees. Even so, Sang-hyun thought the emergence of such a market was inevitable. Players constantly exchanged high-value goods at sky-high prices, and those transactions often came with robbery, betrayal, and violence. Therefore, the open market's most important value is safety. Most open markets worldwide are run by large guilds. Among them, Hyunjeong Market is the undisputed #1 market in the country. Although it belongs to the powerful Hyunjeong Corporation, this guild wasn't the type to dominate solely through military might. Yet Hyunjeong Market remained top for a simple reason. Han Hyun-jeong, leader of Hyunjeong Corporation, the world's only buff player rank S+. High-level players from around the world flocked to Hyunjeong Market because of her. In a way, these elite players became invisible guards, naturally maintaining peace in the market. After all, anyone wanting Han Hyun-jeong's buff had to queue longer than several soccer stadiums combined. In a place like that, no one dared cause trouble. Thinking back, Sang-hyun realized how terrifying that old woman was. At that moment, a female attendant approached him. Before entry, the attendant politely explained they needed to verify the access code and identity. Sang-hyun introduced himself as Shin Sang-hyun and said he had been granted access about a day earlier. After checking his information, the attendant thanked him. Then she informed him that Mr. Sang-hyun had been granted access down to the 8th basement level. Sang-hyun was stunned. The 8th basement was the VIP area. He wondered awkwardly whether Han Hyun-jeong thought highly of him. Still, he decided he should at least go take a look. Just then, someone nearby suddenly called out Shin Sang-hyun's name and asked why he wasn't with Kim Miso today. Another asked why he was with her. One man casually replied that the two of them were dating. Another commented that after Kim Miso lost her boyfriend in a greed-induced accident, it was understandable she'd be dating another player. Someone else said he personally would be absolutely uncomfortable dating her. Sang-hyun immediately felt annoyed hearing the conversation. He'd accidentally overheard things he shouldn't have. At the same time, he couldn't understand why people enjoyed gossiping about others so casually. Nearby, someone joked he'd still date her if she made the first move. Another guy laughed and said he'd just mess around with her. Sang-hyun realized Kim Miso really had it rough with dirty rumors following her everywhere. He knew he should have let it go, but he wasn't mature enough to just smile and act like an adult. So he loudly remarked that Hyunjeong Market sure is open-minded right from the entrance. He openly asked how people could spit out such filthy talk without shame. Almost immediately, the men were escorted out by security. The group looked bewildered, demanding to know why they were being kicked out. The guard calmly replied that everything would be explained outside. The men went mad, shouting that Hyunjeong Market had no right to treat customers like that. The security officer coldly announced the market had the right to deal with anyone on the blacklist as it saw fit. Sang-hyun grinned widely as he watched them hauled away. In his head he thought, so this is how adults handle fights. After that, with a calm smile, he decided it was time to get started. He stepped into the elevator. First, he decided to head to the VIP area on the 8th basement level. After selling all the drops from Silent Grounds, Sang-hyun had totaled 3.9 billion. Still, he doubted that amount would be enough to buy artifacts in the VIP section, but just taking a walk around would be inspiring enough. After all, the VIP of Hyunjeong Market was a place he'd never seen once in his past life. He was sure that merely experiencing it would help him grow a lot. Finally, he arrived at the 8th basement VIP room. A woman introduced herself as Song Ah-hyun and said she'd guide him through the VIP area. She politely added that if he didn't want a guide, he could say so, and she'd wait nearby in case he needed help later. Sang-hyun truly felt completely out of place. To him, it was like a kid suddenly wandering alone into a luxury mall. Still, he told himself he couldn't back down now, especially if he might become a regular here in the future. Eventually, Sang-hyun politely accepted Song Ah-hyun's guidance. She smiled, said she understood, and kindly told him to ask anything if he needed. He looked around the display cases, and the moment he saw the price of the first item, he was completely stunned. 140 billion. Song Ah-hyun explained it was an epic-grade artifact called the Book of the Abyss, with a listed price of exactly 140 billion. Sang-hyun quickly replied that he understood, but since he was a swordsman, a book-type artifact wasn't useful to him. Song Ah-hyun immediately apologized and politely offered to lead him to the artifact area more suitable for a swordsman. Keeping a calm face, Sang-hyun said he was fine for now. Inside, he prayed she hadn't noticed the moment he froze at the price. Nearby customers continued admiring another item, saying they'd never imagined they'd see such a thing in person. Someone else wondered who on earth would buy an artifact that insanely expensive and bring it home. Curious, Sang-hyun asked what everyone was looking at over there. Song Ah-hyun explained it was a special exhibit for items the market had recently acquired. Of course, the displayed pieces were for sale. She offered to explain that artifact to him, but Sang-hyun politely declined, saying this time he wanted to look on his own. As he drew closer, he wondered what made the exhibit so special and how massive an artifact would have to be to elicit such reactions. Then he saw it. The artifact glowed brilliantly as flames swirled around it. Its name was Mage Stone. Artifact rank Almighty, seller Jeron Decay, domestic distributor. Han Hyun Jong. The moment he saw the word Almighty, Sang-hyun froze in shock. It was the highest rank among the 9 artifact tiers. He'd never imagined he'd actually see one. Then his gaze slowly moved to the price tag. Starting price, 3 trillion. Sang-hyun was truly staggered at the sheer number of zeros. He wondered if Jeron Decay casually selling an artifact like this meant that person owned even higher grade gear. After all, if someone could comfortably sell an artifact perfectly suited to their class, they must possess even more terrifying treasures. Sang-hyun smiled bitterly. He'd come here to motivate himself. The result now only made it clear how weak he still was. Meanwhile, in the platinum section, on the 4th basement level of Hyunjeong Market, Sang-hyun checked another display case. This time the starting price was 700 million. He forced a smile and admitted it wasn't cheap either. Still, compared to that horrifying wall of zeros earlier, this felt much easier on his nerves. Suddenly, someone approached. The man introduced himself as Jong Junhyuk and politely asked what kind of artifact Sang-hyun was looking for. Sang-hyun immediately recognized the name. In the future, Jang Junhyuk would be famous as Perfect Storm. He was one of the legendary players to rise after the reset. Sang-hyun replied he wasn't looking for anything in particular, just browsing. Junhyuk asked if he wanted to see some of his artifacts. He explained there was one artifact he was having trouble with because it didn't suit him well. Then he opened the item info and showed Sang-hyun in detail. The artifact was called the Stream of Life Ring. Platinum grade, support type. Special effect, Stream of Life plus 50 mana. Passive, automatically consumes a certain percentage of mana to restore stamina over time, can restore up to 5% stamina every 10 minutes. Active, consume 20% of current mana to instantly restore 30% stamina. Also, when mana is below 10% and the passive is active, it will automatically use mana to heal HP equal to 5% of maximum stamina. Cooldown 1 hour. Sang-hyun wondered if Jang Junhyuk intended to use the market's free direct transaction system right there. Unlike other open markets, Hyunjeong Market had a special policy called Direct Transaction Exemption. Normally, the market took a 5% transaction fee in exchange for safety and convenience. But if two players agreed to transact directly inside the market, they were completely exempt from fees. Sang-hyun admitted the artifact was pretty good. Since he had a mana-related title, the ring suited him extremely well. Still, he apologized and explained the artifact was a bit different from what he was really looking for. Jang Junhyuk calmly replied it was fine. Deep down, the artifacts Sang-hyun truly wanted were the ones nobody wanted to buy because they were useless. That way, after Devour, he could use the effects in completely different ways. And most importantly, those items were much cheaper. Suddenly, the conversation was cut off by shouting nearby. Someone was scolding a girl for eating inside the market. A girl was sitting on the floor, holding a slice of pizza, with stacks of pizza boxes beside her. The security guard looked furious. The girl argued she was only eating food she'd bought with her own money. She also pointed out she hadn't seen any rule banning bringing food in. The guard said that even if there wasn't a written rule, basic courtesy still applied because people had to deal with the smell. It turned out this had been going on for several days, and it wasn't just a few slices. She'd brought a whole pile of pizza. The girl shyly asked if he wanted some pizza, but immediately clarified she wasn't actually planning to share. The guard felt insulted and asked if she really thought he wanted to eat her pizza. Feeling pressured, she reluctantly handed over a free spaghetti sample she'd received earlier. Jang Junhyuk remarked calmly that she was causing trouble again. The guard shouted he didn't want her food. The girl argued that pizza hadn't done anything wrong. Then she added that technically she hadn't done anything wrong either. Sang-hyun stepped closer, politely apologized for interrupting her meal, and then asked if she could show him the artifact she was selling. While still nibbling pizza, she told him to pick it up and look. She wasn't going to steal it after all. Sang-hyun picked up the rings. The moment he inspected them, he immediately felt it. This was perfect for him. Exactly the kind of artifact he'd been looking for. The first artifact was the Ring of Speed. Platinum grade, support type. Special effect, speed plus 10 dexterity. The ring allowed the wearer to move at burst speeds far beyond human limits. Double speed cost 20 mana sec, triple speed 30 mana sec, quadruple speed 40 mana sec. The second artifact was the Potential Reinforcement Ring. Also platinum grade, support type. Special effect, just a little faster. When long-sealed power was finally released, the wearer's latent potential awakened. Consumes 10 mana per second to increase dexterity by 5 times. However, when mana runs out, the effect vanishes immediately. Sang-hyun realized this effect was similar to the Lighten he'd received before. The effect was insanely strong, but the mana cost was brutal. That's why nobody wanted to buy them. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun immediately declared he'd buy both rings, then asked the price. The girl bashfully admitted she liked them too. So she asked for 1.2 billion for the speed ring and 1 billion for the potential ring. Sang-hyun stared at her in silence. Feeling the pressure of the quiet, she quickly said that if he bought both, she'd lower it to 2 billion. But Sang-hyun kept staring without a word. The pressure became unbearable. Finally, she worriedly announced that since she was in a great mood from the pizza today, she'd offer a special deal, 1.8 billion. Sang-hyun still watched her. In the end, they settled at 1.3 billion. Sang-hyun thanked her for the bargain. The girl laughed and remarked he was good at haggling. Of course, she had no idea that in his past life, Sang-hyun had been dirt poor most of the time. To him, haggling like that was normal. After completing the transaction, the girl casually said she was off now. She cheerfully replied that she planned to buy something tasty to eat first. and with the rest, she'd donate to the orphanage. Curious, Sang-hyun asked, and she explained she was running an orphanage. Then she proudly showed him a photo. It was a picture of her with some adorable kids. The moment Sang-hyun saw the photo, his eyes widened in shock. It was Joy Orphanage, the very orphanage where he had grown up. The girl quickly noticed his reaction. Sang-hyun suddenly went pale, so she anxiously asked if something was wrong. He said he had just remembered an old thing, then explained he happened to know about the orphanage, though he thought it no longer existed. The girl looked genuinely surprised. She confirmed the orphanage had indeed been destroyed after being attacked during the collapse, then curiously asked how he knew about the place. Sang-hyun replied he'd simply heard of someone who used to live there. Still, deep down, he felt it better to hide that he himself had grown up there. After all, many people targeted players thinking they were all rich. Right now, he was sure the reason she needed money for the orphanage was likely to hire private security. And since she was a player too, people probably bothered her a lot more. The girl explained her parents had run the orphanage long ago. That's why she recently decided to personally rebuild and revive it. Sang-hyun quietly admitted he didn't know about that. She smiled and told him to stop by if he had time, then handed him the orphanage's business card. She proudly explained that the children had drawn the illustrations on it, then cheerfully asked if he thought it was cute. Sang-hyun silently stared at the card in shock. He forced a smile and admitted it was indeed very cute. The drawings were basically full of money everywhere. Honestly, it made him think the kids had very practical dreams. But behind that forced smile, Sang-hyun quietly swallowed. Suddenly, he felt an odd surge of emotion. The orphanage he'd grown up in had truly been a warm, wonderful place. Some kids there had survived the collapse and were later moved to other facilities. He quietly wondered how they were doing now. Sang-hyun fought back tears. For a moment, he almost cried in front of someone he had just met, but he immediately told himself he absolutely couldn't let that happen. He realized he was getting emotional over something small. Even so, he had barely managed to hold it together. He'd never realized how satisfying it was when someone treasured the same memories as he did. Quietly, Sang-hyun decided he'd visit the orphanage again soon, in a different way. At the Eden Guild headquarters in Uedo, Sang-hyun stepped into the building. He was immediately greeted. A burly middle-aged man in an orange jumper welcomed him, saying they'd been expecting him. The man introduced himself as Jinho and invited Sang-hyun upstairs. Sang-hyun forced a smile inwardly. He hadn't expected Jinho himself to greet him the moment he walked in. What started as a spontaneous stopover suddenly felt like it required a bit more seriousness. An hour earlier, Sang-hyun had told the girl selling the rings he'd get back to her. She cheerfully said it was fine, and that the kids would probably love to meet him. Just then, Sang-hyun suddenly got a call. He apologized, said he had to take it, and asked if she minded. She quickly said it was totally fine and that she should head off anyway, adding she was glad the deal went smoothly. Sang-hyun answered it was Kim Miso. The moment he surprisedly called her name, Miso realized he hadn't even saved her number. She phoned because they were about to accept a raid gate mission, a two-person gate requiring at least level 130, located at known station. The dungeon's name was Black Gate, which rang a bell instantly for Sang-hyun. He remembered Black Gate as the dungeon Kong Boa, Arbiter of Swords, had first cleared. She later published her strategy for conquering it. As Sang-hyun recalled, flawless team coordination was the bare minimum to clear that dungeon. Still, he believed he and Kim Miso had been cooperating quite well so far. Besides, archers and swordsmen naturally had excellent compatibility. And if his memory was right, the first clear reward for Black Gate was ridiculously huge, like an epic-grade artifact. Those items could easily sell for around 12 billion. Hearing that, Sang-hyun eagerly told Miso he'd definitely join. He asked what he needed to do and suggested he come to her guild first to plan properly. Miso told him to come over and they'd work it out together. To be honest, Sang-hyun was really looking forward to it. At least this would stop him being the drooling loser in the corner of Hunjong Market. Jinho noticed Sang-hyun's odd expression and asked if something was wrong. Sang-hyun said it wasn't. The two went up to the 4th floor. Jinho explained Miso was in a meeting with the guild leader, so he'd accompany Sang-hyun for now, joking it might be a bit awkward being led by an old man like him. Sang-hyun laughed and assured him he wasn't bothered at all. Jinho said that after passing through the next area, they'd reach the special training room, one of Eden Guild's proudest facilities. However, access was restricted to certain people. The moment Sang-hyun stepped in, he immediately felt the atmosphere shift. Jinho chuckled and admitted he felt the same every time he came here. He said nobody had booked it today, so Sang-hyun could use it freely. They opened the door, and Sang-hyun instantly pointed out someone was already inside. Jin-ho looked genuinely surprised. Inside the training room, a woman was fighting a giant golem. The enormous golem let out a thunderous roar. Terry nimbly dodged the attack. She then plunged both knives into one precise spot. A hole immediately burst open in the golem's body. Its arm was completely severed, and moments later, the giant collapsed to the ground. Jin-ho asked if she had booked the room since he couldn't find a reservation in the system. Terry finally noticed the two of them and looked surprised. Calmly, Jin-ho explained they could wait outside if it was just a scheduling mistake. He asked how much longer she planned to use the room. He informed her they needed it from 6 p.m. onward. However, something suddenly caught her attention. Jin-ho's eyebrow twitched slightly as she completely ignored his question. Instead, Terry greeted Sang-hyun and asked what he was doing there. Sang-hyun replied he was glad to see her again and hadn't expected to run into her here today. He then explained he'd come to train with Miso to improve their coordination for the upcoming gate raid. Terry remarked that he and Miso already seemed pretty close. Sang-hyun awkwardly said things just happened naturally. Meanwhile, Jin-ho called to Terry again, asking if she could hear him since she was totally ignoring him. Terry quietly pondered. Jin-ho grew impatient as he realized she might be deliberately snubbing him. Then, as if suddenly remembering, Terry turned and walked away. Before leaving, she told Sang-hyun they should spar sometime when they had the chance, then casually said she'd be in touch. Terry pointed out she'd been using the room without booking and said they could use it now. The veins on Jin-ho's forehead practically popped as he sarcastically thanked her for finally responding so promptly. After Terry left, Jin-ho apologized for her attitude and explained she wasn't usually like that. Sang-hyun reassured him it was fine and he really wasn't bothered. Jin-ho told him to make himself comfortable since Miso might take quite a while. He suggested that just sitting and waiting would be boring. Luckily, he knew a great way to kill time. He asked if Sang-hyun was interested. Sang-hyun looked puzzled. Jin-ho proposed a light spar. Sang-hyun was stunned, especially when Jin-ho started taking off his jacket. At that point, Sang-hyun genuinely began to wonder why everyone in this guild behaved like that. He even suspected that challenging strangers to a duel upon first meeting might be some guild tradition. Jin-ho laughed and told him not to feel pressured. He explained that both Miso and Terry had already vouched for Sang-hyun's skills, so he was curious too. Jin-ho candidly admitted this was one of his hobbies. He said trading blades with another swordsman was the best way to understand who they really were. Sang-hyun realized Jin-ho wanted to test him personally to see what kind of person he was. Jin-ho pointed at a nearby weapon rack and said Sang-hyun could borrow something if he didn't have a weapon. Sang-hyun calmly replied it wasn't necessary. He already had his weapon and always carried it with him. Right in front of Jin-ho, Sang-hyun summoned his weapon from subspace. It was a hidden active skill. Thanks to this ability, he could open his subspace and store items as he wished. As the skill level increased, the interior space would continue to expand. Jin-ho's eyes widened in amazement. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. He admitted he hadn't expected Sang-hyun to have such a skill. Jin-ho said he'd heard rumors that Sang-hyun was an interesting person, and now he knew the rumors were true. He grinned and declared they should start right away. Suddenly, Jin-ho's body began to grow larger. He admitted he had initially planned to go easy on Sang-hyun, but after seeing that skill, holding back would be disrespectful. So from the start, he'd fight seriously with full power. Meanwhile, in the Eden Guild CEO's office, Miso's father told her to listen carefully this time. He warned that if she continued like this, the old tragedy would repeat itself. Miso immediately told him not to bring that up again. Her father apologized and begged her to understand, saying he was only worried about her. Miso quietly admitted she understood his feelings. Then she turned and left, telling him not to contact her anymore. Her father desperately shouted for her to wait, but Kim Yun-keol could only sigh helplessly. A moment later, the secretary answered the call. Yun-cho asked if Chief Jang still had connections in the association. Chief Jang replied that he did. The guild master calmly said he had a request. It was about Sang-hyun. He ordered a thorough investigation into everything about him, starting from his family and past. Jin-ho declared the setup complete. Suddenly, training mode activated. The target players displayed were Jo Jin-ho and Shin Sang-hyun. Jin-ho asked if Sang-hyun was ready. The system announced training mode was set, and they could start the simulated match when prepared. It also showed only one of the two was currently ready. Jin-ho asked if they were really okay limiting the match to just 2 rounds. He explained that trading blades twice was enough to gauge another swordsman's strength. Jin-ho told Sang-hyun to speak up when he was ready. Sang-hyun quietly observed Jin-ho's gigantification ability. Though Jin-ho was still smaller than the grisly big bear he'd faced, The pressure radiating from him was entirely different. People often said Do Junsu had completely changed the swordsman meta with his all-rounder style. But that only worked because he was Do Junsu. Not every player can easily adapt to such demanding play. Meanwhile, other swordsmen completely rejected that path. They poured everything into raw power, firmly believing absolute strength was the real answer. Those players relentlessly trained both body and brute strength. Sang-hyun himself had once been part of that group. Naturally, a question always arose. If Do Junsu stood at the pinnacle of the all-rounder style, who was the apex of pure strength swordsmanship? There's no universal answer worldwide, but at least in this country, everyone knew the name Jo Jinho. With gigantification, he possessed enough power to crush an opponent with a single blow. Even as the swordsman meta shifted over time, Jinho maintained his top position. Sang-hyun quietly wondered how effective his newly enhanced strength would be against a monster like this, thinking that made him even more excited. Finally, he announced he was ready and told them to begin. The system notified that all players in training mode were ready, and the simulated match would start immediately. Jinho grinned broadly and admitted he liked Sang-hyun's confidence very much. He declared a real man tosses aside doubt and proves himself through action. As soon as Jinho lifted his sword, a terrifying wave of pressure exploded outward. Sang-hyun immediately considered whether to block with defensive sword or trigger stun first. But he quickly realized an important thing. Fighting Jo Jinho was completely different from fighting a monster. The only answer was strength against strength. At that moment, the psychedelic skill activated, fortifying Sang-hyun's body and significantly boosting his speed. At the same time, the face-off title also triggered. The system confirmed Jinho was isolated. Within a 5-meter radius around the target, there was no one else but Sang-hyun, thus activating the face-off effect. Jinho swung his sword, and the attack was merely a light strike. Sang-hyun tried to stay calm. After all, this was a direct power showdown with Jo Jinho. A head-on clash with him would be suicide. Sang-hyun immediately realized he needed to strike at the weakest angle of the attack, from the flank. Jinho was clearly surprised. Not only had he blocked the massive sword, Jinho couldn't believe Sang-hyun had blocked his blow. But what shocked him wasn't that the strike was stopped. Of all possible reactions, dodging, freezing, even frantically dropping the sword, Sang-hyun chose to meet strength with strength head-on again. That was something Jinho hadn't expected at all. Sang-hyun calmly declared it was his turn now. At that moment, Jinho realized he'd lost concentration for a second. The force behind Sang-hyun's attack was terrifying. Jinho immediately recognized this strike was truly dangerous. The clash forced Jinho to step back several paces. Even so, he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying it. It had been ages since someone had pushed him like that. Jinho immediately realized he'd completely underestimated Sang-hyun. He'd only heard about him through Miso and Terry, who'd assumed Sang-hyun was just a big fish in a small pond. Now he knew how wrong he'd been. Jinho tightened his grip on his sword. With a wide grin, he regarded Sang-hyun as a real man like himself. He openly admitted he was genuinely amazed. Sang-hyun simply thanked him. Jinho laughed loudly and said he hadn't expected such a slight frame to block his blow head-on. At that moment, he realized the rumors calling Sang-hyun a monster were true. Sang-hyun, meanwhile, knew the real reason. Psychedelic had triggered a critical with knockback burst. Normally, most monsters would explode instantly from that combo, but Jo Jinho was the true monster. Sang-hyun humbly said he was just lucky to land a critical. Jinho burst out laughing and told him to skip the fake modesty. In his view, a true man never hides behind false humility. Then Jinho apologized for his earlier rudeness. He admitted he should have taken the match seriously from the start. Hearing that, excitement surged through Sang-hyun, because the next move was the technique Jo Jinho would later use to save countless lives during the second collapse 20 years on. Back then, countless meteors summoned by monsters fell like rain, and Jo Jinho destroyed them all with a single sword. That signature move was Starbreaker. Jinho admitted the technique wasn't perfected yet. In fact, this was the first time he'd shown it to anyone. Still, he hoped Sang-hyun would be satisfied despite its flaws. Sang-hyun honestly admitted he was pleased simply because Jinho was fighting him seriously. That alone proved how much he'd grown. But at the same time, he immediately recognized the terrifying problem. Even unfinished, the move was nearly impossible to block head-on. Surrender wasn't an option either, so Sang-hyun decided to unleash the strongest strike he could at the moment. He prepared to combine psychedelic full charging plus speed acceleration with knockback burst. This was the most powerful attack he could perform in his current state. Sang-hyun declared he was ready. The strategy remained the same: hit the flank where the force was weakest. At the same time, he couldn't help thinking how absurd the situation was, trying to overwhelm a level 700 player with pure strength. A horrifying force erupted around them both. Then the two surged forward simultaneously. Sang-hyun remained confident, since he'd repeatedly overcome the impossible so far. And now he decided he would surpass the impossible once more. Meanwhile, Miso was walking down the corridor. She looked genuinely dejected, but she tried to focus on training with Sang-hyun. She didn't want to stay stuck in her sorrow. Suddenly, the entire corridor shook violently. A nearby woman anxiously asked what the tremor had been. But Miso immediately realized the shock came from the training room. The moment she understood, her expression changed instantly. She sprinted straight for the room. Bursting in, she loudly demanded to know what the hell was happening to Sang-hyun. But the chaos inside completely took her by surprise. The whole area looked like a war zone. Miso glanced around in shock, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Jinho returned to normal size, propping himself up on his sword. Gasping for breath, he laughed and admitted Sang-hyun kept surprising him. Even though it was just training mode, he had put a lot into that final strike. Yet Sang-hyun had met it head-on, as if showing off on purpose. Jinho honestly admitted he hadn't expected that outcome. Sang-hyun thanked him for the compliment, but also conceded he hadn't walked away unscathed. He thought to himself his wrist was probably injured from the impact. Jinho laughed and told him not to worry. Eden Guild had top-notch medical facilities. He said the injury wouldn't affect the training session with Miso coming up. Meanwhile, deep down Jinho realized he'd taken more damage than expected. He couldn't believe he'd been matched with an up-and-coming rookie like this. Strangely, he didn't feel upset at all. Instead, he was convinced the answer lay in the moment the blades met, because Sang-hyun's sword didn't feel like a typical rookie's. It felt like receiving a blow from a veteran swordsman who'd seen countless battles. That thought was hard to believe, but at the same time, Jinho realized something else. He still had a long way to go. At that point, training mode officially ended. Jinho thanked Sang-hyun for accepting his selfish request. He admitted he hadn't expected the spar to turn into a moment of self-questioning. Then he assured that no one in Eden Guild would doubt Sang-hyun's ability anymore. After that, Jinho reached out to help Sang-hyun to his feet. Sang-hyun grabbed his hand and joked that this had been a test after all. Jinho replied that was only natural. After all, Sang-hyun had suddenly become famous out of nowhere, so people were bound to be suspicious. But now Jinho fully acknowledged him. He proudly declared Sang-hyun a real man and immediately invited him to join his real man club. But before he could continue, someone suddenly cut in. Miso finally realized what had happened and she looked furious. She immediately scolded Jinho, pointing out she'd only asked him to show Sang-hyun around the guild, yet the two of them had destroyed the training room. Jinho's face instantly tightened as he realized they were doomed. Miso kept yelling that a real man would never ignore a friend's request like that. Jinho instantly apologized to her without hesitation. Then Miso turned to Sang-hyun, still very angry. She pointed out that he'd promised to train with her, yet he went off and did this instead. Sang-hyun could only sheepishly apologize. In the underground parking lot of the Playertown building, Sang-hyun opened the car door. He looked like a zombie, cheeks hollowed, utterly exhausted with no energy left. Sang-hyun knew it was entirely his fault for ignoring Miso's warning and going to spar with Jinho. Earlier, Miso had coldly told him to be prepared, and then he was drilled continuously for 18 hours. Despite the hardship, Sang-hyun had to admit the training was hugely beneficial. With about 2 days left until the Black Gate raid, he decided to rest until then. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. The woman remarked it was a coincidence to run into him there. Then she asked if he had just finished training. Sang-hyun was surprised. He immediately asked who she was, which startled the woman as well. She handed him a business card. Sang-hyun quickly realized she was a guild scout. He admitted that her suddenly calling his name had truly startled him. For a moment, he even wondered if she might be an acquaintance from a past life. The woman introduced herself as Lee Gahi from Strategy Scout Team 4. She bluntly explained that, to recruit him into the association, she had gathered information about him. Sang-hyun casually remarked that most people usually hide that. To be honest, Sang-hyun was completely exhausted after today's training. He politely said he was heading home and asked her to save recruitment questions for another time. But just before he left, Gahi stopped him. She asked a single question: "Are you really not interested in becoming a player affiliated with the association?" Sang-hyun calmly replied that, at least for now, he had absolutely no interest. Gahi nodded as if she'd predicted the answer. Then she admitted she had one more personal question. She politely asked if she could ask one last thing. Although it was clear Sang-hyun was so tired he might collapse, he agreed. At the same time, he quietly wondered why she was being so strangely persistent. Honestly, he felt he might faint at any moment. Then Gahai suddenly asked outright, "Is your ability the kind that can copy or even steal other people's powers?" She went on, "Or do you possess an ability that can see the future?" Sang-hyun was completely taken aback. The next day, at the Uedo Black Gate entrance, a car slowly pulled up. Miso stepped out and told the driver she'd contact him later. She'd arrived earlier than planned, but figured that was fine since it gave her more time to prepare. At that moment, she noticed someone sitting on a bench nearby. At first glance, she thought it was Sang-hyun. Miso cheerfully called to him, saying he'd arrived earlier than she expected, and that she herself had come sooner than planned. Then she asked if he wanted to warm up together before the raid. But as she got closer, she was utterly shocked. Sang-hyun looked so drained and gaunt she almost didn't recognize him. She immediately asked what had happened and if he was okay. Sang-hyun quickly replied that he was perfectly fine. But inside, Sang-hyun was silently cursing. Since the conversation with that woman, he'd been obsessed and couldn't sleep all night. Now he truly felt he might faint at any moment. He'd spent the whole night digging up information on Lee Gahi, but found nothing useful, and the unease was gnawing at him bit by bit. He'd never imagined anyone would suspect his exclusive skill, or even that he regressed. He thought he'd been extremely careful all this time, so how did she figure it out so fast? Sang-hyun knew the situation was dangerous. To him, it felt like some terrifying weirdo had just seen through all his secrets. Now he was desperate to think of ways to stop her from suspecting more. At times, he thought he should lie low for a while. Then he thought maybe he should be friendlier to her to lessen suspicion. He even considered inviting her for a drink, then immediately realized that might make him seem even more suspicious. Sang-hyun finally snapped out of it when Miso called his name again. Miso seriously told him not to hide anything and asked straight out if something was wrong. She even suggested canceling the raid today, but Sang-hyun insisted he was completely fine and that nothing was wrong. No way was he letting this opportunity slip. Trying to change the subject, Sang-hyun suddenly pointed at her weapon. He said he'd never seen that bow before and asked if she had a new one. Miso immediately brightened and admitted she was dying to show it off. The bow was an epic-grade artifact borrowed from the Kurakawa Guild in Japan, thanks to a long-term partnership between Eden Guild and them. She explained she'd done everything possible to prepare for this raid. Sang-hyun forced a smile and admitted the bow was truly amazing. But deep down, he was shocked that someone could casually borrow an epic artifact so easily. Just thinking about its terrible value made his head spin. Still, it inspired him. He suddenly vowed that sooner or later he'd have an epic-grade artifact of his own. Sang-hyun quickly told himself not to be jealous of those things. Right now, he needed to focus on getting an epic-grade item first. Lee Gahi could wait. He finished getting ready, even earlier than planned. Sang-hyun suggested starting the raid immediately. Miso agreed. The two of them headed toward the portal. Sang-hyun looked pathetic, but he didn't care as long as he could get an epic-grade artifact. No matter how much the regression issue nagged at him, he forced himself to focus on what needed to be done right now. Meanwhile, Miso secretly thought Sang-hyun really lacked self-awareness. He didn't even wonder why she'd borrowed an epic-grade artifact for this raid. What she'd witnessed in practice a few days ago had genuinely shaken her to the core. She already knew Sang-hyun's growth rate was abnormal. But around the 15th hour of training, Sang-hyun suddenly learned a completely new skill and demanded to test it right away. Then he even panicked and asked if she was okay. The training ground, built to withstand destruction, was shattered by one of his strikes. At that point, Miso honestly believed that without borrowing an epic-grade artifact, she might not be able to keep up with him anymore. That's exactly why she prepared so thoroughly, because she didn't want to spend her life always chasing his back. At the entrance to the hollow forest of the Black Gate, the two of them walked into the woods side by side. Miso was still extremely tense. Sang-hyun realized he should tell her to be careful but not to worry excessively, or she'd waste stamina for nothing. Miso quickly nodded and admitted the current situation was completely different from the preliminary investigation report. That was why she was worried. According to the report, this forest had supernatural activity, but seeing it with her own eyes, the atmosphere felt strangely off. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun recalled that he'd studied this gate thoroughly in his past life, so he was uneasy too, since this was the first time he'd encountered something different from his previous life memories. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared before them. Miso immediately assessed it as an orc, but Sang-hyun instantly corrected her, and in that moment he was completely certain this gate was no longer like in his past life. That monster wasn't an orc. It was a big goblin, and this wasn't a small change. The monster suddenly charged straight at them. Sang-hyun immediately put a hand up to shield Miso. Then he signaled with 2 fingers. Earlier, Sang-hyun had told Miso that after studying the Black Gate thoroughly, he had a proposal and wanted the two of them to strictly follow that plan. Miso asked if he meant the hand sign he'd mentioned before. Sang-hyun nodded and explained that to prepare for high-pressure situations, they'd simulate many possible scenarios and communicate entirely by hand signals during combat. Miso asked if it was possible to prepare for every situation, especially with only a few days to train. Sang-hyun reassured her not to worry. He didn't mean to prepare for every scenario. Instead, by memorizing basic movement patterns, the rest would flow naturally. Still, he admitted it wouldn't be easy to remember them in the heat of combat, so they really only had one option: train relentlessly. By repeating patterns through continuous practice, they'd eventually react instinctively to any situation. And once the hand signs became natural, they'd clear the raid perfectly. During practice, Sang-hyun held up 2 fingers. At first, Miso couldn't remember what the signal meant, but she eventually learned it. Back in the present, the two immediately executed the strategy they'd practiced. Miso instantly remembered the meaning of signal 2. If the monster charged straight at them, they would dodge in 2 opposite directions. Then the monster would instinctively target the opponent who looked weaker, and in most cases that would be Miso. While dodging, Miso immediately fired an arrow. Because she already knew where the monster would move before it acted, she can aim precisely at the joints to limit its movement. When the enemy's movement is restricted, she can naturally create an opening without using a skill. Even so, Miso admitted this was the absolute limit of her predictive shooting ability. She didn't expect the attack to deal a critical hit, but the moment the arrow struck the big goblin, it completely severed one of its legs. Miso's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't even drawn the bow to full draw. Only then did she realize the terrifying power of an epic-grade artifact. She had barely drawn the string, yet the force it produced was overwhelming. For a moment she wondered if pulling it to full power would kill someone instantly. The big goblin immediately stopped its charge. Instead of retreating, it leaped straight toward Miso to close the distance. But in the previous practice, Sang-hyun had told her it was fine even if she didn't land a critical hit, because he planned to exploit the opening she created himself. At that instant, Sang-hyun appeared beside the monster. Then he swung his sword straight into the big goblin's head. That was the strategy they devised to finish the fight in a flash. And just like that, the monster was taken down extremely easily. Sang-hyun was about to say something, but Miso immediately understood and finished his sentence herself. Her firepower had increased insanely compared to before, so she thought they needed to completely rethink their strategy, factoring in her new bow. Sang-hyun agreed. At this point, Miso's firepower was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before. Sang-hyun immediately realized that if they used this advantage well, the Black Gate raid would become much easier. Miso silently felt relieved that their coordination was going smoothly. Sang-hyun agreed and praised her lightning-fast reactions in battle, which made him think she must have practiced the strategy on her own afterward. Meanwhile, deep down Miso quietly resented him. She had spent countless hours replaying the training footage because she didn't want to be left behind. Sang-hyun pointed out that the official practice round was over, which meant it was time to enter the real fight. Just then, several big goblins suddenly appeared around them. The monsters growled angrily. They looked extremely furious. Sang-hyun wondered if they were angry because the two of them had easily killed one of their comrades. At the same time, he noticed something important. The monsters were very cautious. They weren't charging blindly but carefully observing the two of them first. If they intended to fight like this, the situation would actually favor Sang-hyun and Miso even more. The system detected 10 monsters. Sang-hyun immediately realized the number was fewer than expected. He guessed it was probably because they were still fairly close to the dungeon entrance. He informed Miso that there were 10 enemies total, including a strange monster he'd never seen before. Based on preliminary investigation data, he guessed it was likely a cobalt assassin. It seemed to have an invisibility ability. Miso quickly suggested that a 4-2 formation would suit the situation best, but Sang-hyun shook his head at once. He pointed out that since there were no ranged enemies, they needed a completely different strategy. Miso initially looked confused, but the moment she realized which strategy he was thinking of, her face immediately filled with horror. She immediately refused and loudly declared she absolutely did not want to do that. In response, Sang-hyun silently set his sword on the ground and pointed at it. Miso desperately insisted that the correct approach here was obviously the 4-2 strategy. She even tried proposing the regular 4 formation, but Sang-hyun continued to signal toward the sword without saying a word. Meanwhile, even the monsters looked bewildered watching the two of them argue in the middle of battle. Finally, with a miserable expression, Miso slowly sat on the sword while asking why they absolutely had to do this. Sang-hyun calmly replied that she already knew the answer. Her firepower was far stronger than expected now, so there was no reason not to make the most of that advantage. And logically, this really was their optimal strategy. Miso quietly admitted she knew that too. Then, realizing that once he decided there was no changing his mind, she reluctantly told him to just do it. After all, if there truly were no ranged monsters in the dungeon, placing Miso in the safest attacking position would become a huge tactical advantage. The monsters slowly raised their heads, just as Sang-hyun launched Miso high into the air. Sang-hyun proudly called the maneuver the Kim Miso human cannonball strategy. Meanwhile, Miso screamed that she absolutely hated being suspended in the air like this. She loudly complained that she never rode roller coasters because she hated that floating feeling. Still, once airborne, she quickly steadied her posture. At that moment, her level 4 flight skill activated. For the next 5 minutes, fall speed from height would be greatly reduced. Miso concentrated intensely and silently prayed that this ridiculous strategy would work. Meanwhile, the big goblins finally charged. Their target was Sang-hyun. Then suddenly, one big goblin froze in confusion because the monster standing right in front of it had its head explode without warning. Sang-hyun immediately got excited watching the scene. He had predicted this would happen, but seeing the crazy one-shot, one-kill power in person was still extremely satisfying. And Sang-hyun clearly understood one thing. This overwhelming power wasn't just from the epic-grade artifact. He wasn't entirely sure whether it was from Miso's harsh training or the time that had passed since they last teamed up. But one thing was clear. Her accuracy had become much sharper. In a brief moment, Sang-hyun seemed to glimpse her future image from a past life. Kim Miso, divine archer of carnage. He realized an important thing. He wasn't the only one getting stronger. Others were evolving too. To be honest, Sang-hyun admitted he was genuinely surprised. He never thought Miso would become someone who could inspire him. Sang-hyun shifted his attention to a farther target. A shadow slowly formed before him. Eventually, it took the shape of a bipedal beast. The kobold assassin, cloaked in invisibility, looked clearly confused. At that moment, Sang-hyun lunged forward before it could target Miso. He coldly told it to stop. Then, with a single clean slash, he instantly decapitated the kobold. Sang-hyun had decided to fight seriously to properly support Miso. Honestly, he never imagined things would turn out like this. But finally, the day had come, the day Miso carried the team instead of him. Meanwhile, Miso focused on the 7 remaining monsters. She activated the multiple lock-on skill. Targets immediately appeared above all 7 monsters. Then she unleashed Stardust Rain. A volley of arrows shot out. Each arrow flew precisely to its locked target, and in an instant, the heads of all 7 big goblins exploded simultaneously. That night, at the World Tree Rest Area in the Hollow Forest, Sang-hyun sat silently by the fire, while Miso deliberately turned her back to him. Sang-hyun carefully tried to speak. He cautiously asked how long she intended to be mad at him. Miso immediately answered, "Forever." She grumbled that he had forced her to perform that ridiculous strategy 6 times. Sang-hyun forced a smile and explained that monsters were everywhere back then, so they really had no other choice. Miso kept complaining about why she had to kill all the monsters. She admitted she could do the technique, but being forced to do it 6 times was too much. Deep down, Sang-hyun agreed with her. It was a bit excessive, but at the same time he felt like he'd finally caught a free ride after a very long time. He'd inadvertently gotten excited, and now quietly wondered how to bribe her back into a good mood. He knew ordinary gifts wouldn't work this time. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He grabbed a pan and started cooking. While preparing the ingredients, he mumbled that it had been a long time since he'd shown off his cooking skills. Sang-hyun truly believed that at times like this, a good meal was the perfect remedy for a sour mood. Before long, the aroma of the food spread, and of course it immediately caught Miso's attention. She secretly sniffed the air. By the time she came closer, Sang-hyun had finished the dish. Miso curiously asked what he was making, then her eyes locked onto the food. Sang-hyun explained that eating something delicious now would boost their spirits, since they still had a long journey ahead. What he made was an adventurer's beef Wellington. Sang-hyun told her to go ahead and eat. Miso carefully took a bite, and her eyes immediately widened in shock. She exclaimed how delicious it was and demanded to know how he knew how to make it. Sang-hyun smiled inwardly, relieved she liked it. Miso commented the meat's texture was unusual and asked where he got it. She admitted she'd never eaten anything like it before. Sang-hyun casually replied that he'd just hunted a rabbit-like creature. Miso excitedly asked if they could catch more on the way out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun silently apologized to himself for not being able to tell her the truth. But if hiding this secret made her happy, he was willing to take it to the grave. Because the meat she was enjoying so much was kobold meat. After that, the two finished their meal. Miso leaned back, looking full and completely satisfied. She thanked Sang-hyun for the delicious meal. Sang-hyun then reminded her that the area ahead was the last region mentioned in the preliminary survey report. Miso nodded and explained it was where the Shadow Defender had appeared. Beyond that point, there was no information about the rest of the dungeon. Still, she believed they'd be fine. Sang-hyun suggested resting a bit longer before continuing. After a moment of silence, Miso suddenly brought up something else. She admitted that lately she felt she'd caused Sang-hyun a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then she apologized for being careless. Sang-hyun immediately understood she meant the rumors about them. Rumors that he was her boyfriend, or that she threw money at him and treated him like a personal slave. Miso quickly denied ever hearing the slave rumor. Sang-hyun nonchalantly said people would say such things for sure, but he really didn't care, so she didn't need to worry. Miso quietly admitted that after seeing how skilled he'd become, she'd naturally been attracted to him. But somehow the media twisted everything into weird misunderstandings. Sang-hyun just shrugged and said people had always been like that. And honestly, it only proved they were attracting a lot of attention. He even joked that sometimes he kind of enjoyed getting famous because of her. Miso immediately replied that even without her, he'd still draw huge attention. After all, his growth rate had been completely abnormal. Sang-hyun laughed and reassured her once more that there was truly no need to apologize for it. Then he casually added that no matter what nonsense the media spread, they still came to each other whenever help was needed. Finally, he concluded that this was simply how normal business relationships work. Miso immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun nonchalantly remarked that people just love gossiping about others. Then suddenly Miso quietly asked what he would think if that wasn't the whole truth of the situation. Her cheeks slowly flushed as she nervously admitted that maybe their relationship wasn't just a business one. Then she softly asked what he would do if that were true. Miso went on, "If it's not a business relationship, then what is it?" Her question made Sang-hyun's face freeze. He had no idea why she was suddenly asking that. In his head, he thought, please tell me this isn't an allergic reaction to kobold. The chance of that symptom showing up is only 1 in 100,000, so he'd never considered it. Who would have guessed Miso was allergic? Last time a teammate had an allergy, it was pure hell. Think, what do you do in cases like this? Then, as if he'd hit on a solution, his eyes widened. Right, there's only one way. The plan was to pretend he was allergic too, so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "Hey, Miso, actually, I've always wanted to turn into a bird." At first, Miso turned to him with a skeptical look, but then she brightened up at the fellow weirdo. "A bird? You idiot, there's even fake birds now." Time quickly passed until the next morning. Because of what happened that night, the atmosphere between them was painfully awkward. Miso turned and embarrassed said to Sang-hyun, "Hey, Sang-hyun." Sang-hyun jumped, stammered, "What is it? The food was great, right? Haha. But I think it has a weird side effect of causing hallucinations. Let's not eat it again next time." He then reminded himself, "At all costs, I must pretend I don't know anything, even though I'm doing it to save Miso from embarrassment. Can't believe at my age I'm pulling these stupid stunts. Damn it," he screamed inwardly, then shouted aloud, "Hey, we're almost there. Haha, let's get ready." At the back, Miso was also berating herself. "I'm crazy. Just stop, don't blurt out confessions like that." But actually, she whispered in the smallest voice, that wasn't a lie. Hearing her mumble, Sang-hyun turned and asked, "What did you just say, Miso?" She quickly forced a smile and replied, "Haha, nothing." Before the pair could embarrass themselves further, a monster's roar echoed, grabbing their attention. Of course, they both noticed the presence of monsters. Down in the valley below were 5 large monsters. They were a group of shadow guards. Sitting down to observe, Sang-hyun asked her opinion. "So, Miso, can we get past them?" Miso frowned and said, "I'm not sure, but it'll be tough. According to the reports, their armor hardness is quite high. Isn't it hard to take them down with a single hit? So we can't rely on luck like before." Sang-hyun muttered, then quietly calculated. Even if Miso uses her top achievements, they're still a bit short on raw power to break through that defense. Once their numbers grow a bit more, these guys will be nothing but chopped wood, but not yet. "So this time we go in head-on," he said as he drew his sword. The archer girl fully agreed. "Just lead the way and I'll follow you to the end." Then our protagonist suddenly noticed something. He whispered, "Hey, Miso, do they always move in packs like this?" That remark made Miso look again, and she murmured, "They do." But wait, come to think of it, could there be something we missed during the recon? Below, the monsters seemed to have noticed the two of them and turned their cold gazes upward, making Sang-hyun's expression instantly tense. Damn it! They know we're coming. No way those familiar monsters would coordinate this smoothly unless there's a boss monster nearby. There was no time to hesitate, and the two, along with Miso, hurriedly jumped off the cliff. Right after that, the spot where they had been standing split open, and a giant rhinoceros rose up from beneath the ground. This was the sub-boss, the impervious defense king. The two leaped onto a nearby tree branch. If not for Sang-hyun's earlier warning, Miso would have been done for. However, heavy footsteps kept echoing nonstop. A rock monster charged straight at them like a tank. Miso's face began to change. This doesn't look good. Is he signaling something? Three-finger sign, which meant a three-strike blitz with chaotic rhythm. With that, he and the others started trading blows wildly with the monsters. One devastating arrow from Miso struck a giant in the face, sending its heavy body toppling backward. She shouted, "I'm over here now." Before she could finish, a shadow lunged toward her. It was the rhino sub-boss, charging in like a small mountain. Seeing her teammate in danger, the protagonist rushed over as well. The pressure it radiated made him grit his teeth. Damn big-nosed monster. He spoke as he activated his speed skill, instantly closing the gap beneath the beast and leaping straight into the air. At the same time, he used a knockback skill, sending its massive body crashing back to the ground. That thing's tanky as hell, took that hit and didn't even get a scratch. The protagonist frowned as he saw his foe unhurt and only angrier. So the impervious threshold isn't just for show. If we keep hitting like this, we'll eventually bring it down. But I want to save some stamina for the final boss. I think it's time I use that spot. With that thought, he raised a finger, signaled Miso, and asked if she understood his meaning. Miso swallowed. Of course, she recognized the meaning. Signal number 1. She nodded, "Okay, I got it." Then she sprang up into the air, gently landing on the ground above the valley. In her head, she calculated, "Of course, against an enemy with such high defense, his current tactic is completely correct. But the skill I saw that day, Sang-hyun has never used it in real combat. Is it really okay to use that move this time?" Unaware of her thoughts, Sang-hyun began to warm up and said, "Why don't we just start now?" He stepped back to gain momentum, raising his sword into the air. The rhino monster seemed to sense some invisible pressure bearing down on. In front of it, Sang-hyun himself appeared to start igniting. He grinned and said, "Hee, you still don't know what's happening, do you? Don't worry, no need to overthink it. I'll finish you right now." As if understanding the taunt, the rhino monster instantly went berserk. Without a moment's hesitation, it hurled its massive body straight forward. At the same time, Sang-hyun's sword trembled as if channeling some terrible power. He stomped his foot hard into the ground, then thrust his blade straight ahead. Time to test its real combat might. This is the Skill Destruction Sword, active skill level. One uses 1/3 of current mana to infuse the sword with a destructive force. If current mana is not above 50% of maximum mana, Destruction Sword will not activate. The destructive power scales with mana consumed. Opposite them, the charging rhino suddenly sprouted countless cuts across its body. Then pieces of torn flesh were blasted away by the attack's force. As a result, with a single strike, the protagonist sent that monster to its next life. The system promptly announced, "Congratulations, you have defeated the sub-boss Impervious Defense King." This made the hero laugh like a madman. "Haha, this is exactly what I wanted. Pretty powerful, huh? Finally, I got my first ultimate after the reset." Unfortunately, his grin froze quickly because another notification popped up. "You have consumed all mana for Destruction Sword. You are now in a mana-depleted state." Time rewinds a few days earlier, at Eden's special training ground. At that moment, our protagonist seemed to realize something. He hurriedly called out, "Miso, wait a sec." The archer immediately halted. The surrounding golems dissolved as a result. She turned, frowning. "Again, we're at the good part." Sang-hyun apologized sheepishly. "Sorry, but I need to check this." He glanced at his status panel, thinking to himself, "Finally, I've unlocked this skill. Destruction Sword, one of the ultimate techniques I used most in my past life. So finally, I meet the requirements to acquire it. Use swordsmanship to control mana a certain number of times." It really was fast. In my past life, it took years to get this skill. I can't believe I obtained it in less than a month this time. Destruction Sword is an ultimate skill that almost any swordsman can achieve given enough time. It's so common people call it a basic human right of swordsmen, although typically this skill is used as a finisher. For example, concentrating all destructive energy at the blade tip or pushing mana control to its limits to execute an energy-accumulating strike. For someone like me who has artifact devouring, mana control techniques come naturally. So it became the ultimate technique I used most in my past life. But I only realized that near the end of my life, so I never really got to make full use of it. Thinking that, the protagonist felt a bit embarrassed. But this time it's different. If I now have a sharp weapon like Destruction Sword, it'd be like a tiger sprouting wings. My growth rate would skyrocket. Back in the present, with a single effortless swing, the shockwave from the strike pulverized the monsters ahead. The impact was so huge that nearby Miso screamed in terror. She stammered, "No way. Its power is even more insane than before. Do you see that?" But how the hell did it do that? She widened her eyes and stared ahead. The ground had been so wrecked by the attack it was unrecognizable. What was more alarming was Sang-hyun lying there like a dead dog, which made her cry out. It was all because he had released all his mana in that strike and temporarily went into a shutdown state. With no choice, they had to take a break. Sang-hyun took the chance to use Miso's mana potions. After draining the vial, he sighed with relief. "That was close. Thanks, Miso. Who knew you'd carry mana potions? You saved my life." Hearing him, the archer muttered, "You drained all your mana just for that move. This totally wrecks the plan. Weren't we supposed to kill it in one hit to save energy? What if you collapse? What am I supposed to do?" Sang-hyun forced a sheepish grin. "Haha, sorry. It's been a while since I used that skill. I got excited and couldn't hold back." His words made Miso even more flustered. "But this was your first time using it, right? Why are you talking like you've used it 1,000 times?" At that, Sang-hyun's face suddenly froze stiff. He quickly beat around the bush and changed the subject. "Why do I sound like I've used it 1,000 times? Things move fast these days, you know? This world, really." His lies only made Miso more suspicious. To steer the conversation, Sang-hyun pivoted to praise her. "Anyway, Miso, Eden really lives up to its name. Who knew they'd hand out such high-purity mana potions? It's a lifesaver, top-notch." A proud look crossed Miso's face, and she tempted. "If you like it that much, why not join our guild? It's not that hard. I could supply you forever." Sang-hyun laughed without any intention to join. "Haha, stop trying to recruit me. But seriously, how much is this worth? I should pay you back. I can't just take something like this for free." "About 500 million or so, I guess," she answered. "Ah," Sang-hyun replied, "these days it's like that." "Well, that's not too pricey if it's around that." Before Sang-hyun finished, the atmosphere between them suddenly went silent. A few seconds passed before his brain caught up. "Wait, you said 500? Well, that's a bit steep, but—" Before he could finish, Miso reminded him again. "Yes, I said 500 million. 500 million, I see." After hearing that, Sang-hyun wilted like a dried-up plant. His pathetic look made Miso say, "I'm not charging you, so just drink it." Time passed quickly. Scene changes to the deepest area of Hollow Forest, the village of the breathless dead. At this time, Sang-hyun and Miso were on a narrow path. As they walked, the protagonist scanned the surroundings and affirmed, "I'm sure. From the moment we entered the dungeon, I felt something off. This place is too different from anything I knew. I can accept severe mutation, but I've never heard of a monster village on this scale. It's the first time information from my past life has been so wildly off from reality. To be safe, I should tell Miso as much as possible. After all, info about the final boss is probably still accurate." With that in mind, he turned back and blurted out, "Hey Miso, according to my calculations, the final boss of this dungeon is—" Just as the words trailed off, a cluster of butterflies suddenly appeared around them. Miso asked, "Final boss? How do you even know that?" A second later, the space around them turned ashen. Everything froze, making Sang-hyun's face go dark. "What?" Time stopped. At that moment, the goddess of luck appeared and gently reassured him. "The words you were about to speak have been blocked, so no calculation from other dimensions can hear them." Her appearance surprised Sang-hyun even more. A calculation intervening directly in the real world. More importantly, why would the goddess? She didn't let him wonder for long and explained. "I have something important to tell you. The more people who notice your uniqueness, the sooner you'll lose your exclusive standing." Sang-hyun blurted, "Goddess, does that mean you already know everything about me?" Unfortunately, his question went unanswered. The goddess had already left. Time resumed. Miso, curious, asked, "So what exactly did you want to tell me?" "Sang-hyun, what do you know about the final boss?" The protagonist didn't want to continue explaining the boss, so he dodged. "I'm not sure. I might be remembering wrong. I saw a video once that looked a lot like this place." Miso nodded brightly without a shred of doubt. "I see. That's fine. My mind gets mixed up like that sometimes too. But I think we should still be on high alert for the final boss. It could show up any time." Ignoring her words, Sang-hyun kept brooding over the goddess's appearance. Was that a warning for me? Or protection? Either way, Goddess Luck must at least suspect I'm a regressor. Have I been too complacent? Right, I can't forget that I could be noticed by others at any time. If some calculation treats my regression as cheating, like that shadow hunter I met before, I'll become their prey. Even if they punish me with blades, I'll be in mortal danger. And there are others even more dangerous that I need to watch out for. Exactly, if we end up on their radar now, there's no turning back. Predator, a heretical group of players who murder others in special ways to steal the calculations those players signed contracts with, or to absorb all their skills. They're formed by blacklisted people who wiped records or changed identities to escape guild manhunts. The Predator Guild is the criminal organization that pushed this world to the brink of ruin even in my past life. And among all of them, if I happen to run into one of those, better scrap that power advancement plan right away. The moment that happens, I'm done for. To stop that, I have to get strong enough to face them quietly. Don't attract their attention. With that thought, he said, "Okay, let's search the area, split up and look for clues." Miso agreed completely. "Got it. Signal me if you find anything." Sang-hyun forced a smile but couldn't hide his worry. "Right. I don't know exactly what the goddess was warning about. For now, my top priority is to hide any hint of being a regressor. It's better if dungeon runs get inconvenient than for me to die here." Time passed quickly. Inside the monster village piled with corpses, there was a very clear scratch mark high up on a tree trunk. Sang-hyun stared at it in silence for a few seconds, then gave a wry smile. "Left a mark way too obvious, like a kid showing off. Looks like they're desperate to prove this village is his personal trophy, huh? So it's the work of a hunter. Then why not play along with him a bit in this childish hunting game?" Cut to Miso's position. While moving, she noticed a few things. No doubt about it, there's something extremely dangerous hiding around here. Monster corpses lie strewn across the village with these traces. Though the bodies are spaced far apart, their decomposition levels are similar. That means whoever did this is a creature ridiculously confident in its speed. At that moment, a shadow seemed to appear behind her. Without hesitation, Miso spun and fired an arrow in that direction. But the arrow didn't hit anything at all. This made her even more tense. Too fast. I felt it clearly, and yet it vanished in an instant. Facing it alone would be too dangerous. First, I need to signal Sang-hyun. By the time that thought formed, it was a bit late, because the monster had already appeared right behind her. Miso immediately sensed its killing intent, and her face went utterly tense.